Hello, fellow homebrewers. JP here, and I want to introduce to you the brand new Brewbuilt X1 Conical Series available at More Beer. More Beer sells the highest standard in homebrewing equipment, and the Brewbuilt Conicals are just that. They're made from mirror-polished 304 stainless steel, and they come with loads of features that you and I have been looking for. They have a full 2-inch bottom dump valve, which will eliminate your clogging issues, while the sturdy base includes 4 reinforced legs, just like those big Pro tanks do. More Beer also carries the Brewbuilt line of options and add-ons like casters, pressure kits, and even external glycol chillers. So you can find out more about the new Brewbuilt X1 Conical Unitanks by going over to morebeer.com for detailed videos on the entire line of Brewbuilt Conicals. You can trust Brewbuilt with your next fermentation, and you can trust More Beer to find the right conical for you. Brewbuilt at morebeer.com.
Feels like work. Shooting the shit for 2 hours, drinking beer and talking beer. What a wonderful experience.
Can we not have the barf bucket near my mixing board?
I think everybody could read the book.
I knew you were going to use this book as an excuse to quit doing this show.
Mrs. Bub, if you want, I can mail you the Bub Timer.
Yeah, Newcastle. Especially in the can. Have you ever had it in the can? No, I have not had it in the can.
Notice I closed my eyes and I concentrated really.
Now, live from the Brewing Network studios in Northern California, this is the radio program for home brewers, craft brewers, beer lovers, and beer geeks. It's your only source for live beer radio that brings expert brewers together with, well, expert drinkers. This is the radio program with a head on it. This is The Session.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Sunday Session. It's good to be back in the studio for my part. It's been a while. It's been a couple weeks. Got a couple week vacation.
Yeah.
With an off week last week and a JP week the week before that.
That's right.
How did it go?
It went pretty well.
Yeah.
I felt a lot more comfortable. It's still, how do they say? Awful. No, it was, the worst part for me is the interview. Because I don't know really what's going on and what to do, and honestly, I usually tune out. No, it was uncomfortable, but I think I did a good job, and props to the staff in here for helping me out.
Yeah,
Tasty was right there with the questions, and it was good. It was good.
Yeah, the guests and Ladyface are really good too.
They were awesome.
They were tremendous guests. So
yeah, and it helped that their beer was rad too. But it was cool. It was a good time. Shitty drunk of the week turnout as usual. Whenever I host, nobody wants to call in for drunk of the week.
Weird.
It was awful.
They're just riveted to your words. They don't have time to drink. They're just paying attention.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, they all had their clothes on. They're pretty boring.
Yeah.
I think, or they just knew that JP was hosting, so nobody even
listened.
Yeah.
I'm thinking it's because you're such an asshole as a co-host during Drunk of the Week that they couldn't bear you being the primary, interaction with them.
Yeah, somebody should have called twice. That would have been great, wouldn't it?
That's true.
The steam would have come out on top of JP's head.
Right. Wow. Well,
it was a good time, though. It was real good. I had a lot of fun, and I think everyone else had a lot of fun, too. So
Moscow informed me that it was our most downloaded Sunday session of last month.
Oh, wow. Whoa. That's pretty good.
Which is fantastic news for me.
by a fair margin.
You keep it up, buddy.
I will.
Wait a minute. That was bigger than the Topless Co-Head?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, if you think about it, we didn't publish pictures of that, so no one really cares.
We're really the only ones.
I thought the rumor would be that everybody could see it, but
we're really the only ones who got to enjoy that.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
It was enjoyable.
I have photos. I'll send it.
Yeah, screenshots.
Talk about screenshots.
They take them.
Right. All right. Well, a great show planned for you today. It's good to be back in the saddle here one more time. Thanks to our sponsor, More Beer. You can go to morebeer.com and check them out. They bring you this Sunday session and every Sunday session. And the Brewing Network is their featured brew sculpture owner of the month. Where they're actually, it's even a little weirder than that. The Brewing Network is their featured professional brewer of the month.
Good.
I didn't know
where's that person at?
Well, I guess we're professional brewers, but they're doing this professional series where people in the industry who use and we're, I guess, since most of us don't have other jobs, we're in the industry. We're professionals in the industry.
It's true.
And we do have a More Beer 1550. And they came here and did a video about our 1550 and about the Brewing Network. And so I think they'll be publishing that on their website soon and probably on their Facebook.
Did you have them try any of your homebrew?
No, I didn't have any.
You don't have any homebrew?
No.
It's weird.
Being in the industry and all.
You know, I admitted it. It's an honest interview. I talked about, how the most use that 1550 ever got was from Chad, but he's a member of the BN. And
now he's a pro, so it's a pro system.
And now he's a pro. That's right.
Is he a pro?
Well, he's an industry guy.
Yeah.
He's a pro, sure. He contract brews for Handles. He designed that recipe and gets it brewed.
You're right.
Do you think CPAs ever get that? Like, you don't have another job, so technically, you're a CPA.
Right. Yeah, well, since there's no licensing to become in the industry.
And then his other friends are like, really? Are you sure? No, he's not a CPA. No, he is. No, he works full time.
Yeah. That's all he does.
Featured CPA of the month.
That makes you a pro. So you can go to morebeer.com and check all of that out. Tonight's guest, we got Dave Hoops on the line. He's from Fitger's Brewhouse in Duluth, Minnesota. And, we're trying to get around the whole country as much as we can. And this is, it's going to be interesting talking to these guys because there's a lot of weird distribution laws in Minnesota that a brew pub like this has to work around. And they've got a few locations, but they only sell at their locations. And I think it's mostly because of distribution law. So we're going to get to hear some weird things about that. Always interesting to talk about. Plus, they do some open fermentation, which is I still find fascinating for some reason. Probably mostly because it seems like I can infect beers at the drop of a hat, no matter how much
Wait a minute. This is the rat pad. Come on.
Right.
There's germs everywhere.
You can't do it in the bathtub.
That's true. But so they do some open fermentation, so we'll talk about that with these guys. Susie Q's working the chat room tonight. You can hit the chat now button, and if you've got questions for Dave Hoops over at Fitger's, you can go in the chat and send your questions that way. Also, you can call 888-401-BEER, 888-401-BEER, and we'll take your questions that way, too. So, jump in here and let's do this thing. All right. What'd you do to my microphone while I was gone, Jip?
I don't know. It's the second time I've used it, and it sounds real weird. I didn't touch anything.
He was licking it.
I was licking it, but other than that,
sound. It's a bit hollow.
Yeah, it's all tinny and weird. And by the way, I'm going to lick my handkerchief and rub it on your screen.
Please don't do that. Please don't. Oh, God.
Okay.
Why are you doing
now
that?
You have to
because there was some schmeg there.
Because he dropped a booger on
Well, now there's schmeg there also.
Not anymore.
It's just from your face.
It's all gone now.
It's smeared around schmeg.
It's different schmeg. God damn it.
God damn it.
All right. In order to get through this program, we've got a lot of announcements to get through. And a lot of different announcements going on today. I know that I had JP do some preliminary, some preemptive announcing for me because I've got some. I got several big announcements, but one particularly big announcement. I've spoken to Moscow about it because I had to. We'll get to that in just a minute.
Because I had.
Because I had to. Otherwise,
him and I are on the same basis. Really.
I try not to talk to Moscow at all.
Me too.
It's the first time I'm glad I'm not included in anything.
Right.
Because I don't want to have to hear. I had to talk to JP also because I had to. So that makes me feel better.
All right. All right. So a couple of events. First of all, I've got details finally on BNA 7.
Right.
Yeah, our anniversary party, BNA 7. It's going to be June 20th. It's Wednesday, June 20th at Elysian, at the new production facility at Elysian. And I know that we've sort of mentioned this, but nothing was confirmed. But I finally talked to Mr. Cantwell over there at Elysian and got this all worked out, and we're hitting the ground running. I've got our buses also reserved so that people can get from the hotel to the brewery.
Awesome.
We're going to the new Elysian production facility, not one of their brew pubs, because we won't fit in one of their brew pubs. But they've got this great new production facility there in Seattle, and it's about a 25-minute bus ride, I'm told, to get from the conference hotel. So it'll be kind of the regular times that we've been doing the last few years. It'll be from about 6 to 10. Full details will be coming soon. The bus situation this time around it's going to be pretty limited. I think we've only got room on the buses for about 300 people. But there's a lot more room than that at Elysian. So if people can make their own way to the brewery, then we're going to be able to sell more tickets than that, too.
Awesome.
So we don't have to limit it quite as much as we have in the past.
Do I have to man a bus, or can I not do that?
You're probably going to have to man a bus.
Shit.
Yeah.
You afraid of the bathroom?
Are you sure you can man something, JP?
Right.
Yeah, you can't buoy the bus.
How many people were there
I
last
can buoy
year,
the bus.
Justin?
How many people on the buses?
White Labs.
Well, so that's up for some debate. The White Labs people, who were more in control of the thing than I was, seemed to think that there was about 1,200 people there.
Oh, really? No.
I mean, if you looked around, there's really a shitload of people. But we only sold, I think, 300 or 400 tickets. There
were a lot of crashes at that
maybe
party.
400 tickets. I think we sold. I think we did about
pre-order. You're talking, or are you talking
just
even at the door?
Well, at the door they did some more. So yeah, that's just the pre-sale, right?
Okay. No.
So there's probably 1,000 people.
Wow. Yeah.
I told Dick at Elysian, I said, look, sometimes we have 300 people, sometimes we have 1,200 people. I don't know what to tell you. But he was pretty cool about it because they've got plenty of space for all of it.
That's awesome.
And, being that it's in Seattle, they also have some indoor space for us. In fact, a lot of indoor space, so that we could be completely indoors if it happens to be raining, which can happen in June in Seattle. But we're prepared to kind of make it both, so that we've got an inside area and an outside area if it's nice. I think it's going to be a really awesome location. And I'll tell you, I've wanted it to be at Elysian so badly that I didn't even look for a backup location. I like their beer. I like Dick Cantwell, the owner. He's just a good guy, a nice dude.
Yeah.
And when I met with him back last, I guess, June or so, he just was really open to he wants to be part of the conference also. And this is kind of the way that he can tie in Elysian with the conference by doing this welcome party. And he's bringing in all sorts of local breweries for us. He's going to help us do that to make sure we don't miss out on any of the names that we should have there. So, good stuff. But like I said, the bus part is going to be limited. So here's the best way to get your ticket, and we're gonna try our best to do it right this time. We got a lot of complaints about the VIP hour last time. People not
really
getting enough notice to that. So if you are a member of the donating BN Army, in other words, if you're a recurring donor through our More Beer donation giveaway program, and you give as little as $2 a month, that's all it takes, you are going to get an email first about when tickets go on sale. So registered BN Army donors will get first crack at all of the tickets. So, we're not really strict around here, so I don't encourage it, but really, you could be a donor for the month before, and you're going to be included on that list.
That's
now,
true.
like I said, don't be a dick.
Right.
But I'm just telling you, it's fairly easy. If you don't have it in the budget to be a year-long donor, that's okay. Any help we really appreciate. So if you're in there for a couple of months surrounding the thing when we start selling tickets, you're going to be in on that email, and you'll get first crack at both VIP and general admission tickets. You'll know first when they're going out.
More importantly, though, what's the story with the session band?
I don't think it's gonna. I don't see how we can pull it off. I mean, what people have to realize, yourself included, is that the session band kind of revolves around the Schumann brothers being able to dial it in for us, because you need. Because the rest of us are such shitty musicians,
right? You
need a rhythm section like that to hold it together and to make it so that we can sound at least palatable
to drunk people.
Right, to drunk people.
Yeah.
Well, the Trophy Fire's got a lot going on, and I don't know that I'm going to be able to lock them down both to rehearse and do the whole thing leading up to it, and then commit to that gig. I don't want to get in the way of their career.
What if you and I just did an acoustic set?
I wouldn't do that.
You wouldn't? I have my acoustic bass.
Why would I do that?
We can get Doc on the tambourine.
Sam on the keyboard.
It's possible.
Why would I do that?
It's possible that we could do a song or two. I do have. I know of at least one act from Oregon that I'd like to bring up. An old friend of mine who's an amazing musician. I'm hoping that they're going to play, and then I'm going to look for maybe another local band. There is the possibility. You know, JP, I think that you should do some stand-up. I really do. Tasty.
That's a brilliant idea.
Come on.
No, you should.
I think that,
I'm more improv than I can't write.
Well, make it a combo. That's okay.
I'm such an like this is. I was actually thinking about it today because there's just a bunch of bullshit happening online. People think they're funny. I'm such a dick when it comes to like looking at other people's comedy.
Yeah.
That I would never put anything out myself because
There's
I
other
think
views
it's
out
gonna
there.
look like shit. Like I hold myself so high that I can't even reach the own. Like what I think is funny is way up here, and I can't even get it on my best day.
Right.
So I would never even do that. I would never stand there and go, "Is this thing on? I don't get it."
Hey, that's funny. You're good. I
Is
like
that funny?
Tasty's already in.
Shit. Let me write that down.
God damn, you need a laugh track. I'll run the laugh track.
I think that it's the perfect crowd for JP. These people love you.
Oh,
dude.
yeah.
And they're drunk.
And they're drunk. And you could do a combination of, improv and written work. And listen,
I don't know.
5 minutes. I mean, it doesn't even have to be long. You
just a couple stories.
A couple of things, and
Just do some best of. Go up there and do stuff you've done on the show before. Yeah.
Just yell "suck a dick" for 5 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. Do stuff like that.
You can get up and apologize for everything you've done on the show.
Right.
right.
Now that would be funny.
You could actually write a really funny apology for all your years on the show.
Yeah.
I think we should just do skits.
You could just read it.
Could you imagine how he's going to be an hour, 2 hours before the show? How much of a nervous wreck he'd be?
Right.
Oh my God!
That's true. Yeah, it'll be useless.
I would just
to
be
us.
pacing back and forth, going,
Yeah,
I don't know what it is.
yeah.
I don't know what it is.
I would like more of a talent show. I think environment this year than a session band thing, because the session band, I missed the whole party. I had fun on stage and everything, but we don't get to hang out and do the whole thing. And I also think
we do.
Well, maybe you do, but I don't.
do.
I'm kind of setting up the whole thing before. By the time we're done, it's about over. So I get about a half an hour at the end.
Well, I'd rather, because I don't even like that anyways. I'd rather just have something to do. That way I don't have to talk to anybody or do anything at all. And then I'll just set it up and you can have fun.
Right. I do like, well, maybe we'll do that anyway.
Oh.
But there is it's like slim to zero that we're doing a full session band situation.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
all right. I love that. I love it so much. I had a lot of fun.
I think you should all of you should start thinking of a talent show type of thing that could be done instead. And that could be we could play a song or two. Don't get me wrong. That could be part of it. But let's get creative here,
I'm just going to get up there and paint.
You guys should watch the paint dry.
You should do a sketch.
Do
we each have to come up with a talent?
Yes. What's your talent, Susie?
Yeah, what's your talent, Susie? Strip. I'm sorry. I'm sure you have another talent. That was very chauvinist of me.
Nate will be the pole.
Right. All right. So BNA 7, June 20th. It's confirmed that it'll be at Elysian. Sign up to become a recurring donor by hitting the donate button on the homepage, and you'll get first crack at tickets. The other big event coming up. I now have confirmation after the success of our Winterfest in the city of Concord here in California. They've asked that we do a Summerfest. The difficult part for us here is that it's happening about 3 days before BNA 7.
Oh.
But you can now mark down on your calendar Sunday, June 17th, that's Father's Day, is the first ever Brewing Network Summerfest. And it'll be held in Toto Santos Plaza in Concord. And you can expect big things just like you do with Winterfest.
That'll be insane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
we're not going back to Winterfest.
We're going to do both.
Really?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I bet your ass we're doing both. People keep coming. We're doing both. Shit. So there you go. Summerfest will be June 17th in Toto Santos. We'll be putting that information out soon. But that one will be no big deal. You'll be able to get tickets to that. Don't worry about it. All right, the American Homebrewers Association Governing Committee elections end tonight at midnight Pacific time, 11:59 to be more exact. We had all of the candidates on. Actually, I think we did miss a couple. I forgot that there were some candidates rerunning, like
incumbents.
So I think we did miss a couple, but that's okay. All of the people up for election are on homebrewersassociation.org. You just click the membership button and then navigate over to the election. And if you are a member of the American Homebrewers Association, you should go vote. And it's really easy. You can do it right now while I'm yapping. Just go over to that website, have your member number ready. It's on your Zymergy magazine if you don't have it offhand. And you can vote for up to 3 people. And we've had them all on the program, so you know about them. Plus, there's a little description, a little bio of each one. So I voted. I voted last week. I picked my 3. I know I endorsed everybody, but I did have to narrow it down to 3, and I did that. I placed my vote, and you should too. So do it right now. Do it at this very minute. If you're an AHA member, do it. Because if you're listening to the podcast, you're too late. It ends tonight at 11:59 Pacific. Do that.
Do it.
I've gotten an email or 2 about planning for club night at the Homebrewers Association.
Yes, sir.
Those emails actually go over to JP at thebrewingnetwork.com.
That's right.
Anything else to that, JP? We just need to, if you're interested in pouring beer there or helping with the Brewing Network Club booth,
yes,
email JP at thebrewingnetwork.com.
We're getting it together. There's been a few more people that come out of the woodwork. But yeah, I don't know how many beers we'll have. I'll get with my team this week and let you know.
Okay. All right, very good. All right, you can support the BN by clicking our Amazon link, and there's also a keg. What's the keg stuff company called? The other company, the other affiliate.
Oh, the Smart Tabs.
No, Fermentab.
Your thing.
Oh, I'm sorry, Micromatic.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Amazon and Micromatic. If you shop with either of those, you can do it through us and gives us a little cash. So we encourage you to do that. Amazon link's right on our homepage. So is the Micromatic link. It's right on the player button. Shop in the BN store, that helps too. There's shirts and books and all kinds of stuff. New iPhone and Android apps are available. Just search BN Mobile either in the Android marketplace or the iTunes thing, the iTunes. BN Mobile, that's the name. And it's all free, by the way. Those are free. All right, watch all this live, justin.tv/Brewing Network, and get all these updates and more on Twitter and... Send your show ideas over to Scott at thebrewingnetwork.com. Send feedback to feedback at thebrewingnetwork.com. Now, before we get to feedback, there is a big announcement I needed to make. And it's made with both excitement and a little bit of... I'm also a little bit somber about it, but mostly just excited. So, you guys know that the reason JP was hosting that show a couple weeks ago was that I went to Florida. I did this family trip to Disney World.
Yeah.
Which was all right. It's good to be with the family and stuff, but...
I don't know how you couldn't have just had your head explode.
I mean...
Did you get the ears? Did you get the ears with your name on them and shit like that?
I did that when I was 7. I did that. I've done that. I didn't do that.
But now you're 37. You need...
Yeah. JP wants to do it every time.
I mean, I liked it.
My head's too big. They look like a yarmulke.
That's telling you something.
Disney World was fun. Agreed. Disney World was cool.
Yeah.
This is happiest place on earth is such a crock of shit. I mean, everyone all these kids are just walking around crying because they didn't get whatever fucking toy or, they didn't get the ride. It's the most miserable fucking group of kids I've ever seen in my life. This is the problem with, you take a kid to these great places, I don't care what it is, whether it be, the Chuck E. Cheese or fucking Disneyland, and they become miserable because they're greedy little fucking assholes is what they are. This is what kids are. They get there and at first they're like, oh, this is great. I want to see Mickey. And then you're like, Mickey's not available right now. They start crying automatically. All right, well, I want to go on the train ride. All right, but the train ride's broken right now. They're not doing a train ride. They start fucking crying. Can I do anything else for you? You're in the playground of all playgrounds. Disney World is the size of a small fucking country.
But I want a churro.
Exactly. You can't have a churro because you've already had a popcorn and an ice cream and a fucking cotton candy.
But I want a churro.
And then you're going to cry about it.
They're getting on that sugar crash.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And they've been up 12 hours walking about 50 miles.
Well, right.
And they probably have shitty parents.
They do also have shitty parents.
And they shit their pants.
And they shit their... I'm telling you.
Some do,
The
parents?
Right.
Those little musketeers.
I did.
Oh, man.
Let's stay on track here, Justin.
Happy nothing.
Yeah, you're sounding kind of mature over there. You're not doing mature things now.
Well, listen.
Are you making mature life decisions? Is that what's going on?
Well, sort of. Maybe this isn't my most mature decision, but here's what happened. As you know, I wouldn't just go all the way to Florida to go to Disney World because I could give a shit.
You got laid, didn't you?
It was nice to be with. It was nice to be with Spare Dad and my nephew and stuff. But
yeah, well, that's what it's about.
So that was cool. But I figured, look, if I'm going to go all the way out there, then I'm going to check out some shit that I'm actually interested in. So I found this. There's a golf academy in Fort Myers, Florida. Yeah. So I like if I'm going to go out there, I'm going to check this out. And it's like a real golf academy. You guys know how excited about golf I've been. And so I thought I'm just going to go, like, you basically can go and try out. You can go get evaluated it's called Paradise Golf Academy. And you can go get evaluated. And basically they train people to be for like the amateur tour, like the semi-pro tour. You know, you go to school for that. I know. JP's seen me play. So I went to that first. And I did. I basically, I don't want to really call it a tryout because I just sort of did it for giggles. I thought it'd be cool to see what they could tell me about my.
I guess. I mean, get what like evaluate your swing, like maybe one of those laser guided things.
Yeah,
yeah.
But you go there because you're interested in the academy. So they kind of anybody who goes to do the thing, like even if I'm just going to fuck around with it, they also are basically evaluating you to be a part of their academy.
So you're on the range, or you're playing through a course, or both, or
it's a little bit of both. You don't you don't go play 18 holes or anything, but mostly you're on a range, and they will take you out to a couple holes because they want to see you do some different shots. There's some video, like I even do this on my stupid iPad and stuff, but they will take video of you and evaluate your swing and different stuff. And then they kind of end up giving you a summary of the things that you suck at. And
how big was your summary?
That's good to know.
Was it larger than the healthcare bill?
No. I didn't have to pay for any of this.
No.
Well, so they sent me this letter. I told Moscow about this, but I think the best way to kind of set up the next part of my announcement is for you to just read that letter.
Okay.
It's not that big. You don't have to clear your throat and shit.
Well, I actually did because you're shitty fucking dogs.
I see.
Dear Mr. Crossley, thank you again for taking the time from your family vacation to meet with us regarding your enrollment at Paradise Golf Academy School. This letter is to formally accept you into our amateur golfing program.
Oh,
wow, baby!
All right, I don't know if I should be applauding.
Yeah.
Currently underway. Congratulations! ! Normally, we ask that new students enter the program at the beginning of the semester in order to properly orient themselves within the program and on campus. However, we feel it in your best interest to arrive at the school and be inserted into the curriculum immediately. Regardless of the skill level of your peers.
Which is kind of like a backhanded compliment if you think about it.
But what do you...
They're not saying who they consider your peers.
Well, because here's what it is. The next semester, the current semester ends in June.
Right.
So I would normally be waiting a long time. But they're asking me...
to come in mid-semester.
Why?
Yeah. Because they want your money. They want you to start paying right away.
I guess that's a good point.
The sooner you're there, the sooner you pay.
I hadn't thought about that. I was thinking it was based on my. I was thinking it was based on my merit.
I'm thinking the next step.
I thought this was all tongue in cheek. I'm sorry.
Wow. Now, we realize that you will be far below the level of your fellow classmen, but we are of the opinion that this will actually strengthen your game. When forced to compete with students of a higher level, one's game tends to elevate.
Right.
We hope it is this elevation that will set you up for a proper entry into our system at the semester's end.
Yeah.
We recognize that you have prior obligations that cannot allow for you to travel to our campus at this time. Our board has reviewed the footage our school scout shot, and we are willing to give you 1 month to settle your affairs and report to us at the school.
Right. So basically, that's enough. So essentially, I have... So here's what's happening. This is what I talked to Moscow about. I'm going to do it. Fuck it.
Shut up.
All right.
Yeah, fuck it. Because I told you guys a couple weeks ago how into this stupid golf thing I am, and...
Well, I think we need an intervention is what I'm thinking.
But I get...
You're way too much into it.
But last time I was this into something, look at this great thing we started. Like, I got the BN started, and this is what I get bored really easily, and, the BN, I've been doing this for 7 years, and... I don't know. This is a good opportunity. Like, they saw something in my swing, either that I can afford to go to the school, which is probably not the case, or that maybe I've got some talent or something. So,
well, that's what you get when you dress well on the course.
I do dress well.
Right?
I showed up in my best gear.
So, okay.
Give me the URL for the video.
Is it like being accepted to modeling school and you're a teenage girl?
Parmesan? It's Parmesan.
Yeah.
No, I think it's a really good school.
It is a good school. No, it's world renowned.
What do they mean immediately?
Like right now.
So
when
we're having trouble making payroll, we need your money.
So you're going to go in the end of this, middle of the semester, finish this out, and then they're going to tell you to repeat the year, start over again, write another.
Well, it depends how much progress
you missed the
made.
beginning.
Yeah, but if I get a jump, I'm obviously far behind because I've been playing golf for a few years, but I'm not any good at it. And so getting, I think, thrown into the mix is going to give me the jump I need for the start of the semester. If I just start the next semester like I am now.
Yeah.
So here's what I'm thinking. Basically they say I have a month, so I think I will finish the show. We have two more
this month.
2 more shows to do this month.
Yeah.
I'm going to finish these shows, and then essentially for an undetermined amount of time, I'm just going to basically JP and Moscow are going to run the Brewing Network.
Well, it depends on your progress, right? So it's going to get reevaluated after the semester is over, and are you going to come back for the next year? Or
it sounds to me like I'm invited for the next year. They just want me to do this part just to get me ready for next year. I think.
All right.
So basically, Jip, you are going to be hosting the Sunday session.
Listeners should get on video right now and look at Jip if they
see. This is why I didn't tell him off the air, because Jip gets weird about the shit, and if he thinks about it too long, his anxiety starts. But I figured
too long. My palms are already sweaty right now.
But you did find the last. It was our most popular show.
That's right.
That's right.
Well, yeah. Well, it's like the tallest pygmy.
Yeah.
Don't make fun of me.
We also have the lowest downloads for everything. No, I think you guys can handle it, and I think. Look, when am I going to get a chance like this? It's now or never. I feel like so. I'm not really asking. I mean, of course, you could say no, but then I'm just then you're what you're going to let Moscow fucking host the show. So I say, let me give this a go, Jip, and you get to give being like a permanent host a go.
Well, for an undetermined, we don't know how permanent it's going to be. It's all going to depend on how you.
Well, he's going to be on the nationwide tour. What are you talking about?
It is geared up to get me onto the amateur tour, which is even below the nationwide tour. But
you're serious. Like this is like a thing. But this is like a real thing.
Yeah.
How much money do you get on his amateur tour?
I don't think I make much, but look, I don't make any money now. I'm driven by money. You know?
It's going to be less than none.
It will be less than none, but the potential later is a lot more than less than none.
Yeah, you can finish like 43rd and make 20 grand.
See, 20 grand's a lot.
Would you consider yourself an athlete, or is it like baseball where you're not really an athlete? It's a game, not a sport.
Or bowling.
I guess I've never really considered myself very athletic, but I think I'm pretty good at this golf thing.
Well, how were you shooting? Like, did you just have a good day when you were?
I'm not going to talk about that. That's like That's like showing somebody a picture of your tattoo before you get it. It never looks good. And if I tell you guys about how I've been playing, then you're all just going to discourage me from doing.
Well, look, all right.
Probably right on.
Okay.
Well, where's this video at that they took of you? You didn't get a copy of that, huh? It's not like
no, but I'm asking for it. I responded to that letter, that email, basically asking, can I see the video?
Yeah, maybe I was better than I thought I was.
Right.
It's very produced. It's like a music video.
I did hit really well at the range today.
I admire you for advancing your education and going to school, but you should consider looking at some other golf schools. I mean, since you're obviously committed to the profession.
Yeah, but the other ones don't. They leave you to kind of apply for the. I mean, you have to.
Oh yeah,
you have to score, and I don't know what it's called. You have to qualify for the amateur thing anyway.
Yeah.
But a school like this actually sets you up and does everything for you to get ready to qualify. Whereas some of the lesser time schools, I'm still going to pay a shitload of money, and they don't really. I don't feel like they're going to gear me up to go qualify for the amateur tour.
Gotcha. Did you get a cool jacket with like the crest thing on it?
if he wins.
Oh man, I hope so. I am into the clothing part of the golf thing too.
Is it co-ed at least?
Well, they probably saw that about you.
It is co-ed.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fine.
It's going to be you and 12 Asian chicks.
Lesbian Asian chicks.
Yeah, maybe they thought I was a chick.
And you're going to have to live in Florida.
They don't have those.
You do have to live in Florida. That's all right.
It could be for as short as 4 months, JP.
Well, I think it's kind of all right. All right.
Yeah.
Scott, you want to do lunch meet with me on Friday?
So is it settled? Am I in? Will you do it?
It's not your you say you're not asking.
It's as short as 4 months, and if it's going well for both of us,
Okay.
Like you are doing well.
Well,
in the
what are we
show.
going to do about like BNA fucking 7 and
the Brewing Network's not going away.
The
though.
shit that you just I don't want to. Are you because you always handle that shit?
Yeah, I can still do.
I don't
a
want
lot
to do
of that.
it. I don't know how.
No, I can still do most of that by email and stuff anyway. Phone calls. It's not as if I'm going to be locked in a dungeon with a golf club.
Golf dungeon. Oh, come on! You're going to be so tired after your curriculum.
You're playing 48 holes a day and stuff.
Yeah.
Justin's new radio show, Golf Dungeon.
See, look, if nothing else, we get a new network out of it. Like I want it anyway.
Get these clubs out of here. We need beer in the studio.
You're a piece of garbage.
Wait, don't you drink when you're golfing, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, all right. So we'll talk obviously off air about it more, but basically that's the big announcement. I am going to do it. So I'm finishing April, and then I will take a leave of absence, and we'll see how it goes.
You were gone all last summer.
That's true. See, I failed last summer anyway.
Well, that's true, yeah.
Same difference.
You'll hardly notice a thing.
Yeah.
What,
Poor JP. He's like, he's seeing all of the Sundays that he normally enjoys fading away.
Now you know
fastly.
how to make JP real quiet. Just unload a whole bunch of responsibility on him and see what happens.
We'll talk about it off air. But just don't think too much about it yet. We got a month to figure this out.
Okay.
And
a month?
And then we're just going to go for it. It's going to be fun.
I have 2 more shows left in the month.
I mean, we could do a dress rehearsal next week if you want during our off week.
But
you probably should walk him through it.
2 shows left, and then we're probably going to take a 1 or 2 week break.
Okay.
After that, we're going to talk about everything because you're going to have to know how to fix shit in this studio too. Because I'm not even going to be in California anymore.
Yeah.
And then once we do that, you'll be fine.
Okay.
Good.
All right. Fuck it.
I told you I was going to do this.
All right.
I fucking told you that the last time I got this excited about something, I went for it, and now I'm doing it again.
Well, I think you should have him over for the whole week and walk him through your whole week. You know,
you have to shadow.
I really don't want to scare him away. It does. It's not all glitz and glamour.
It's not.
Yeah.
Really.
All right. How about a Twitter game? How's that for a segue?
Fucking Twitter game.
Yeah. I think the Twitter game should be how long before the BN falls apart? Did we just jump the shark?
Justin leaves the session. How long until we're off air?
Okay.
Or how long till you have a nervous breakdown?
Right. Both will equate to us being off air, though, so that's fine.
Left the hosting to Jay. Okay, I'll write it and I'll put it right now.
All right, that'll be our Twitter game of the week. All right.
So where's JP?
I'll tell you, that's a load off my back. I'm feeling good right now.
Yeah, suddenly I feel like Atlas right now, which is weird. But
I haven't felt this good in like 3 years.
Well, you look like shit.
All of a sudden, the listeners start downloading the archives like crazy.
I know.
They might not be there in a few months. You better get them now.
Oh, that does remind me. I know that JP mentioned it, but I think we finally fixed our server problems and have our archives working again. The cost of bandwidth finally came down enough. That being said, after I paid a several $1,000 bill, basically overnight, we've been struggling with these overages on our server because people are downloading so many shows. And nobody has unlimited bandwidth. You have to pay a lot of money for overages. Well, like overnight, over the last couple of months, all of a sudden our downloads have increased by like 35%, 45%. So we went from like small overages to enormous overages, which forced us to turn everything off.
Yeah.
And our hosting company, who of course didn't notify us of this earlier, has a new program where we can get the bandwidth that we need. They basically upgraded their programs, and so we did that. So anyhow, the short story is, after paying this enormous amount of overages, and so many people donated, because I know Code put a thread on the forum about that. Thank you so much. It really did help, because I don't really complain about this stuff on the air, but I basically woke up one morning, looked at my credit card statement, and shit my pants.
Yeah, I came over that morning, and his coffee cup was shaking.
I was literally shitting in my own pants.
A warning would have been nice.
And I'm
the warning was a credit card bill.
I get these notifications when I'm over, and they weren't coming through. Or maybe they came through when I was like a little bit over, which I always get.
Yeah.
But they didn't come through when I became like $4,000 over.
So you have it set up to auto charge no matter what the total is?
Yeah.
I don't have to deal with that shit, right? Like you're gonna still.
I'll still deal with that. Yeah,
Okay.
that's all fine.
I'm gonna make a list of the shit that I don't want to deal with.
Right.
And then that Moscow can deal with, maybe.
But anyway, a bunch of people donated to help with that, and I really, Doc knows how much I appreciate it because we spent the first half of the day together that day, and I just was shitting myself the whole time.
Yeah, he was on the phone, shitting himself.
But anyway, we got it all sorted out now, and a bunch of donations helped me pay that credit card bill, so that was good. And don't worry, I won't use any of the donations for the golf academy. Maybe maybe that letter's a scholarship offer. Maybe I don't even have to pay.
Maybe, I don't know.
It'd be rad.
I sure want you back.
Yeah, you keep hoping that.
All right.
Maybe you get some donations to help you out with your tuition.
Yeah, that's good. I can already hear them. They're like, yeah, all right, asshole. We're lucky that you even show up for shows anymore. Now I'm going to pay you to go to golf school? Yeah.
Actually, they're paying you to not show up and do the show.
That's true. Think of it that way.
Yeah.
You're paying me to step aside for the real talent. JP.
Man, you haven't kissed my ass like this
I know.
ever, I think.
You can tell how bad
really?
I want this.
Yeah.
I mean, I listened to last week's show, JP, and you are at the top of your game right now.
Again, call us pygmy.
My brother just texted and it said, "Stop shitting yourself."
Oh, man. I was shitting myself a lot. All right, let's take a break. We're going to have to do feedback later because of my big announcement. We're going to take a break right now. I do believe that Mitch Steele from Stone's going to sit in on the show with us just to hang out.
Yeah.
Whenever he comes to town, we like to have him come over and hang out. So he will help us interview Dave Hoops from Fitger's Brewhouse in Duluth, Minnesota. If you've got questions about Fitger's, about the distribution laws in Minnesota, or better yet, about open fermentation, 888-401-BEER, or hit the Chat Now button on the homepage. It's The Session. We'll be right back.
You're listening to the Brewcasters. On the Brewing Network.
Since the first time the Brewing Network microphones turned on, More Beer was behind it. More Beer sponsors the programming on the BN because, like you, they love brewing. And like the Brewing Network, they love sharing their knowledge. Morebeer.com isn't just a website to place your next equipment or ingredient order. Morebeer.com also gives you access to free beer information that will make you a better brewer. Go to morebeer.com and click into the Learning Center. You'll find podcasts, technical facts, video tutorials, and more, including access to The Buzz, More Beer's social network of more than 5,000 members. And some of them might even be crazier about beer than you are. Get over to morebeer.com today and take advantage of The Buzz, the forum, the Learning Center, and make sure you're signed up to receive the newest More Beer catalog. More Beer, bringing you absolutely everything for beer making.
Hi, I'm Jamel Zanishev, and in addition to my work on the Brewing Network, I write the Style Profile column in every issue of Brew Your Own magazine.
Hi, I'm Sean Paxton, and when I'm not prepping for the Home Brewed Chef on the Brewing Network, you can find me writing articles on how to cook with your home brew for Brew Your Own magazine.
Greetings, cretins. This is John Palmer, and when I'm not writing for Brew Your Own, I'm reading it.
John Palmer, Sean Paxton, Jamil Zanishev. If you love listening to them on the Brewing Network, you'll love reading their articles, tips, and recipes in the pages of Brew Your Own magazine. Join Jamil, John, and Sean 8 times a year in Brew Your Own. And when you subscribe to BYO on the Brewing Network website, half of your subscription price goes right back to the BN to support great beer and food programming. So sign up for Brew Your Own magazine through the BN website today so you can listen and read your way to better homebrew.
Nico, listen, our lawyers said that we had to do this for 1 hour, and after this, we don't have to talk to each other for 3 more months to the next meeting.
Kids, come on, let's get out of here.
I'm supposed to have more lines. I'm the professional. Hey, it's Sully.
And I'm Nico.
And we opened the 21st Amendment 9 years ago at 563 2nd Street in San Francisco, just 2 blocks from Giants Park, to make great beer and have a great time doing it.
That's right, because to us, the 21st Amendment is more than just the right to make beer. It's the right to experiment, to be innovative, and just do things differently. And so now, we're putting our craft beer in cans.
That's right, cans. You can find our world-famous Hell or High Watermelon Wheat Beer and Brew Free or Die IPA throughout California and Alaska.
And now it's also available on draft at select accounts in the Bay Area.
So next time you're at your local neighborhood pub or good beer store, be sure to ask for 21st Amendment in cans.
Because everyone likes it in a can.
Tasty crack cans.
Tasty crack can.
Williams Brewing is your online resource for prompt delivery of quality home brewing supplies. Since 1979, Williams Brewing has offered the finest equipment and freshest ingredients and the best customer service in the business. Cut hours off your brewing sessions by using one of our 11 varieties of famous Williams malt extract. Our Williams Belgian Pale Extract is mashed with pure Belgian 2-row malt and a small percentage of Belgian wheat malt for an authentic Belgian character you just can't get from other extracts. Or check out our unique fermenters, 2.5-gallon kegs, paintball tank-based draft beer equipment, bottling aids, and much more. We even have our own line of precision hydrometers. Go to WilliamsBrewing.com to browse our vast selection. That's WilliamsBrewing.com. Orders placed by 3:30 p.m. Pacific Time ship the same day. Brewing is easy. The Williams way.
Session. Brewing up our next batch of radio gold. Right now.
All right, welcome back to the session. Thanks for sticking with us. In just a minute here, we're going to be talking to Dave Hoops from Fitger's Brewhouse. In fact, let me just make sure I got Dave on the line here. Dave, you with us?
Yeah, hey Justin, how are you?
Good. Thanks for being on the program, man. I appreciate it.
Well, yeah, except now that you're leaving, I don't know what we're going to do.
Are you listeners? Are you sad that I'm going to be gone?
You know, some of us are more listeners than other, but yeah. Sure.
Well, listen, I started this thing a long time ago, and it's time for me to try something else. And so JP will be good. JP's fine. He's done some great interviews. It's going to be. You're lucky you're getting in now. You get me. So
sweet. All right.
I'm very modest. Now, Mitch Steele, who's the head brewer over at Stone, he's the brewmaster down at Stone Brewing Company. Mitch is hanging out with us. Welcome to the studio, Mitch.
Oh, thank you. It's good to be here.
So now that Mitch is here, I was hoping he'd come here earlier during the announcement, but now that he's here, we can do it. Mitch, I was hanging out with on Friday night and telling him about this golf bullshit, and he offered and checked with Greg down at Stone and has offered to throw me a going-away party in San Diego at the Stone World Bistro.
Fuck you.
So after my month here, my last month of shows, CBC is coming up sort of at the end here. It's all kind of lining up in the same area. And we're going to do a party at the Stone World Bistro. And I do believe we've already got... Mosca, do we already have the ticket page up?
Yes, it's justinslastday.eventbrite.com.
Thanks, Mitch.
Oh, you're welcome. It's happy to help, It's
happy to watch me throw my life away.
Well, we know how to throw a party, and I think this is deserving. So
sweet. Yeah. I've been looking forward to Justin's last day party for longer than I've had any plans for my last day to arrive.
When you're 17, one day.
Yeah. So go there to the Eventbrite page, buy tickets. I guess they probably don't go on sale till next week, but you can look at all the information. And, big party at Stone. Thanks, Mitch.
You're welcome.
I love it. All right, so Mitch is going to hang out with us tonight and just help us out. Dave Hoops is from Fitger's Brewhouse in Duluth, Minnesota. Who else is with you there, Dave?
A bunch of us. Head brewer Frank Kasuba, other brewers Keith Heffley, Kelly Armstrong, and brewer support Andrew Spildy. So five of us.
Great. What is brewer support? Like a shoulder massage when it gets late in the day?
It's a happy ending.
Like go from the waist down, but he handles growlering and driving beer around and changing lines and educating staff, and he's learning how to brew.
Okay, got it. Now tell me, what is Fitger's Brewhouse? Are you guys like a small brew pub chain? Tell me about it.
We are a single location 10-barrel brew pub with about roughly 50 tanks due to the fact that we don't filter anything, and we produce all small batch beer and then sell it only at our own locations in Duluth proper, because we'll get into it, but the Tide House laws exist for us, but we can't distribute. So we're a small brew pub that's gotten big, kind of.
So when you say your own locations, if you're a single brew pub, what are the locations?
Single brewery, I'm sorry, but we have restaurants. Like we have 3 restaurants in the town of Duluth, and then a couple of standalone bars. So we have 5 bar restaurant accounts of, like 50 tap lines that we fill off of that brew house, off of our brewery.
Okay, I see. And how big's your brew house?
10 barrels.
Just 10 barrels. That's kind of a lot of places to feed with only 10 barrels.
Yeah, ask all the 7-day-a-week guys here. Yeah, we're making we're going to be 3,300 this year off of that system. So we're working hard.
Okay. Well, that's good to hear. It's good to hear that you're doing well. But, yeah, that's a 7-day-a-week job right there. That's a lot of brewing. Mitch, you don't have to do that anymore, do you?
Yeah, actually.
You do sometimes still.
Yeah, I was working today, as a matter of fact.
Is that right?
Yeah, I'm not actually brewing 7 days a week, but I was working.
I forget, how many barrels is the Stone system, just to put me in perspective here?
About 120.
120 every batch.
Yeah.
Oh, man. See?
Yeah, hey, Mitch, we're Facebook buddies, remember?
Yep, I remember.
Beautiful. All right, so tell me a little bit about these distribution laws, because it sounds like if you guys could, you'd want to put your beer elsewhere, but you're only allowed to do it in your restaurants.
Yeah, it's we have a brewers guild here, and our brewery was one of the charter members, and pretty much every year for the last 10, 11 years, we've gone down to the Capitol trying to get the right to distribute, and through a distributor. We don't want to self-distribute. And the MLBA, the lobbyist or the group that kind of looks after the big guys here, continues to crush it lotsly due to they don't want liquor in grocery stores and stuff. They don't want to mess with the 3-tier. So in 2007, we got the right to sell growlers, which was a huge thing. And then last year, Surly made it so they can have a tap house attached to their production brewery.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, but so Tide Houses was an accident. One of the years, a few years back, we almost got it passed through, and then they crushed it, but the verbiage stayed, and all of a sudden you can sell beer at your own licensed locations within the same ownership group. So now we're aggressively opening restaurants all over the place just to sell beer.
Man, I say this every time this comes up on the show,
right?
But it is so frustrating and archaic that I don't think I could do it if I were you guys. I'd go nuts. I'd be angry all the time.
Yeah,
because it doesn't make sense other than the fact that it's protecting old money. I mean, that's the only part of it that makes sense.
Well, I'm sure Scott told you I came from California, from the Bay Area, where obviously the laws kick ass, and I wasn't prepared for what I had walked into. So we've been super aggressive about exploiting the law to the very end and borrowing the money, building the restaurants just to sell the beer. And our growler sales now have just exploded because of it. So we're going to get a grassroots thing where people are demanding the beer, we hope.
Well, I would say that that's maybe one advantage about some small breakthroughs like that. And even for sales, if I'm a resident of Minnesota and looking for new ways to get craft beer, if all of a sudden I can go buy growlers and I couldn't before, I'm going to go nuts with it too. I'm going to show up every Friday with 5 growlers to fill. So I can see how maybe the excitement and the buzz about it being a new thing might help you guys sell some beer too.
It was pretty close to 25,000 growlers we sold last year.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's great.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah.
So the beer is desired. There's no doubt. And if we had the opportunity to distribute, we already purchased a building, and we want to build a production brew pub, so to speak.
Okay.
So that's the goal.
That's interesting. I don't know that I've ever heard of a production brew pub, but
well, it's bullshit. There's going to be a little tiny restaurant attached to the 30 or 50 barrel brew house or whatever.
That's perfect. It's an enormous brew house, and you can buy a fucking hot dog in the corner.
I see it, yeah, a hot dog stand.
It's going to be the production brew pub.
Does that come with popcorn?
Yeah.
Well, see, the thing I really like about that, too, and I would probably find ways to exploit this, is that the dumber the law is, the more motivated I would be to insult the law by doing something like that. By just, you can buy one chip. You could buy a one potato chip at our new brew pub. Just to give if they're going to make the stupid law, then I'm going to exploit it.
Right.
You have the menu.
Well, for example, liquor stores can deliver liquor in Minnesota, so we immediately started delivering growlers. You can call us and get a movie and a pizza and a growler. Now, that's exploitation, but we're doing it.
Right. But that's fantastic, and that's what you have to do, and almost to just prove, because when you present the law, the change in the law, the new law to do it properly, you can then even say, look what you're having us do. Are you telling me that this is any different than what the new law is, other than us calling you stupid? I mean, I'm delivering my growlers to people, or I have a tiny restaurant in an enormous production facility. You're forcing us to do this. Just make the law right,
Check this out. Just for the icing on the cake, they put a cap of 3,500 barrels a year production per brewery. So what that means is when we get to 3,500 barrels next year, by law, we're required to build another brewery that can again make 3,500 barrels. And they're trying to tell us we couldn't make another drop at that brewery and spend the millions to make another one. Free market,
Wow.
It has to change.
Wow. That's amazing.
So what's being done about that?
Well, we're working hard on it. Our guild is we've got all kinds of money in the bank because we keep on doing. We're a nonprofit. We have a lot of events, and we're a non-legislative event deal because we have Summit and Shells and stuff in our guild, as well as the smallest brew pubs around.
Yeah.
But we're an education outfit, and we're putting all that money together, and then individually we're going off. We're going off with Town Hall, for example, my brother's brewery in Minneapolis. They just hired a lobbyist, and we're trying to take on, like Omar had a lobbyist. He was really smart when he got the Surly bill.
Yeah.
So we're going to do it the same way. In the meantime, we're bursting at the seams, to be honest. So, we're just kind of keeping status quo until the law can change with our time frame, we're hoping.
In some ways, maybe the motivation is like a really good charge for the brew culture, for you guys, for other small breweries, that you have a villain to go after and to get things changed. Keeps you.
Isn't Bud always the villain? Hey, Mitch is right.
What?
Yeah.
Right. I don't know what you're saying.
Mitch's black hat doesn't fit anymore. Okay?
No, it's okay though. But when I was younger, they were the villain. Now I respect everybody's beer. It's just that they're in the can't beat 'em, join 'em kind of thing right now.
Yeah.
Well, let us sell our beer. It's not going to hurt at Budweiser to sell our beer. And we're a tiny little brew pub.
I agree with you. And in part, when I say villain, I mean, even though maybe they're the ones hiring the lobbyist to keep the laws this way, I'm just as discouraged at the lawmakers and the people allowing that lobby to happen. So when I say villain, I'm thinking about those people accepting that ridiculous lobby.
Well said. I hope they're listening because I know a few. That's well said.
All right. Well, there you go. That's my last good statement on the program before I leave for a world of career of golf and giving a shit about all of this. I'll do. Because I have to drink shitty beer on the golf course anyway. I will work to change that. That'll be my political platform. Bring good beer to golf courses around the country. That's what we need.
It's about time.
Augusta, next week.
Right. They're all going to be drinking Bud Light. Bud. But, Sierra comes in cans now. Surly comes in cans.
That's true.
We love it. It's a beautiful thing. It's always in my fridge. Sierra in cans, it's gorgeous.
Yeah. Those nice new 22s. Mitch, is Stone going to do the can thing?
We're thinking about it. I don't know if we will or not, but it's definitely something that we're exploring.
Okay.
Yeah. We need room. We don't have room right now. So, if we can expand a little bit and get some room, then we might start thinking seriously about it.
I'm all about the Sierra Nevada route where they're doing the big cans. I love the large
Yeah,
cans.
if you're going to do that, go large format.
Yeah.
Silos.
Right. Exactly. So you mentioned, Dave, that you started out here in the Bay Area. So tell me a little bit about that. You started not in beer, though. Is that right? You started in wine.
I started in wine in the late 80s and then went into wine sommeliering. Kind of, remember Star's Restaurant? It's a long time ago. It was in the Civic Center, Jeremiah Tower, some like executive chef type thing.
Okay.
And anyway, I was in wine, and then I started homebrewing just constantly, and pretty quickly fell in love with it. And then I went off to Siebel, and that's when I got some help from Goose, and Matt helped me out when he was at Goose at that time, and went back to the Bay Area and worked for free all over the place, and then tied on at Pyramid when they opened the new production facility in Berkeley. It was in '96, I think.
When Goose died, did you have fun? I mean, at the funeral, was it a nice... Was Maverick there? Was it?
All I thought was, how lucky Mr. Greg Hall was. That's what I thought.
Right. When you started at the Berkeley production facility, was it also the restaurant that it is now, or was it just a brewery?
No, it was brand new. It was just opened, and the head brewer was John Chamberlain, who's like one of my favorite people in brewing ever, and I don't think he's doing it anymore.
Okay.
But he took a chance on me, and everything worked out amazingly well there, and I got a really nice background after Siebel in production brewing, which allowed me to branch out into this. And of course, the Bay Area brewing scene, I was like a kid in the candy store meeting all those guys. Sean was another huge help to me, and I'll always give him a shout out anytime I possibly can. So.
O'Sullivan?
Yeah, hell yeah. Even no matter what he says, he was hugely helpful.
I mean, despite of what he said.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Now, tell me about Siebel. Do you now that it's been a while since you went there, if a home brewer was looking to go to a course like that, would you recommend it? Do you think you really needed that to get into professional brewing?
Not back then, I didn't. But, Siebel wasn't what it is now. It was before they split with Altec. And in my opinion, I needed that background because I had that thirst for knowledge. But that back then, you could get a job at a brewery without carrying around, an education, or it was easier. Now, yeah, I think it's totally necessary. Although I know the waiting lists are really long, but yes,
okay,
in my opinion.
And I'll ask this both you, Dave, and also Mitch. If you got a stack of 5 resumes on your desk and somebody comes out of a school, whether it be Siebel or somewhere else, is that something you give priority to, Mitch?
It is, actually. Pretty much everybody that we hire as a brewer at Stone has either got education or experience at this point.
Okay.
And if not, if they're a passionate home brewer or somebody who's got some chops but doesn't have the background, we put them on the bottling line or the keg line and let them kind of feel their way around a brewery and make sure they understand what they're getting into, and then they can move up. But the education definitely helps.
I think it's the same thing the Niners do.
Put them on the field.
Yeah, no experience or whatever. No,
right.
Sorry,
Dave. Same question. Same question for you.
Well, my 2 latest hires are sitting here with us, Kelly and Keith. Kelly went to Siebel and had, not a lot of experience. And then Keith had run the Gunnison Brewery in mountains of Colorado for 7 years as a head brewer. So in both cases, I hired both of them. But Kelly wouldn't have gotten the job without the Siebel. No way.
Okay.
But Keith had all that experience. So I would agree with Mitch. It's kind of one or the other. Both are good.
Okay. So if somebody else has given you the chance to fuck up their brewery first for a while, but you don't have education, then that's good.
So who's the bigger jerk? The one that went to school or the one that just got a job right out of high school?
That's a good question.
Right? Who wasted their time?
Right.
That's what I want to know.
Do the kids coming out of whatever age, they're hardly ever kids because we figure out we want to go into brewing like way later, don't we?
Yeah. It's like professional golf, same thing.
Right. Do the people who are kind of fresh out of Siebel or the Davis program or something, but maybe don't have the experience, do they tend to think they know all about your brewery when they get in there?
They get away from that pretty quick.
They do.
Yeah, our veterans show them the ropes real quick and show them they really don't know anything. So,
Right.
Yeah.
You should really have this at a 47-degree angle because 45 is scientifically proven to alleviate the freaking thing.
Right.
I'm just kidding. I think most of them realize that they're pretty green, and when they come in, they see it after one day. They're pretty humble.
Okay. It doesn't take long. It takes one day. That's amazing. All right.
I agree, and it's there's a lot of. I interviewed 33 people to hire 2 guys over about a 3-month period. It's not that easy to get into these jobs, even though there's a million breweries open. We're pretty picky, and I imagine Stone is as well. The guy has to fit in, and if he doesn't have that right personality, it ain't going to work.
Well, there's even less of the available qualified guys because one's a girl, right?
No.
Is Kelly a girl? Didn't you just say that?
Kelly could be a dude.
No.
Is
Kelly's
Kelly
a little girlish, but he's
a little girlish.
Yeah, that's an April Fool's joke.
Yeah, Kelly's really a girl. Come on.
I'm too far away from the computer now.
I should turn my mic off.
Poor guy over there. Okay, now, so you start here in the Bay Area, but I'm reading that you end up forced to move back to Minnesota because your wife made you.
Well, if any of you are married, you know the way it works. But
right. You didn't have a choice.
I figured I was going to live in San Francisco till I died, and I miss it terribly out there. But we had our daughter Daisy out there, and Pyramid was paying me okay, but I wasn't going to buy a house or pay for decent schooling. And my wife, she grew up here, and the opportunity came to take over this brewery, and obviously a 10-barrel brew house. Well, they were doing 200 barrels a year then, but the opportunity to make all these new fun beers and give my kids high quality of life, that was the impetus, and that was 14 years ago. Now it's hard to believe, but yeah,
kind of makes sense actually. Now I feel stupid for staying here. Those were a lot of good points over there. And now,
there.
Did you get there and get right into the brewing world with Fitgers?
Yeah, well, my brother, you may have heard of him. His name is Mike Hoops. He runs the brewery down in Minneapolis called Minneapolis Town Hall. He opened Fitger's Brewhouse in '96 and was the first brewer there, and had gotten it going. So when he was leaving the industry, it was one phone call. Well, Dave's in Berkeley. You should call him. So I walked right into the job.
Got it. And you've been there ever since.
Correct.
Love it. Okay. Well, are we drinking one of the beers right now, Moscow? Is that what you had poured us?
I did, yeah. It's the IPA.
Oh, it's their IPA?
Yes.
Wow, that's real good.
It is real good. Thanks.
Okay, there's the order, guys, but IPA is a good idea.
Scott still has yet to...
Wildfire.
We tell Moscow every week that there's an order, and every
I
week
need you guys
he ignores
to
us.
vouch for me that I asked you to send me an order and you didn't.
Keith?
That was my fault. Sorry, Scott.
But Scott should know. Don't apologize to him. He should know by now.
Just ask us what they were.
Keith, you're off the hook. Moscow, on the other hand, is
supposed
about
to fly
to
to Minnesota and kick him in the shin. And what am I supposed to do?
Lighter beers first.
Right.
Just don't drink Wildfire, boys, until the end, because your taste buds will be screwed.
All right, we'll save that. Thank you, by the way, for hypothetically sending us beer to California. It's
yeah, that drawing of the beer was awesome.
It does help us with the interview. This is a great beer.
The hypothetical hop character is awesome.
There you go.
Did it not arrive?
No, we have it. I'm trying to save you legally.
Distribution line.
But if you don't care, I don't care, Dave. Thanks for sending beer.
Oh, it's a gift. I paid for that beer.
Oh, well, then there you go.
I guess that makes it legal.
Sent it U.S. mail, did you?
Probably not in Minnesota.
I drank it already. It's already gone, but I'm just smelling like glass right now.
Now, you don't filter any beer there, is that correct?
Sure.
Well, filtering, I'm not going to tell you what I think of people who filter.
All right.
No, we don't filter.
Oh, you do filter?
No, we do not.
Oh, you don't? Okay.
Obviously, if we build a bigger production facility, we will. But our artisanal beers, we don't believe in filtering, but we condition everything. So we have double tanks for everything. The beer tastes better. So, no, it's not filtered.
Well, I think you did a nice job conditioning this beer. I asked that because I thought you didn't filter, but that this is a nice, pretty clear-looking IPA. It's not crystal clear, but shit, you see right through it.
It smells like
beer.
It smells... I'll tell you, it smells like it's kind of like a hoppy pale ale in the aroma, which I like. I would prefer when I get into that kind of lower IPA world. What kind of hop notes are you guys picking up in the beer?
us.
No.
No, I'm talking to these guys. Everybody's got their nose in a glass.
Do you have more Moscow?
Definitely get some stone fruit in here, like peach, apricot kind of thing going on.
Would you stop plugging your brewery? Jesus.
Oh, sorry.
God.
Pitted fruit.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah, I get that too, and it's a really balanced. I think what I mean about it being closer to like the pale ale side for me is that it's really balanced. It's not over. I also can smell some sweet malt in there.
It's not super over the top. It's citrusy.
Yeah,
but not aggressively piney or
no.
Like
Yeah,
that, yeah.
Yeah, give me some.
It's only 6.5%. It's not strong. Yeah, that's a good call on your part.
What kind of hops are in it?
It's Citra and Eldorado and Sterling and Autonomous.
Sterling, I thought I was getting something that was a little bit noble-like. Sterling is like a Saaz-like derivative, and it has that Saaz type of quality a little bit, which is really cool.
A little spicy.
What's Eldorado?
Yeah, what is that?
It's a real good car.
New hop variety. We haven't used it at Stone, but it's something I've got a lot of interest in myself.
Tell us about that one, Dave.
Pineapples and mangoes and just a whole tropical fruit explosion. Nice. It's nice. We waited about a year to get our hands on it with the contract, but we're loving it. We only got enough to use with this beer.
And is it, percentage-wise, is it a lot of the hop bill in this beer or not very much?
It's first word hopped and 60-minute hopped and some whirlpool hop. That's the Eldorado part of this.
So it is your bittering hop for this beer, too?
Yeah, that's what I should have said. Correct.
No, that's okay. That's just me clarifying for dumb people like me. I think it's a good bittering addition because it's also I think fairly neutral then, which is what we're always looking for, like with the Magnum and things like that. And it sounds like Eldorado kind of works the same because it's not. It's certainly not overly bitter, which is what turns into an IPA that I don't like. It's a very round bitterness that it has.
It has a good malt presence as well.
Yeah.
Good.
It is kind of for me the hop flavor changes as the beer kind of it flows well. There's like a segmented kind of hop thing going on that I like. It seems more full in the flavor than the aroma, and it's kind of an interesting. It's very citrusy in the aroma, but the flavor it's more of those, like Nate was saying, those kind of noble hops, little fruit, little stone fruit happening, and it's really interesting.
Yeah. I've been to Minnesota a couple times, and this would be the best beer I would have ever had there.
Oh, you're so kind.
The beer.
Now,
had I not been flying over at the
time.
Right. So let me give you guys, for people listening, it's 15.8 starting, and it's finished at 2.9, and calculated BUs are around 80. Obviously I don't have a spec, so I can't really know that, but and it's got about 24 pounds of hops in the total malt bill, but a lot of that's dry hop.
Okay.
Dave, if you want to send a sample of this beer to Stone, we can run the IBUs for you.
Thank you, Mitch.
Yeah. Send a lot.
All right.
Yeah, because you guys spill a lot.
Oh, that's nice of you, Mitch. That would be good. I think a lot of brewers want to know that kind of stuff because, like you say, Dave, you can calculate it, but you don't really know until it gets run like that. So,
well, our friends at Summit are really cool they're really great here, and if I drive beers down to them, they'll run them all for me, and we do that once in a while just to see how far off our calculations are, and normally they're pretty close, which is cool.
Can you pour me a little more of that, please, Moscow? Doc's got it. Oh, I have it.
You have it, actually.
There we go. I'm looking at a clear plastic container here. Is this your yeast pitch container?
Well, here's the growler. Obviously that's from White Labs is the idea, but that's our adventure growler. And gentlemen,
the adventure growler.
You won't believe this. So you've heard of the Boundary Waters, possibly. It's northern Minnesota and Canada. It's a no motorized boating zone, just islands and camping and stuff. It's a big deal, national park. No glass. So after all these guys coming up from the city screaming at us about wanting to take beer up, I was getting my yeast from White Labs like that, and we made a deal with Nalgene, and now we package that beer that way. Now I realize it's clear, which bugs me, but we sell like 1,800 a year of those things.
Wow! And
but we can't sell them.
I mean, that's every beer geek's first complaint. You go, oh, it's clear, but you're right. The convenience of it and being able to take it out camping and stuff is perfect.
I have a couple of those I've stolen from some local breweries, and they're great for housing beer. And
yeah,
they're awesome.
Yeah,
I mean, if you wanted to, you could like tape it up and cover it all up. But
that's true.
Who gives a shit?
Just put it in a big brown paper bag.
Yeah, hell yeah.
That's what you want to do anyway.
Well, he was the one who packaged all our beer and got it together. But we counter pressure fill our growlers. I went to Bamberg and bought a Helba. For filling growlers, so we clean and fill them ourselves, but we can't fill those things under pressure. They bow out.
Yeah.
Yeah, they go out around and they stay permanently like that, and they look terrible.
I see. I'm going to tell you right now, Dave, this doesn't always happen in here when people send beer. That growler's getting finished right now. I mean it. That's a good sign. Like, a lot of times we'll taste the beer that we get sent, and it's nice to talk about, and it's good beer. But there are a lot of unfinished growlers that get left in the studio.
People ain't going for thirds.
And this beer's going around and around this table right now.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to kill it, but I figured I'd leave some for the next person.
For Doc.
Like Doc.
It's a really well-done beer.
Thanks, guys. Everybody sitting here is really proud of that beer. We try to make beer that's worthy. Coming from California, I got taught by the best. I'm not going to bullshit. I came here with no market, and we've been putting out beer that would make you guys proud out there.
Beautiful.
Not being immodest. We're trying to.
No, we'd buy this one again. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Tell us about the yeast in this beer.
It's 001 White Labs, the old standard.
Just good old Cal Ale.
Yeah.
What temperature do you ferment at?
68, typically with this one, and it's usually about a 5-day, Frank.
Yeah, it's a 5 to 7 day fermentation.
Okay,
and then a conditioning period because we don't filter. So,
inner open fermentation.
Yeah, it's open fermentation on that beer too, guys.
Yeah, I want to talk about that. I got to take a quick break. Let me take care of some sponsors, but. Now, let me ask you, just to set it up before we go to break, is it only your IPAs that you do open fermentation on?
Frank?
Yeah, pretty much. We have one 15-barrel open fermenter that we do our IPAs in, and we have a smaller 10-barrel open fermenter that we do some other beers in, but mostly the IPAs.
Okay, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to find out why these guys do open fermentation with their IPAs and other beers. It's always a fascinating topic for me. If you've got questions, 888-401-BEER or hit the chat now button. We're talking to Fitger's Brewery from Minnesota, and we'll be back in just a minute. Hang in there, guys. We'll be right back.
Listening to the Brewcasters. On the Brewing Network.
Hey Jack, what you doing? Playing Warcraft?
No way, it's TBG time, buddy.
TBG?
Get with it. I'm playing that brewery game.
What brewery game?
No, that's the name of the site, thatbrewerygame.com.
What?
Yeah, check it out, man.
If you've ever brewed beer in your dreams or wish you could mash in right from your desk at work, you can. Kind of. With That Brewery Game. You can brew up a great batch of beer from anywhere virtually. Then you can sell it because in That Brewery Game, it's legal to sell your beer to the public, create recipes, brew virtually, upgrade your equipment, upload labels, and test market your brand at thatbrewerygame.com.
You still slinging pissed off birds into buildings from your phone? Forget that. Try making beer.
Sweet.
Register right now for your free account at thatbrewerygame.com. Brew, drink, play. Thatbrewerygame.com.
In a world where everything has been lost.
What happened to the city? It's in ruins.
Only one man has the ancient knowledge to restore civilization.
I need a drink. Oh no, the liquor store's been ransacked.
You looking for beer, stranger? Boy, all the liquor got drunk up in the first 25 minutes of the apocalypse.
Wait, there's still some bottles over... Oh, no. Those are non-alcoholic beer.
Hey, I reckon you better stick to arrowroot tea and a desperate nomadic existence like the rest of us.
People, I'm a home brewer. I know how to make alcohol.
It can't be done.
Come with me if you want the beer. Okay, I'm gonna need some big plastic buckets.
He is the chosen one. The prophecies say that he's gonna get us wasted.
Someone start heating water. And
from the creators of Northern Brewer, the people who brought you $7.99 Brew Saver shipping, massive selection, and superior customer service comes the Home Brewer.
What'd you get? More brewing ingredients?
Yep. You know what I love about Brewmaster's Warehouse?
The $6.99 shipping?
Well, yeah, but...
Oh, the in-store classes for beginning brewers.
Yeah, that's cool, but...
Oh, the Brew Builder. Creating and saving your recipes online is awesome!
No, yes, but...
The cheese-making supplies.
No.
Oh, the wine-making supplies. Oh, the distilling equipment and liquor flavorings.
All that stuff is awesome, yes, but what I really love is that the guy who runs it is totally hot. And that Brew Builder software is awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Brewmaster's Warehouse brings you flat rate shipping on great equipment and ingredients to make beer, wine, cheese, and spirits at brewmasterswarehouse.com. And if you're in Georgia, stop by Brewmaster's Warehouse Monday through Saturday from 10 to 6. Visit brewmasterswarehouse.com today because it's totally hot.
Oh, yeah.
What's funny is brewers will say, yeah, I don't brew to stop. I'm brewing my own beer. And it's like a German Pilsner, but it's black. Yeah, it's a sports beer. You know?
The home of live beer radio. TheBrewingNetwork.com.
Because like beer,
radio shouldn't suck. You're listening to The Session.
tuned into this session.
Because life's too short to listen to crappy radio.
Welcome back to the program. Thanks for sticking with us. I need to tell you real quick about craftbeeru.com. You know our friends over at Beer Judge Education. You can find them now at craftbeeru.com. They're the better beer scores dudes who will help you train for the BJCP exam online from the comfort of your home. They do the live webinars, and you actually get to learn about tasting and everything you need to know for the BJCP exam. It's all guaranteed as well over at craftbeeru.com. And, you know, there's a new, I don't know if you guys heard this, but there's a new BJCP exam rule where now you can take the written exam online. So whereas you used to kind of have to wait for a class to come up, and there was a little bit of a backup, believe it or not, people wanting to take the exam, and you'd have to wait for one to come up that was available. Well, now you can take the written portion online, and then you still have to schedule for the tasting portion. Well, the guys over at Craft Beer U, the Beer Judge Education dudes, you know, they cover all of that. So they'll prepare you for that written exam. Then you can take the written exam online anytime you want, and then just sign up for one of the tasting things. So go over to craftbeeru.com. They've got new classes filling up right now. There's a class that's going to be, it's a 12-week course that they give you, and it's a pretty good deal. Mondays, April 23rd through July 16th. That's going to be from 7 to 9 p.m. Mountain Time. You just have to be at your computer. And then there's going to be one Wednesdays from May 2nd to July 25th from like 5 to 9 Mountain or something. So it's a really great class. I recommend that you go take it. And if you're a American Homebrewers Association member, you get a 20% discount already, which is a good deal. So go over to craftbeeru.com if you're looking to be a BJCP judge, and you can take the test after these guys have trained you how to do it. It's guaranteed. So if you don't pass the test, you can take the courses again. And if you don't like the courses after your second one, you get a full refund. So go check it out, craftbeeru.com. All right, we're talking to the guys at Fitger's Brewhouse from Duluth, Minnesota. We've got Dave and his crew on the line with us right now. And just before the break, we mentioned open fermentation, which, it's a bit of a dying breed of open fermenters. Why do you guys do open fermentation?
We just do IPAs, and in our opinion, the hop character is so much rounder and more assertive. Going back to, you guys remember Alpha King back in the day before Three Floyds expanded? All that stuff was made open as well.
Yeah.
And the way we find it is that we have a rounder, more ballsy hop character using open fermentation, and our system allows us to do it without any kind of real concern about fucking up the beer. So that's our feelings.
So that it begs the question for me, and for any brewer who can answer what their opinion is this a head pressure thing? I know that we've talked about head pressure and things in terms of yeast performance and the shape of your fermenter and things like that, but it sounds to me like you might be talking about the same thing if it comes to hops. Why do you think the hop character comes out better for you in open fermentation?
Well, Mitch is probably a better guy to answer this, but I imagine that the turbulence, the movement within the fermentation, the fermenter vessel during fermentation, it probably flows a little bit different when air is escaping, and due to that, it seems to me that what's left behind is better. Mitch, can you help me?
Any impressions on this, Mitch?
Kind of put me on the spot because I don't know a whole lot about open fermentations, but I would agree. I mean, I think the whole dynamic is totally different when you're in an open atmosphere versus trying to force all the CO2 that's being generated out through a small down tube. Even though the tank's not pressurized, you still have kind of a confined route for the CO2 to escape, and that's going to change the dynamic. I mean, yeast is very sensitive, and beer is very sensitive when you're fermenting it, and any change in the tank geometry or the vessel itself is going to change the character of the beer.
Yeah.
Exactly. And the thing is also, it's really nice to dry hop, because we like to dry hop, when we're at like 5 Plato, almost done with fermentation on the warm side. And it's much, much easier to dump in hops in that situation and then move it on for clarification.
That's a good point. You just
like
throw
the
it
boil.
all right
Just like
in.
the boil.
Yeah. It's just like putting in your finishing hops.
Okay, now I'm jealous.
Right.
You get on top of
Well, it
500.
really works. I went to, when I was at the last MBAA conference, they had a really nice group up there. They had the guys from Bell's and New Belgium and Sierra, and Vinny was up there and stuff, and they were all talking about dry hopping during fermentation as opposed to conditioning. And everybody that does it during fermentation, I think, that would have been Vinny and Bell's, has beers of some character there. There's a difference,
Yeah. And by during fermentation, like you said, your IPA, I think you said, finishes at like 2.5. So you're really talking about like the end. You said you might throw in your dry hops at like 5 Plato.
Yeah, exactly. We tried earlier and it didn't work for us, and later, same deal. It seems like 5 to 5 is in our system works the best.
It's that little magic spot where no one knows what the fuck the yeast is doing with the hops at that point,
right?
But it's doing something. It's
I think part of the idea. Part of the idea with that is that if you add it too early in a fermentation, that the CO2 is scrubbing out a lot of the aromas.
Yes. Okay.
If you add it too late, then you're not having the convection movement that's going on during fermentation, and so the hops aren't getting distributed around quite as much if you add it later in fermentation. So that there's kind of a sweet spot there.
I see. Well, that's a good point.
Now, what's the geometry of your open fermentation vessel? What's the height, for instance? How deep is that?
Our buddy Jim at Interior Stainless built it. I got to plug him because he's an awesome guy, and it's about 8-9 feet tall, and it's a circle.
It's a cylinder. Yeah,
it's a cylinder, and it's the sidewalls are probably 6 feet or so, and how far across? Maybe 6 feet by 6 feet. I'm guessing here, but something like that.
Something on that order.
Yeah.
Right. Wow.
It's interesting to me that I've only ever seen a square vessel. Turn yourself on.
Like a cool ship.
Like a cool ship, yeah. A cylinder, that's interesting.
That's really like an open fermenter. I mean, it's like shaped like a fermenter except for the
master cylinder.
Now, I have a couple questions about... Go ahead.
Go. No,
well,
go
I'm just curious for one, I'm curious if it was sort of trial and error that you figured out that it works best for IPAs. But even before that, Was Fitger's always an open fermentation brewery, or how did you even get into,
That's perfect. That's just what I was going to say. When I took this brewery over, they had 3 fermenters, and they were all open tanks. The INN system, which my little brother bought from Ken out at Glenwood Canyon, and they were already like 30 years old when he bought them. And so everything we were making was open tanks. And so right off the bat, that's all we did.
Okay.
Now, today we have, 16 fermenters? Mm-hmm. And 2 of them are open. So we've changed over.
Got it. Okay.
Now, how do you define open? Is it like open to the world, or is it open? It's in a room that you've got somehow controlled as far as what air is in there.
Yeah.
Well, that's nice, but no, it's open, but there's a lid on it. We don't have any kind of, like Anchor has that reverse osmosis thing with the airflow. Yeah, no, we're in a regular room, but everything has a lid. But it is still, it's next to closed unitanks.
I see. So the lid it's not a sealed lid. It's just a cover, in a sense.
Correct.
Okay.
Exactly. So that we don't scratch our beards and infect everything. Exactly.
I prefer that, especially now that I've really enjoyed that IPA. You could have really put me off.
I think it might need more beard, actually.
Right. Tasty
Tasty
puts dog hair in his mash tun, so. But that's his secret. It works.
That's a secret. There it goes.
It works
Hey,
well.
Moscow, the next beer should be Timmy's, unless you've already opened something else, because that's a German export Helles.
I was waining for your suggestion. What's it called?
Timmy's.
Timmy's Edelstoff, and you know where I got
okay.
the Edelstoff thing? I got crazy in Augustiner's beer in Munich, and I just had to come back and try to do it myself.
Augustiner's such a great Helles. It's a fantastic beer.
Yeah. Only beer better is Heron Pils that I found in Bamberg, which is my to die for beer.
I've not had that one. I wasn't up in Bamberg, but all right.
Pils, gentlemen. Man Pils.
Man pills, even.
That's what heron means in German. You know that.
I thought man pills were like...
something Justin's dad takes.
Yeah. Yeah. Thought they were for his corns. I don't know. Weird. All right, we're going to try...
So we made this after drinking entirely too much beer over there for a long time and just tried to do the best we could to... Their export Helles, they say, is higher in alcohol than their regular 4.0 Helles, and it's got a lot more malt than hop, and it's just a clean, easy drinking lager that we've fallen in love with this recipe.
And this is not done in an open fermenter, is that right?
Correct. This is your typical 2-month span of lagering time and fermenting cold and your basic. Although we make a lot of lagers for a brew pub because I'm obsessed with them, but when we get busy, it's harder to do.
Shit, you guys are brewing some good beer over there.
Yeah, that's nice.
This is a good lager too.
Thanks, boys. We appreciate that a lot.
It's beautiful.
What yeast is this beer done with?
That's 830.
830 from White Labs.
White Labs, 830.
They're German lager yeast.
Okay. And what temperature?
It goes in at 52, and typically the run runs on between 48 and 52, and the primary is about, what would you say, Frank, 10 to 12 days?
Yeah, 12 days, maybe up to 2 weeks.
It's all spalt hops. Gravity 13.3 to start. Finished, it's usually right around 4 to 3.8. And then it goes into a 6-week lagering period. Typically, there's a lot of Bonlander and Bohemian Pils in there.
Okay, yeah.
Do you raise the temp at the end of ferment, or do you keep it at that range, 48 to 52, the entire time?
We sometimes raise the fermentation temperature at the end. We get the lager yeast in and brew it as a seasonal yeast. We don't always have the lager yeast around, so we try to make a good 4 or 5 different lagers when we have that yeast around. And it seems like earlier on, the first 3 batches that we brew, we don't have any problems with fermentation finishing out at that 52 degrees. And then sometimes the last couple batches, we raise it up to like 56 just to get the yeast to finish out that fermentation.
Okay. Well, how about
the other thing we like to do too is we like to chill it down as far as we can to say 31 degrees. The Germans obviously use a flotation tank and all that stuff. I just go over there to learn about lagers from them, and we don't have that. But we've tried to do some capping and getting some natural carbonation, and then going as cold as possible for our conditioning time.
That
seems to help.
interesting. So, just to the point of freezing, just before the point of it freezing for you.
Correct. Absolutely, and that makes a difference. At least it does with these beers.
What's a flotation tank?
Well, the Germans they make lagers, and they go from the finish of the brew into a giant clear tank where they run off their trub, and then they pitch the yeast in this flotation tank before they get to fermentation, and then it's like another tank in the process. And in my opinion, it makes cleaner beers that ferment out much better. And most of the German breweries that I've visited have those.
I see. This is going to sound stupid, but I've done that on a homebrew level before, where I've taken, back when I used to just do it on the stove, and I do like the partial boil, and then I'd be dumping all that shit into a carboy, and the carboy looked disgusting to me, so I would wait a few hours for it all to drop to the bottom, right, and then transfer it to another carboy, and that's where I would pitch my yeast. Now, I don't know if it made for a better beer because I suck at brewing, but...
I think you suck at cleaning, so you probably didn't clean the second one very well. That's the problem with doing that, is you need to clean twice as much, and if you're not good the first time, you're not going to be good the second time.
But technically, if you were going to do a lager, you could do... I guess what I'm saying is you could do this equivalent of the German style by doing it that way. Am I getting the right impression, Dave, about what the process is?
Absolutely. And I'm always joking that the Germans make the best lagers in the world, and they'll tell you that repeatedly if you're over there, but they're right. I would die a happy man if that's all I had to drink. And those guys, what they do, it's they have these tiny little they have these breweries in these tiny towns that are worth like $10 million. I don't know where they get the money, but everything is state of the art when you go inside.
Right.
And every one of them has horizontal lagering tanks and flotation tanks. Every one of them, it seems like. And so I'm just trying to copy them if I can, And you're doing the same thing there.
Yeah, that's what I do, like in my conical. So when I brewed a Helles a few weeks ago and just let it sit for a couple hours, cooling, and then drop out anything that happened to be at the bottom, and then pitch the yeast.
Okay.
Yeah, so
it's
conical is great.
For sure.
By the way, the Germans all have those systems because this is the way it is done.
Yeah.
We have this is what we do.
Well, they sell a lot of gold.
You don't have any choice.
You know what I'm trying
They're
to say.
not allowed to build another kind of brewery.
I'm going to go and watch Beer Fest after this interview, for sure.
Right. Now, did you mention the malt bill on this beer?
I did. Well, a little bit. It's Weyermann Bohemian Pils at about 80%, and then it's some Briess Bonlander, and then some Weyermann Vienna, and some Briess C10. That's the whole deal.
Okay. How much? Vienna must be a tiny amount in there.
10%.
10% still. Okay. Now, it had, to me, and I noticed this in a lot of the Helles type beers that I like, it has like a slight kind of a perfume flavor to it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that could sound like a bad thing, but it's not. If it's moderate, it's a nice, crisp flavor, I think, and it's a little bit flowery, it's a little bit estery, it's got a lot of the qualities of that German malt, but also of the noble hops, I think.
Yeah, but you get a little too much, and it gets a little like soapy. Almost.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, but you're right. It's in there.
Just a little bit on this beer.
A little bit of perfumey in there.
There's some sulfur in there, too, which seems to be a flavor component in this beer that works okay.
Yeah, I think it's an appropriate amount of sulfur.
Yeah, I think it's too much.
It sounds weird to say it, but I can really enjoy that sulfur flavor in a good Helles. But it's got to be moderate, right?
Yeah.
Not the
it has
kind
to belong.
Not the kind of gives you a headache.
Yeah.
Well, you usually smell it, and most new lager brewers freak because coming out of the airlock, it just smells like sulfur, and they think there's something wrong.
Yeah.
And it usually goes away. A lot of it goes away, and then it'll leave just a little bit in there, especially in a Helles when there's not a lot to hide behind.
Now, you said this will sit around for 6 weeks to lager. Is there a point earlier in the process where you can taste this, and the sulfur's pretty dominant?
Yeah, absolutely. And we make another Park Point Pilsner, a hoppier German lager, Pilsner type beer, and it's the same thing. It has to have that time. Otherwise, the beer just isn't really drinkable.
Yeah.
If you don't give your lagers that time, then don't serve them, don't make them. That'd be my advice.
Right. And you don't filter this beer?
Hell no. Why would we?
It's crystal clear, man. It looks good.
Yeah. Well, the guys sitting here they're the ones that are doing it. So, yeah, I'm just the figurehead. You know that.
Right. You don't do anything. You're just a pretty face, talks about the beer.
I wanted to be that.
Not pretty, but
Yeah.
He's the puppet.
I attached the picture of Dave to the email, right?
Oh, that's
You
true.
did
I'm
get
sorry.
That, right?
It wasn't... You're
Be
right.
accurate with your reporting.
Pills in that picture, guys. Yeah.
Right. All right, let me go through some questions from our chat room, too. They're kind of all across the board here, but I want to make sure I get to them. Let's see here. Do you ever reuse yeast in the open fermenter when you do the IPAs and things?
This is for Frank or Keith.
Well, back in the old days when we only just had those 3 open fermenters, we had to reuse the yeast, and we would top crop the yeast, actually, at that point to get it and reuse it. Now, though, that we only do open fermentation pretty much on the IPAs, we bottom crop off of our closed tank fermentations and then pitch it into the open tank, and then we don't reuse that yeast out of the open fermenter.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely.
We kind of have a 10-generation rule, depending on if the yeast is behaving, and maybe 5 for seasonals. That's kind of how we've been going.
Mitch, what do you is 10 generations a lot, or is that pretty normal?
I think that's pretty normal. That's about what we use. When we get into double digits, that's when we're looking to have a new culture in-house and propagating and ready to go. So, yeah, that's, it's all yeast dependent, yeast strain dependent, but 10's a pretty normal number.
Okay. Here's a good question.
Thank you.
One of our chat room listeners wants to know, how far from the top are you filling the fermentation tank? And I think that's a good question, just about how you deal with kind of blowing off, right? Like in a carboy, we would call it. Yeah. Have you guys had to figure that out, or have you made some messes?
Oh, we make messes. Yeah.
Okay.
Our that open fermenter, whenever we put IPA in there, it about 18 to 24 hours after we're done brewing into it, it ferments over the top, and we're having to clean that off. But it does it for about 6-8 hours, and then it's done. And
we have a term for that, a brewing term. We call it beasting over.
Beasting over. Nice.
I'm about to go beast on this thing.
Right.
And one question about those open fermenters: those are jacketed just like your other closed fermenters, correct?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
right.
For sure.
So by that, Nate, you mean like a temp controlled jacket?
Glycol jacket controlled kind of thing.
Right? Okay.
Yeah, we just figured that out last week. Yep, we got that covered.
We're now doing temp control.
The only reason why I ask is I've seen some breweries that do have closed fermenters that were jacketed and brand new, and then some old converted dairy equipment that was not jacketed, and that was their open fermentation versus the closed fermentation.
And I've seen that too, where instead, they'll have these smaller open fermenters that aren't jacketed, but the clean room that they're in, which has the positive pressure going out,
right, that
will be their temperature control.
Exactly.
It's like a walk-in refrigerator kind of a room. I've seen that too.
Here like that. Yep. So. But if Jim's listening, he would never let us have any tank he makes not have a jacket. So.
Nice. Boy, he sounds like a good dude. Okay, so here's a question that always comes up with this, with the open fermentation, and I know you've talked about them having a lid on them, but still the question comes up, how do you prevent infection in open fermentation? And maybe you could describe, what you think it is that happens during fermentation that helps keep infection out also.
Oh, for sure. Well, obviously we clean everything at the highest level, but during fermentation in the first stage, it's so vigorous that the CO2 coming out of there it's billowing. So that's scrubbing the area around it anyway, and it's closed. As long as we don't open it up and drop something in there, we're fine. As long as our cleaning regimen is what it should be, it's really not as dangerous as you think if you just keep to the standard process.
Right. Plus that layer of yeast on the top, functions once fermentation really gets going, function as like a screen. Like any, if most things bacterial that would drop in there would die because of the pH of that yeast on the top.
Okay. So now those are the three things that I ignored when I was flabbergasted the first time I saw this fermenter sitting in a dirty garage doing open fermentation. The beer was really good, by the way.
Sure.
But I looked around, I saw the top off of it, and I looked around, and I thought it was all dirty. And I've talked about this on the show. The brewer said to me, "Well, there's these three things. There's positive pressure because the CO2 is coming out. CO2 is not a happy environment for things to grow in, so it's kind of its own preventative. And then that last thing that you mentioned there, Keith, is the actual layer of yeast itself. Oh, that wasn't Keith, sorry.
That's Frank.
Frank.
That was me, Frank.
Frank, the actual layer of yeast on top, not only working as a cap, just like a pellicle would on a sour beer. I actually hadn't thought about the pH part of it that Frank just mentioned too, but that it's again not a happy environment for things to grow in.
I thought that was Keith.
That one was Frank.
Keith.
You guys should talk in voices,
or at least announce right before you talk.
Keith. So I was thinking.
Now, I'm not saying that I recommend everybody go just leave an open bucket in their living room when they want to do this, but there are these things. I think that for a lot of this program, for the first few years of doing the Brewing Network, sanitation was so shoved down our throat and how important it is, and it is. But we've ended up looking at something like open fermentation and thinking, well, how could it possibly stay clean? But the odds are really against you for getting infected at that point in fermentation, right? Because of all these three things we've talked about.
Well, that and just, any decent breweries cleaning their tanks. I mean, we're past those days. So,
right.
Come on,
any decent brewery, sure. Right. I like this Helles. What else do we have from them,
what are we
Moscow?
drinking now?
This is the Berliner Weiss.
Oh, good choice. Good choice.
Only one bottle of this?
Sorry. We just sold out last night up here.
Oh, yeah. You guys haven't listened to the program often enough.
Clearly not. They only send me one bottle.
One sour beer is not enough.
We got another one in there.
Well, there's a flamboyant in there.
Oh, perfect.
Yes, but only one of each.
Yeah. All of a sudden, we're greedy. First, we're thanking you for sending all the beer. Now we're real greedy.
Complain too much.
Yeah.
We're just like our own listeners.
Now, you're big on the German styles. You said you spent some time out there, Dave.
Well, I love all beers, and we make probably 100 different recipes a year. But if you were going to ask me, if I go to a new brewery, what do I order? Their pale ale. If it sucks, I don't think their beer's any good, right? That's just kind of my thing. But pale ales, wheat beers, and German lagers are my three serious loves.
Okay. Oh, this Berliner Weiss is nice. What do you think,
Pretty
guys?
good. Yeah.
Now, this is the cloudiest of the beers that we've seen. But it's also the one that should have the most wheat in it, too. Is that right?
Yeah.
Since none of the other ones had wheat.
Yeah.
Right.
It's
exactly
55% wheat and of course unfiltered and even it's brewed.
It's unfined too. That doesn't get fining either. That Berliner Weiss. So
hella fine.
That's why there's some cloudiness there. And it's interesting. We just got done talking about temperature control. That's actually about the only beer that we make that doesn't have temperature control because. We pitched that with some California yeast and some lactobacillus, and we put it in an old Grundy in a separate room away from the rest of our fermentations. And the Grundy doesn't have a jacket, so it's just
room temp.
Yeah, room temp. Well, and whatever it gets up to, which is actually really good. The lactobacillus likes that warmer temperature, and it seems to work pretty well.
Solomon Grundy need no jacket. Solomon Grundy angry.
With that description of the old Grundy in the corner with no temp control, I'm picturing this rusty bucket in the corner of their dirty warehouse that houses this Berliner Weiss.
No, an empty old room.
Right.
But nobody goes near it.
Yeah. Do not go in there.
Looks like the kill room at the end of Blair Witch.
Barrels full of Imperial Stout, typically.
I see. Now, this beer, I'm going to say, is very clean to me. It has a really a crisp and clean flavor. Now I can taste the lactobacillus in it, but I wonder if it's not really taken its hold yet.
Like that Cal Ale yeast has had a bigger voice than you might have expected.
Well, it's just a very clean. It's certainly got some bite to it.
It's not puckering enough for you.
And you know that I'm a snob about that anyway. But even knowing that it's a Berliner Weiss. I think it's still really clean. What do you guys think? Is it close? Am I wrong about that? Is it closer to a Berliner Weiss than I'm thinking?
Oh, you're totally right. This is the most drinkable, approachable one we ever made, and of course it flew out the door at the brewery because of it.
Yeah.
The one we made last year was a lot lower pH and a lot more sour.
Okay.
And I love that one too. I love them both. This is really thirst quenching, but you're 100% right on that. Now the Framboise is tart as all hell. But you nailed that. But on the other hand, we couldn't keep this one in because the public just tripped over it. Plus, we got Woodruff and raspberry available to them.
Okay.
And so it was gone.
Yeah,
but you're right. That I would say our last two batches were more sour.
Yeah.
But now with the super dryness of this beer, though, and the drinkability like you're talking about, I can see why it flies off the shelf. I mean, I could.
It's much more approachable for your normal public, and if we want to be beer snobs about it being a true Berliner Weiss, that kind of
just
thing,
on that end of it.
Yeah, it's just on the edge of that one. But you guys got to sell it too.
But I would order 2 or 3 pints of this, partly because I finished them in about 3 minutes. The dryness is super nice.
Yeah, I could see this one flying out the door.
Refreshing, and it's actually really low alcohol too, like a Berliner Weiss should be. So
okay.
Yeah, I'd order this beer, then I'd put in about 4 drops of lactic acid.
There you go. Yeah,
that'd be really good.
Have you guys thought about that? As homebrewers, sometimes we'll actually, I don't know if pro brewers do it or not, but we'll take a beer like this and actually, like Tasty's jokes, drop in lactic acid to get the acidity that we're looking for. Is that something that pro brewers ever do?
We tried that with the first batch and didn't. It was too tart.
Okay,
we overdid it. Yeah, and on that particular one, the lactobacillus didn't have a very happy fermentation, I think, and it just wasn't really tart at all. But our more recent efforts have been right about where we want them. We don't want it to be a super tart beer, but we want to have a little bit of that lacto character. So,
in the lactic acid, it's kind of one dimensional too.
No.
But as a booster, yeah, I can see doing that.
Sure,
but. Yeah, you kind of need the lacto in there anyway, the lactobacillus, to give it that kind of round, kind of tartness.
I think it's great the way it is.
I like it.
Now, you guys are buying a culture of lacto to get the lacto qualities that you want, correct? Or are you growing that?
Yeah.
Right.
Where does that go in the process?
That goes in the fermenter in this Grundy. It actually is a pretty clean Grundy. I know that's not a rust bucket, but it's one we took out of service and put in this separate room where we store some of our grain and stuff. And so we just pitched some California yeast and lactobacillus in there right off the bat.
Okay.
And, let it go crazy.
Just at the same time.
If they're storing grain in there, they might be getting a little from the grain too, which is not necessarily a bad thing as well.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah. It certainly wouldn't hurt it, I don't think.
Right.
Now, something, and I've never had it, but just from knowing some people who have been there and knowing some Germans, that a Berliner Weiss in Berlin, you'd have a beer like this, and the patron would get to choose what fruit, like sweetener, what syrup they would want added to the beer. And I've never seen an American brewer do that. I've seen so many brew the Berliner Weiss, and I wouldn't do it either, by the way. I'm happy with the sour Berliner Weiss. But I've never seen an American brewer do
I think these guys are doing that. You mentioned Woodruff earlier, right?
Our menu description says with or without the addition of raspberry or Woodruff.
Nice.
Okay. And then the customer decides, the bartender drops a half ounce in a 16-ounce goblet, and away we go.
I like that.
How often do you have to explain what Woodruff is?
Like every single time.
Explain it to me, please.
I can't. I just say it's an herb that tastes like green gummy bear. That seems to work really well with the customer.
Oh my God!
Base.
Here, try the thing that's going around. Stop talking about syrups and crap like that.
The thing that's going around.
Yeah, I'm going to put on my summer dress so we can finish this discussion. It's like looks like Four Loko.
It does look a bit like Four Loko.
Real bright. And here, Scott, you want to hold that up to the camera?
We don't mean that in an insulting
No, there's nothing insulting about Four Loko.
And you only open half the beers we sent, so there's all kinds of interesting stuff out there.
Now drink that.
We're going to get in trouble tonight.
I hope so. I've been drinking since this morning. Boys, come on.
I would be too if I lived in Minnesota.
Oh, shit.
How good is that, right?
Rocks. Go ahead.
All right,
it's good.
I would actually go to Minnesota for that.
Yeah. I would have a layover.
I would actually go to Duluth, Minnesota for this beer. This is fantastic.
Maybe you should divert. Is there a connection from Duluth to Orlando?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to stop on my way to golf,
dude.
There is actually a direct flight from Duluth to Orlando. There, Justin.
Wow,
perfect.
Look
at that.
So this is the framboise.
Yeah,
this is amazing.
Oh no, you're drinking.
No.
Did you open the framboise?
Of course he did.
Yeah, this is we opened the other bottle.
Yeah, we just switched to the framboise. Let me see.
Okay, we'd love to hear what you think of this one.
We're telling you, it's amazing. This is the one that I want to go to Minnesota for.
Oh, I got you.
Oh, you guys got ahead of us.
Yeah, we switched it in there at the last minute.
Yeah, it's that delay on the radio.
Well, you said it was more sour, so I immediately made a beeline for the fridge.
Okay, so yeah, definitely more sour, and it's 3 years old. I think when we bottled it.
Wow.
Okay, if you're my local brewery, I'm buying this a case at a time. That's how good this framboise is.
It's real good.
Tell me about the beer.
This beer is the starting gravity was about 13, 0 IBU. We just used we actually cooked the hops before they went in for quite some time to try to kill the alpha acids, and then it's mostly Briess, 2-row, and Pilsner, and then it goes through a fermentation of. Well, let's see here. We fermented it out, and then we put it in the barrels.
Yeah, this is fermented with California yeast on site at the brewery itself. And then what we do is when the primary fermentation is done, we keg it off, and then we bring it out to a separate space again, put it into barrels, and add our critters at that point, a blend of Pediococcus and Lactobacillus and Brettanomyces.
And the cooking of the hops is to simulate that aged hop thing where like you say, the alpha acids kind of die?
Yeah, back in the day, I used to have a few boxes of Cascades that I had aged for 8-9 years, but we ran out of those.
Okay.
And so we're simulating it a bit. We still want the antibacterial, but we don't want any hop character in that beer.
How do you do the cooking? Is it just like a really low oven temp? Is it a pretty simple process?
It smells really terrible, by the way. It's just a big old cookie sheet at 350, and we'll put the hops, spread them out, and cook them for 45 minutes an hour. It smells like ass.
Yeah, it's horrible.
I bet.
It's horrible.
Yeah.
It seems to work. We've had good luck with it.
This beer's good.
It's real good.
Is. Now, the barrels that you put it in, are they barrels that you're reusing for this beer over and over, or are they new?
Well, let me this one, because I'm near and dear to my heart is Woodford in Kentucky, and I've got a long relationship with them, and I go down about twice a year, work with their master, and actually blend out our own version of Woodford Reserve, which we sell at all our locations.
I love
There's
Woodford.
my plug. These guys, I love them. So we use all their barrels for our bourbon age stuff. After about 3 uses, once we figure we got everything out, then we put them into the sour room. We have a room in a different location, which is only sour beers, and it's all barrels that have been used at least 3 times that are somewhat neutral.
Yeah,
I love
being said,
Woodford
actually,
too, so
this,
good job.
This beer was made all in wine barrels and used wine barrels, but we have been transitioning into using some used up bourbon barrels for sour beers as well.
So you'll, like you said, you have this pitch blend. You'll pitch it into each and every barrel, basically.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how long is it sitting in the barrel on these bugs?
2 years.
2 years. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
How big of a batch are you doing here? Just one 10-barrel batch at a time, or?
Yeah.
And then I think then we put it into stainless Grundies and add fruit, and let the fruit age on that before it gets packaged.
So the fruit doesn't go into the barrels.
Correct. Yeah, it's really hard. It's pretty easy to get fruit into the barrels. Not so easy to get the
Mitch is laughing too because he's like, yeah, that sucks.
I felt pretty good about what we were doing when we went to the Craft Brewers Conference last year, and the owner, the head brewer from Cantillon, was there and gave a great talk, and that's what they're doing with their fruit beers now. With anything that they add fruit to their lambic-wise, they're doing that in stainless. So I felt fairly justified in doing that.
If Jean says it, it is so. It's fine.
Yeah.
I can't complain about anything you're doing. I think it's really well done. And for a couple of years old now, let's be honest, there's some brewers out there that are attempting this style, and at this age, it can get really cardboardy. It can get really oxidized, and I don't think this beer has that characteristic. I think it's still...
I don't think it does either.
Well, we're professionals,
It's amazing.
Well, that's funny. We're professionals, too, and we're stale as shit.
Yeah. And you'd be surprised at how many people we talk to that aren't professionals.
This is why I left Pyramid to work at this little Bodunk brewery, because we can just, we're under the radar. Nobody, they call me the one that got away in the Bay Area. I'm just hiding up here. It's good.
You did the right thing, man.
You don't want to do another barrel of hef, dude?
Yeah, well, maybe.
Just one more.
Yeah.
No. Apricot wheat, my friend.
Oh,
that's right.
Yes.
God.
I forgot.
I like this beer, and there's something about it that's different than a lot of the sour framboise that I've had.
You get oak quality for sure, but it has this almost like a sweet tarts or a red hots kind of quality, which is really.
I get a little red hot.
Yeah, there it is. It's a little bit of red hots in there.
Just a touch.
Growing raspberries too. We pretty much use local fruit for sourcing out for our beers, which is great. So,
do you make a puree and throw it in?
Actually, with this, what we did was we just got some of the raspberries and put them in bags and put them in that Grundy and added the base lambic to it. So
big muslin bags, like giant hop bags,
but whole raspberries.
Yeah, whole. But they've been frozen so that they kind of break open and burst, and there's all kinds of juice and.
See, I think that's part of the flavor difference too, because it's not a really sweet fruit flavor. It's a pretty mild. I mean, it's there. Don't get me wrong. You can see it and you can taste it, but it can easily get.
It's a tart fruit flavor,
but it's not as tart as like the purees and things that I've had. And it's not
flavor
sweet.
without sweetness.
Yeah.
There's a nice lacto quality without a lot of Brett. There's just a little bit of Brett for complexity, but it's not an overwhelming amount of really funky Brett qualities. It's really lacto driven. It's cool.
A lot of that's luck too, because you never know what those bugs are going to do when you put them in the barrel. You hope you are keeping them happy, but every barrel is going to be a little bit different. And
so, do you blend to create the final mix, or is it a single barrel that you're typically bottling from?
We love to blend.
Yeah,
Got it. Right.
It's all different. Well, it's one batch of the source wort that gets primary fermentation, and then it's split into different 50-gallon barrels. And then I'll put together at the end. So
right.
I will say though that's where pyramid comes into play, because you guys know this. So we had specs within like a tenth. Every batch got blended to meet the spec, and I got really good at it. And it's really fun to blend. You can make great beers out of 3 pour beers quite easily if you know what you're doing. It's fun, I think.
In terms of talking about that being fun and okay, even on this show, it's only been over the last few years that it's become okay to say that. There was a time where no, nothing's blended. We don't. It's the beer that we make. This is the beer that we make.
That's how good we are.
But now
we did this on purpose.
Now, when a guy says, I blend the beers together, I'm like, as you should. If it's going to give me the best beer I can drink, then perfect.
Yeah, there's a stigma about blending beers. I don't understand why.
It's a stupid.
Because you don't want to be a big brewery.
Can't be wrong. Come on,
right? Agreed. The other thing about this beer, I think it's perfectly carbonated. I think it's a little higher than maybe some of the framboise I'm used to, but I like it. Do you guys? What's the carbonation process? Is it just bottle conditioned?
No, it's actually not bottle conditioned. And again, because this is a wild beer, we're trying to keep things kind of separated out from the main part of our brewery. So this just got kegged off into kegs that we have designated as being wild, and then each one is individually carbonated by the keg. So it's a pretty hands-on kind of thing. Just because we don't have a bright tank with a carbonating stone that's devoted for wild beer, maybe someday when we're making a lot more of it. But so that's just kind of the way we're doing it right now.
Well, I wouldn't change the way you're doing it, because I really like the way it's carbonated. That's what I was kind of bringing up. That I like that it has a good little bit of a carbonic bite to it.
Yeah, thanks. That's what we're going for, is a really healthy carbonation level.
God damn it, you guys are making good beer out there. That's good stuff.
Keith says that exact statement all the time.
Right. Yeah.
God damn it.
God damn it. God damn it, that tastes good. You guys believe it? I like it. Well done. Let me see what else I got from the chat room here. Well, this is a weird question. I guess maybe we should do this by the pound, however you want to do it. The question is, how many raspberries do you use for this beer?
6,494.
How many pounds per?
How
many raspberries does it take?
For was it like an 8-barrel batch? I think we've got there.
But I would say that for something like this, typically 400 pounds is our base for for like blueberry and raspberry and stuff for regular non-sour beer.
Okay.
So it depends on what we're trying to do.
Yeah, but this was 100 pounds of raspberries in a 7-barrel batch.
100 pounds. Okay.
Yeah.
Can I go for drink of the week tonight? I'm not driving.
I know. Do it. You do it, JP.
I'm loaded.
You're going to have to work for a living here in a month, so you might as well enjoy it now.
Get it out now.
Do I have to pretend to like IPAs?
Yes.
I do?
Yeah.
I have to change my entire stance on that?
Part of the job description. Otherwise, every guest we have on, you're going to have to insult.
Hey, come on.
So,
I did.
This one is an IPA. Really? You can't be any more creative than that?
Yeah, I can see where that's going.
Another chat listener wrote in, are you worried, back to the open fermentation, I asked you about the, you called it the beast, right? Is that what it was? Beasting?
Going beast, I think is what it was.
It's an old brewing term, beasting over, yeah.
The beasting over. Are you worried about the best yeast beasting over?
The best beast yeast.
No, because we're not cropping that beer.
Okay.
And the best yeast is what's doing the fermentation. So we don't worry about that.
Got it. Back to the legislation. Somebody wrote in, maybe they're from Minnesota. They were asking, they thought that maybe Fitgers came out against the Surly bill. But that doesn't sound right.
We would never do that. We support our brothers full time. Now, I'll be honest, the brew pub's got absolutely nothing out of this bill. But so what? Any change in the archaic beer laws in this state are a good thing. And if Surly and Summit and Shells and all those guys can build a small beer stube next to their place, no, we would never come out against our brothers ever.
Okay.
Negative.
All right. Good. Glad we got that cleared up. Let's see. Big Water Brewer in the chat says...
Big Water Brewer?
Not sure what the question is here. I'd like to hear what's up with the Fitgers Amber in the bottle by the guys from Lake Superior Brewing Company. Oh, I guess somebody else is making a Fitgers.
What do you want me to say about that? I'll say that there's a packaging brewery in Duluth called Lake Superior Brewing, which has been contracted to brew the old Fitgers or an old version of the Fitgers recipe, and that's it. It's got absolutely nothing to do with us, and we tend to keep ourselves distanced from that because we don't want people to think that we're making that beer.
Got it.
And you guys, the Fitgers Brewery was a regional brewery that was in Duluth from, I want to say, 1885 until the early 70s when it shut down.
1857 it opened, and then it was built in 1881 here.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so they went under, and then the old brewery building is actually there's a hotel and some shops, and that's the location where we make our beer and have our brew pub. And so we're the Fitgers Brewhouse, but we don't have any affiliation with the old Fitgers beer that was a regional product.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yep, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, hell yeah.
Back to
life.
The Framboise. Film Lab Rat wants to know, after the fruit is added, is there an additional fermentation that takes place?
There is, so those all those the Lactobacillus and the Pediococcus and Brettanomyces are still active, and so they ferment a lot of the fruit sugars that are in there, and that's why it doesn't come through as being super sweet fruit character, because a lot of juices get fermented out.
What is the finishing Play-Doh? Do you know? Ish.
Yeah, well, it was when it went in, to the barrels about 2.2.
But then it's, honestly,
it goes down
we don't
further.
know what the finishing is. It's got to be close to
1
or under 1 probably.
Yeah.
I mean, those little critters are pretty efficient at chewing up all the sugars that the Saccharomyces doesn't. So
see, this is what I love about the sour styles. How about the Berliner Weiss? Do you know what the finishing is on that one?
Nah, same answer.
Yeah. This is my favorite thing. Well, there's so many favorite things about these styles, but I love how dry and crisp they get because of that. And you don't even know how far down it finishes.
We do too. And and we've been brewing sour beers for 10 years. We just have gotten better at it, while everybody else has. And our goal eventually is to make a full-time one if we can.
Please do.
Yes. And send it. Full time.
We're about to move the BN to Minnesota.
I thought you were moving to Florida.
Well, after Florida.
After you fail.
What's this one, Moscow?
It's bourbon. I can't really read your writing,
Ice.
guys, but it's numbered, which can't be bad.
Bourbon Ice.
it's a bourbon imperial stout. It's called Bourbon Ed.
Edmund Imperial Stout, Woodford barrels. Bourbon Love. It won a bunch of years in a row in Chicago till we got our asses handed to us this year for whatever reason, but we like it.
It's really good, too.
This is numbered 184 out of 276.
Chocolatey.
Lots of chocolate.
I get
lots of Woodford.
Like a bitter chocolate. Like a really nice, really rich.
I wouldn't have said bitter, but I think you're right, because it's not I was going to say, again, it's not sweet. It has an awesome chocolate character, but it's not sweet, because you're right, it's more of like a bitter.
Like a dry chocolate, which I associate with bitter chocolate.
Like the cocoa nibs.
From oak, too.
From oak, okay.
Yeah.
Anyone else smell maple syrup?
A little bit, yeah. Tasty's right. There's a lot of Woodford. I love Woodford. It's so good, and you can definitely pick it up. And it's real smooth in the mid palate.
Yeah,
for me anyway.
Man, we're all going to go for drunk of the week if this keeps happening.
Let's all take our shirts off.
No.
Susie's
there. You want to do it? Doc, you're with me,
Nobody
right?
wants to do that. Even Susie doesn't want
Doc's
to do
with
it.
me.
Only if everybody does.
It just takes one person to do it. Tasty, you first.
JP is going for drunk of the week.
Jason, I'll give you a hug if you do
We
that.
all have our shirts off here.
See? They're already off.
Leading by example.
What's the
You guys
ABV?
want some numbers on this beer?
Yeah, I really do. I want to know the ABV on it because it.
21.1 to start, finish around low fives, about 9% alcohol. Rar 2-row, 44%. Chris Maris, 28%. Breeze Extra Special, 6.4%. About 6.5% oats. Breeze Chocolate, Breeze Roasted Barley also at the same percentages, and then some deep bittered black. And then Magnum, bittering, and Fuggle, finishing. How much time in the barrel, Frank? 6 months?
This was about 7 months.
7 months in the Woodford barrel.
Wow. Mitch, what do you think about this beer?
It's fantastic. I just love the bourbon character, the whiskey character that comes out of here, the vanilla, the maple, the wood. Amazing beer.
Yeah. And the high alcohol, it's not hot. It doesn't slap you in the face.
It's very well blended into the beer. It's amazing.
Well, and the oats give it a kind of a full mouth feel too. It's kind of really nice that way, and it's not a overly bourboned either. Don't get us wrong when we're saying we can taste the Woodford in it. I've had overly bourboned beers, and this is not it.
You've been to NHC Club Night too, then?
Yes.
We blend these beers. We want it to taste like this tasting. So,
it tastes
thanks, Mitch. That's a nice compliment.
You guys should use that as a quote for PR. It tastes like the base beer would be rad. Just in
on
and of
its own?
itself,
Yeah.
I mean, obviously you have to have a good base beer. The barrel's not going to make your beer better.
We use the base beer, and then we'll fruit some of it and do all kinds of other fun stuff with it as well. We brew a number of batches of this, and we have a whole gamut of beers off of this beer, which has been really, really fun to do.
You guys should move to Pacheco, which I feel is like the Duluth of the West Coast.
Duluth, California.
Well, there's going to be a vacuum, kind of a void here pretty soon.
Now that I'm headed off for Golf World.
Golf World.
Is that what it's called?
No, it's Golf U, I think.
Golf U.
I can't believe there's a school for that.
There's a lot of them, yeah.
I'm going to have to drink a lot less, I think, to succeed.
That'll be rough on you.
That is going to be rough.
You'll look better. Your complexion will clear up, though.
Yeah, you got the sun a little bit more.
That's true. That's very true. I will say again about this beer, and I think it's now the MO of your brewery, in my opinion. Again, with all those big flavors in it, it is not sweet. It doesn't have that overly kind of coats your entire mouth with sweetness. A lot of times when you get all this chocolate in there, you're like, oh, I really like that flavor for about 2 sips. It's an amazing, rich flavor, and now I'm done with it. And this isn't like that.
We don't believe in, I got to say because sometimes I fight the brewers a little bit, but I like to dry out my beers. And, that's just, in my opinion,
bless you,
slightly drying them out makes them more drinkable, and that's just kind of, I call them North Shore style ales, which, first I brewed West Coast when I moved here, and then we're on the North Shore Lake Superior, so it's kind of my way of brewing and a lifestyle, which is slightly dry, drinkable, experimental, hop. 33% of our beers are really hoppy. Otherwise, we make 66% fun beers all over the map. That's the philosophy I have, and then we work together. Frank, for example, makes amazing malty beers, and he brews those because I want to dry beers out. So we just work together as a team.
I'm going to say that this beer is, to me, it's akin to the Firestone anniversary beers.
Oh,
I could see that.
Kind.
I could see that.
It has the things that I love about the Firestone anniversary beers, which is that there, tons of complexity and depth, like a lot of different things going on. But they're also almost always, not every single time, but almost always dry like this. Even though he's putting all those beers together, he also dries out almost every one he brews. So when he puts them together, they retain that. To me, this is close to a beer like that. It has that much complexity to it.
And it's a little whiny. There's like a whiny thing going.
Right.
I don't know what to say to that. That's pretty good.
Except yes.
Hey, next month, I'll fire you for that.
Right. I'll take a pay cut before I leave here.
I really think so. I think it has that kind of complexity to it.
I agree.
This is a great beer. Is this what now? It's amazing to me that this is only available at your restaurants
or if you're flying through Duluth
and the brew pub, because this is something I want to buy in a 22-ounce bottle on the shelf.
I'm kind of wondering
in a grocery store.
We have 22-ounce bottles, but so why do you have them?
Check this out though, because we're making over 3,000 barrels in an 80,000 person town in northern Minnesota where people are ambivalent a little bit about beer. What does that tell you? You know, there's a core group here of drunks. And people are they're figuring it out. You know,
right?
Yeah, that's good. I would like to buy this.
I would love to.
I would love to buy this on a regular occasions.
You guys aren't going to like us at all after you taste the next beer. So let's talk as friends for a little while before you do that.
Right.
Why? What is it?
I think we've gotten as friendly as we get anyway. What's the next?
Great.
Whenever OJ talks to you, you know you guys are good.
I might have to take a break first. Can we take a break before we try the next beer?
Yeah.
We're not going anywhere.
My balls.
All right, you guys got time for us to do that?
Oh, hell yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay, perfect. We're going to do that. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll try more beer from the dudes at Fitger's who are rocking our world right now. 888-401-BEER if you got a question, or just put it in the chat room. Hang in there. It's The Session.
You're listening to the Brewcasters on the Brewing Network.
A vial of White Labs yeast is the key to your best beer. When you open a vial of White Labs yeast, you're giving your beer its best chance for a perfect fermentation. In addition to their already incredible variety of yeast, White Labs is proud to announce WLP 90, San Diego's super yeast, now available year-round. WLP 90 is super clean, super fast fermenting, with low esters and has a neutral flavor and aroma profile. It's alcohol tolerant and highly flocculent. For more of the latest White Labs news, click over to whitelabs.com, where you can read reviews of yeast, learn in the lab section, and join the customer club. And if you should find yourself in San Diego, White Labs has a brand new training facility for craft brewers and home brewers alike. Whitelabs.com. Discover yeast, nutrients, enzymes, and more for commercial breweries, home brewers, and homebrew stores. White Labs. It's all in the vial. By popular vote from the Northwest Brewing News, HopTech has been voted the best homebrew shop in Northern California. Serving homebrewers for nearly 30 years in Dublin, California, HopTech carries more than 40 different kinds of hops and more than 60 different grains. Malt extract, spices and sugars, hop oils and extracts. Open every day except Wednesday, or shop online anytime at hoptech.com or call 1-800-DRY-HOPS, 1-800-379-4677. With in-store classes almost every Saturday, huge selection and a dedicated commitment to their customers, HopTech is one of the longest-running and passionate homebrew stores, period. And now, by popular vote, the best homebrew shop in Northern California. And don't forget their 15% military discount. HopTech. Visit today at hoptech.com. When Blickman Engineering set out to design a great brewing stand, they knew it had to be strong, adaptable, and last for a lifetime. The top-tier brewing stand is now proudly available at BlickmanEngineering.com. It grows with your brewing skills and equipment. Start with 5-gallon coolers on its heavy-gauge stainless steel shelves. Then move all the way up to 30-gallon pots on the high-output burner tiers. Speaking of burners, the custom Blickman Engineering top-tier burners are extremely powerful, efficient, and amazingly quiet. They have safety stops to center your pot, and they'll last a lifetime and won't rust. The top-tier brewing stand allows virtually infinite combinations from traditional gravity systems to 2 tiers to completely horizontal. Configure your stand the way you want and have the freedom to change it at any time in the future. Your brewing stand should adapt with you, not force you to learn a new process. Visit BlickmanEngineering.com today to configure your top-tier brewing stand and to find a local Blickman retailer. You'll be surprised with all the flexible features and the competitive price. Start brewing with Blickman from the top tier.
That's it. I've had it.
I am never putting hops in my beer again.
What? Why?
It's just too ridiculous. Insane prices, stupid contracts, high shipping costs, crappy selection.
Dude, you need Nico Brew.
Nico Brew will rock your f***ing face right the f*** off your f***ing skull. $5 shipping to all 50 states. Plus fantastic international rates get you low prices on Nico Brew's great selection of hops and more. Whether you're a home brewer, a pro brewer, or a homebrew shop owner, Nico Brew can get you the hops you need in increments big and small. Single orders, spot buys, or full contracts. And there's only one place to join the uber special secret elite bare bones club where you'll get the best deals anywhere.
Holy f***ing shit!
NicoBrew.com. NIKOBREW. Nico Brew, your bare bones buddy in the brewing business.
Mix me your 100-grain amber recipe, and I'm going to eat it. And then it can ferment in my gut. It totally works. The beer is almost identical to the grain sandwich.
Your colon won't know what hit it.
The home of live beer radio.
TheBrewingNetwork.com.
Because like beer, radio shouldn't suck. You're listening to The
Session.
888-401-BEER.
This is The Session.
Welcome back to the program. We're talking to Dave Hoops and his crew at Fitger's Brewhouse. And I also have to talk to you about dildos and vibrators and things. That's right. If you're looking for a way to spice things up in the bedroom, I've been fantasizing about surprising your lover with a new toy.
Who is
all you got to do is go to adamandeve.com, and for a limited time only, you're going to get 50% off just about any item. And that's not all. When you select your one item at 50% off, you'll also receive 3 free adult DVDs for a little inspiration, plus a free gift so sensual we can't mention it while we're on the air in Minnesota. That's how sensual it is.
I think we should do is have a highlighted product every week
on adamandeve.com.
Yeah.
Something that we endorse.
Something that we endorse.
A BN endorsed dildo, for example.
Yeah, would you, or
Who's going to test that out?
Susie, I think you know exactly who's going to test all these products out. It'll be our whole call screening staff.
DP, you lucky little man.
For example, today's product is the reverse tightening gel.
That's at adamandeve.com.
Adamandeve.com. Tighten up for terrific success. Made in the USA. Reclaim that first time feeling. Apply just a dab of this. Please, I'm a
First time you did what?
I'm a professional. Apply just a dab of this tightening gel to hydrate and tighten your vaginal walls.
Reverse tightening to me means loose.
Well, a blend of cinnamon, ginger, and cocoa extracts creates
reversing time here, Scott.
Creates a tingling, full sensation that'll lead to satisfying, orgasmic sex.
Shit, if I knew that was around, I would have carried some in my back pocket.
$9.95.
Wouldn't have to get the extra stitch.
Yeah, the father's not. Yeah, the father's not. It's wonderful.
So there you go. AdamEve.com, reverse tightening gel, $9.95.
Mitch, how long you been married?
It's been 16 years, September.
Right. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I'm taking notes.
All right, go check out adamandeve.com. You get 50% off just about any item, 3 free adult DVDs, an extra gift, plus free shipping. All you got to do is use coupon code BNARMY. That's BNARMY. And look, it helps us help you, if you know what I'm saying.
Right.
All right, do that.
You already did.
All right, we're still talking to the boys from Fitgers in Duluth, Minnesota. They're hanging out with us. And Dave, I've got bad news.
Yeah?
My shitty producer fucked up and didn't bring that last beer you sent for us.
Yeah, you guys are going to hate me.
That's probably okay.
You think so?
Well, tell me what I'm going to expect when I go home and drink it.
Whoa, what do you mean you drink it?
You got to bring this back next week, my friend.
When I bring it back next week.
Yeah.
So let me tell you guys, because this is probably the only seriously selfish brew I ever made. Like 10 years ago, me and one of my brewers who just loved peppers, we made this ridiculously over-the-top pepper beer. I mean, I'm talking ridiculous. And some regulars got a hold of it, and now we make it full-time, but I get a lot of abuse for it because it's got roughly 50 pounds of hatch chilies, serranos, and habaneros in a 10-barrel batch.
Wow.
It's a little spicy.
I want to try this beer.
I don't.
I want to cook with it.
Yeah, actually, you guys, check it out. Yeah, it's a lager. We make it as kind of a multi-German lager, and then we actually put all the peppers in conditioning, and so the nose, it's just like hops. The nose smells extremely, I would say, vegetal and gourdy and peppery in a good way, but then the heat is ridiculous, and it is amazing, amazing food beer. But it's not for everybody, and it completely ruined your taste buds, so I was interested to see what you guys would think.
Right.
But that's the deal with it.
You were going to ruin us for the rest of the night. But I'd be willing to do that to try it out. You know, I would say this. Now, if we had opened 5 of your beers throughout the program and they were like just beer, like they were just okay, then we wouldn't try your chili beer. We just wouldn't do it. But based on your performance so far, I'd be totally willing to try it. Do you have
it's good? It's good.
Do you have people that come into the restaurants in the brew pub that really like this is their beer?
Yeah, specifically. You know, we can't really believe we sell it, to be totally honest. But yeah, it works, and you know, and it's my fault. I love hot stuff, but it was really was never supposed to be a real beer. So, you know, try it because it's unique. It's not one dimensional like a beer with one chili in it or something like that. It's got this roundness of flavor and like a German malt back that makes it beery.
So do you have to serve it with a disclaimer?
Right.
Or a safety warning?
Yeah. Servers have to tell people because they don't really know what to expect. Wildfire lager, we call it. So yeah, and then every backwards hat in the place thinks that they're man to drink it.
Yeah. They're like, I can do this, baby.
Yeah. I mean, and then afterwards they climb into their lifted truck.
Muy peligroso.
The ones that drink it the most, and there's people that swear by that beer. So, my advice is try it and have some fun with it. But then what I like to do is marinate chicken with cherries. Put cherries in a bowl and a bunch of Wildfire and chicken, and then barbecue it. It's the best thing you're ever going to try.
Shit, that sounds good, and I haven't even tried the beer yet. Now, what's the scale called for hot things?
Oh, yeah.
The hot scale. Hot thing scale.
It's Scoville.
Scoville. Thank you, Mitch.
Heat index.
Do you know what it is on the Scoville scale?
It would be off the charts.
Can you send it? Can you send it to Mitch and he can run it through the lab?
You have a Scoville.
Yes, send lots. We'd be happy to do it.
All right.
But yeah, it's you guys try it for sure. But again, try it and you can drink one glass of it and enjoy it. It's not a beer you're going to drink 6 pints of. It just isn't.
So it's not like a tailgating beer.
Okay.
Oh, you're tailgating.
But so I'm sorry you missed it, but hang on to it. It's a fun beer, and it's by far our most unique beer.
All right, Moscow, you got to bring that beer back while I'm still here.
Yeah.
So
I was trying to save you from yourself by not bringing it.
I got to try. And I don't like hot things, but I have recently discovered that I enjoy spicy beer a little bit. We've talked about it on the show. A couple people have given us some good ones. It's something that I used to think was a terrible idea that I now think, when done right, is a good idea. It sounds...
You're going to hate it.
Yeah, because it's not going to be done right by your standards because it's way too hot.
Oh, yeah, it sounds like Dave's point was to not do it not do it right. Just fuck it up. And I like his ambition. I got to try it. Well, listen, you have sent us just a bunch of fabulous beer, and thank you for your time. I want to say this. I think that guests should take note of this show. This would be the interview we should send to future guests, Moscow, for how to prepare to make the most out of your Brewing Network interview.
Because why?
Well, they're obviously a brewery that we wouldn't have tried their beer before because they don't distribute. So I did not know of Fitger's Brewery, but they made a point of sending out a variety of their beer. Not just send us a 6-pack of something, but a variety so that we had things to talk about. And
they gave us an order, right?
Yes.
But you didn't seem to tell us.
No, they didn't. No, that's my point. They did not. God damn it.
And it really, to me, it just made for just a much better experience. Not only because we got to try their beer, but they sent their really best.
It's too bad that Scott didn't pay attention to the order they sent.
I know.
That's what really fucking.
That's the only fail we have is the order thing.
It could have been worse. He could have remembered the pepper beer and gave it to us first.
Right. Who is it that's getting fired at Fitger's? Is it Keith or Frank for not sending the order? I forget.
Keith.
It's Keith,
It's
right?
Keith. Yes, it's Keith.
Hey, Keith, if it makes you feel any better, Moscow's also getting fired.
Thank
You know.
So it's just JP. then
You guys should
on the-
start. You guys should start a shitty brewery together.
But way out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, in Pacheco.
In Pacheco,
right here. You guys did it right, and it really should be an example to breweries. This is how you promote your brewery right here. Give us something to talk about. You set really good beer, and I appreciate that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It was awesome. We really had a great time. Thanks, Justin.
Yeah, no worries, man. I think we'll be having you guys
for a drunk of the week a little later.
Do it.
You're going to have to compete with everybody in the room, for one.
Okay.
Not to mention our listeners. But listen, I'd love to have you guys back on the show. I know it sounds like you guys brew a ton of different beers every year, so I think we got more to talk about.
You get a hold of us anytime. We'd love to do it again.
Okay, fantastic. Do you guys do the Great American Beer Festival? Do you enter beers to that?
I judge it, and I've been intermittent about entering, but Keith is not going to let that happen, so we'll be there.
Yeah,
For sure.
you guys need to enter some of these beers over there. I think you'll do really well. And we do a lot of interviews and stuff there with the Brewers Association, and I think I'd like to get you guys involved because it's good stuff, and you're well-spoken. So thanks for spending time with us, and we're going to do some more of this.
Right on. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Cheers, kids. Have a good night. Thanks.
All right, bye.
There you go. Fitger's Brewing Company in Duluth, Minnesota. And
I'd get all beast on them if I went there.
Man.
It's pretty good.
It's good stuff.
Pretty good.
Beast over on him, huh?
You know, I was out with Mitch, Friday night. We're hanging out, and Mitch, I said, "Yeah, you got to come on the show. You're in town." And he said, "Who's your guest?" And I said, "I'm really not sure. It's Fitger's Brewing Company. I don't know about them." And I said, "Moscow's been really good about getting people that we don't know about on the program, but you never know. It's sort of hit and miss." And Fitger's hit, man. Yeah, they did.
Yeah,
it's
definitely a hit.
It's good
beers are
stuff.
great.
Moscow, how'd you hear about these guys?
This was Keith is actually a fan of ours. I think he contacted, I don't know, a few months ago. I got an email from him. It was actually
Okay.
a rare time when I was contacted instead of me contacting them.
Got it.
Are they still on?
Oh, whoops. Yeah, they might have been on there for a second. Yeah, good brewery. Good beer. All right. JP, you still up for Drunk of the Week?
Yeah, man, sure. Give me another beer.
Doc, what are you doing over there?
I'm pulling some of my beers out to go.
Must be Hefeweizen. Look what he's doing.
I don't. I hear about your rattling around going on. I look over there. His hands are underneath the desk, and he's shaking back and forth vigorously. And I'm just going like, listen, Fitger's was good, Doc, but you don't got to jerk off all over my table.
Maybe I am drunk of the week.
Right. Oh boy! All right,
a few ounces lighter. After
I should probably do some feedback while we
do
got
some
a little
feedback,
time.
dude.
We got a couple.
Although
of
I
things
can't
to
wait
do.
for next week's feedback or the week after's, I guess.
There won't be any.
Oh man,
We do have a few things to do still today. One thing that'll be cool. Actually, I'm glad Mitch is in the studio for this too. So, Mitch, a company approached us. I've been wanting to do this for a few years anyway, but about producing Brewing Network recipe kits that can be sold in homebrew shops. We talk about, like, Tasty's got recipes, and Doc and JP's got his stout, and everybody's a lot of recipes, and we've just never really pulled the trigger on it. So we're doing it finally. It'll be a Brewing Network branded recipe that you'll hopefully be able to get in homebrew shops all across the country. And it has to be extract to start.
Okay.
It's a newer company, and we're starting with extract. So Nate here has brewed our first test batch of what will be our first. It's an IPA, right?
Yep. That's right.
It's going to be our first Brewing Network kit, and we're going to taste his extract recipe on tonight's program.
Awesome.
April Fools.
And dial it in right in front of our... No, we really are.
Oh, shit.
For real.
Yeah, we don't do that April Fool's shit. And try to dial it in. So I'm glad we're going to have Mitch here from Stone with his opinion on our very first extract.
Man, you can't beat that.
I hope he didn't fuck it up, Nate.
Can't beat that. I know.
Is it
I mean,
going to be fresher than this beer that I've had out here for 3 hours? It's real warm.
You can still drink
Maybe
that.
not.
It'll be fine.
Oh my God!
You've got mail.
Kick ass.
Is this Earl Scruggs?
No.
Shit.
Oh, but I am going to play Earl Scruggs later in the program.
Should.
I just discovered Earl Scruggs. He died this week. He was the
Because you
godfather
found
of bluegrass. And I'm a late bloomer about these things, but now I'm a big fan. I heard a great interview with the guy. I asked Mitch and Doc about it the other night. Hey, do you know this guy? And both of them were like, oh, yeah, fucking Scruggs style. That's where we got the three-finger banjo from.
Yeah. You'll get plenty of exposure to the genre once you're in Florida full time.
That's true.
He's doing his homework ahead of time. Come on.
It's a perfect time for me to get into Earl Scruggs.
And 3 fingers is the way to go.
All right. Feedback is brought to you by That Brewery Game. You can go to thatbrewerygame.com, and if you want to make beer, sell beer, do beer, all from your couch at home, you can go to thatbrewerygame.com. I would like That Brewery Dame.
Oh, that Brewery Dame. What's up, girl?
She's always around. She's drunk.
Right. But in the meantime, you can go to thatbrewerygame.com and check it out. They're a new sponsor of ours, and they're bringing you feedback today. Doc's favorite.
What's new, baby boo?
Dame you.
All right, let's see. Alcohol writes in, hey, Justin, I just used your link on the webpage to order from Amazon, and I couldn't tell if you get credit from the purchase or not. Is this normal? Yes, that's normal. You won't know. It's all transparent. Basically, if you click our link, they just know where you came from. It's a whole Big Brother thing that the Internet's had going on for years, and they know exactly...
The man knows, man.
Oh. They know what you've been buying, too.
They know where you're going, where you're coming from, and what you're buying. Yeah, you notice how, if you use Gmail and you write an email, it says, black dildos for you?
Yeah.
That's because you've been searching black dildos.
Yep. I thought that was an error.
No, Nate, that wasn't an error.
It wasn't a coincidence at all.
That was Nicole using your email account.
Damn it!
Yeah. It was not an error.
Should lock my computer more often.
Which is also an error, I guess, if you think
You
about
may
it.
want to sanitize that bad boy.
Right.
What's great about the Amazon thing is, as we mentioned, we can see what people are buying. And remember, I told you someone bought a breathalyzer. Well, about 25 more people where that came from bought breathalyzers.
Nice!
Yes, many breathalyzers were bought.
I like it. You guys, I think that every beer nerd, beer fan should have a breathalyzer with them because... you all have a couple beers and think it's okay to drive, and sometimes it's not.
And you got to know how to use it.
Yeah. All right. So Alcohol keeps writing, here's my brewing question. I'm on my 4th batch doing all grain. I'm having huge mash efficiency issues. No matter what I try, I'm always around 60 to 62% efficiency. I have a converted 10-gallon Rubbermaid cooler with a single braided stainless steel tube as the manifold. I never have any issues hitting and holding the required temps. I use a single infusion, batch sparge method. Okay. I know this can lower efficiency a bit, but it shouldn't maybe be this low. I continuously stir as I'm mashing in and always give it a good stir during sparging. Everyone tells me to check that my crush is okay. I don't own a barley mill, so I get it crushed at the local homebrew shop. As an experiment, I ordered from More Beer this time and came out with about the same efficiency. So unless they both have shitty crushes, I can't figure out what's going on. I'm using so much DME to bring it up to the correct gravity that I might as well be doing partial mash at this point.
Well, you are.
What the hell am I doing wrong? Keep up the good work from Alcohol.
I'll tell you what he's doing wrong. He's not using Beersmith.
You could use Beersmith, and that might help you.
Because then you plug in your efficiency, and then you bring all your shit up to what your starting gravity wants, and then you're just adding a couple more pounds of.
You would tell him to buy more grain, though. I think he doesn't want to.
Grain. I think.
What do you guys think?
The first thing is it's the single stainless steel braided hose thing. He's probably getting it. It's channeling. So it channels right through certain parts of the grain bed, and it doesn't really rinse them off. Plus, if he's batch sparging, it's going through real quick, and he's probably losing some efficiency there too.
Okay,
he should slow your drainage off your mash tun, and then when you fill it back up with sparge water, wait like 5 minutes.
Yeah, don't fill it up and then empty it the second time again. You need to let it. It's got to leach into the strike water
to another Vorloff.
Yeah,
but if you sparge slowly, you're going to bring the liquid level in the vessel down slowly. Because the problem is he's not getting full exposure of the grain to the flow of the wort through the grain.
So, in other words, even though he's stirring it up and getting contact of water with the grain, it's not
not getting the edges. Yeah,
to the channel that he's sucking from.
Well, it'll channel either down the sides, or probably right down to the middle. And if he gets a false bottom, it'll increase. It'll be better.
Okay.
And don't batch spards off as fast as you probably are.
So without changing the stainless steel braid, he should slow down the
Try that
sparging.
first. It's easy. You don't have to change any equipment that way.
Slow the sparge, and then when you order the grain from More Beer next time, get their false bottom to go along with it.
There you go. Anything to add, Mitch Steele?
No, I think they nailed it. Speed equals less extract.
Yeah.
So, go slow, take your time, have a beer and kind of just chill out and let it sit for a while, and the extract will probably go up a little bit.
You guys have a similar igloo system at Stone, right?
Well,
the world's biggest igloo.
We used to, and then we upgraded to a More Beer 20-gallon system. So
right. Perfect. All right, let's see. I don't know who wrote this in. It was sent. I think sent from my iPhone wrote this.
Yeah.
Him.
Well, I figured it was real important. It's in his email.
I've seen him before.
I'm going to send you everything. So
he says, first off, thank you for the PSA on drunk driving, which of course we did just a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
I hope no one bitches about that. I've been exactly where you described, and luckily never got a DUI. No one can ever get enough reminders about avoiding driving after drinking. Second off, I don't know if you guys are the biggest a-holes or the funniest bastards around. I couldn't stop laughing as you cranked Bon Jovi while Jersey Boy was trying to defend the East Coast. Stay white and suck it, me.
Stay white.
Stay white.
That should have been the only thing that I highlighted for you. The most important part, just stay white.
Stay white.
Be even better once you start doing feedback.
Amazing.
Oh, man. Can you imagine?
Wow. Yeah, I'm glad that we got good feedback about our DUI PSA, and
everyone's been real cool about it.
I think the problem is, you know why I think it, and the reason I did it the way I did it. When you hear drunk driving PSAs from MAD and from different things, they always come from a high road. They come from a place where people, for one, haven't done it or haven't been in the position. And I think we do it just by going, look, we're all beer people, and we know what happens. We're just telling you to take care and listen to your friends when they tell you not to drive. And also, every time you think that you're good to drive, you're probably not.
Right.
So just pay attention, that's all. And I think that's what people don't say enough, because it's not very PC to say, look, we all know that we've gotten there, so don't do it. You have to, if it's on public broadcasting or anything else, you have to say it like, you have to vilify drinking, and that's not what we're doing.
There's zero tolerance.
We're just saying that when you think you're good to drive, you're probably not.
It seems like a lot of times, when you get it from those organizations, it comes from they're pushing an agenda.
You're right.
And it's not to save your life. It's something else that they want to promote. And we're just saying it like, look, don't be an asshole. Well, I guess
and
we
I'm
do
coming
have
from a guy who's been an asshole, who's made the mistake. I've admitted it. I made the mistake, and I can see why it happens. And I just don't want you guys to do it. And I've seen people around me doing it lately, and I'm sick of it. And I think that it's never hurts to remind people to get that stupid little $50 thing from Amazon by clicking on the BN link if you're so inclined. But blow into the thing. And look, you might feel fantastic, and maybe you're the best driver in the world. But if you're a .08 or above in the state of California, you're going to get arrested and potentially ruin your life. So,
did you know that Moscow is the best driver you'll ever meet?
No, it's fact.
He said it to me on several occasions.
You should be aware of what you're good at, and I'm not great at that many things, but painting, radio, driving, I kick ass.
You're good at it.
2 out of 3 ain't bad.
And modesty, too.
Right.
I'm a good painter. What do you mean?
All right. The Bert writes in, I must say, you guys fucking rock.
Thank
I
you.
just got done listening to the 2nd anniversary show.
Oh, shit.
Nice. He spelled anniversary wrong. What an asshole Tim Bert is.
And the session band was awesome. I want a CD.
So do I.
All right, listen, I remember the 2nd anniversary show.
It was great.
This guy, not only is he deaf, he's probably blind. He has no idea. That was ridiculous.
I thought it was good.
Let's see. Oh, and do I have permission to use the hop grenade for my next tattoo? Love you guys. Keep up the good work from Tim Bert. Yeah, dude. Yeah. Absolutely. Get the hop grenade tattooed all over your body.
Forehead's a good place.
We love it.
He asked permission. That's so cute.
It's pretty good, man.
We are still yet to have anybody tattoo it to their neck.
Oh, yeah.
Do we want anyone to do that?
Yes!
Like prison style.
Yes!
Right there.
Oh, yeah! I love it. Do it before I do.
How about a really little one right under your eye, like a tear?
Oh, that would be so awesome.
On your eyelid, whenever you close your eye.
No,
for
right
time
here.
served.
Right here looks like a little tear, but
Like
it's a hot
Crybaby
grenade.
from Hairspray?
For gold medals in NHC, each one represents a gold medal.
Oh, right.
I love it.
Okay, Tasty.
You
How
see
many?
Jameel and Gordon's face.
Well, I'm not interested. I don't even want to see that, let alone have it done.
Nate, you can go ahead and agree to that.
Oh, yeah, I got
You're
one.
never going to get a fucking medal.
Oh, I got one.
Oh, you did? That's true. That's, you got one.
I have one for light lager.
That's right.
This is a really good one, so I can get like a big teardrop right there.
Giant one.
Yeah.
It should be like faded and pale because the beer.
Right.
Do you think that the PGA Tour would accept me with a neck or face tattoo?
Well, first of all, let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Well-
You're the amateur.
I know, but it's all en route.
Okay.
It can put the collar up so it doesn't show it quite as much.
I think you can make it like basketball, where they just have a bunch of idiotic tattoos all over the place. You could be the ghetto.
Yeah, there's no rhyme or reason.
You're like the Happy Gilmore of assholes.
Golf's been waiting for someone like you.
Maybe that's why the school wants me. Maybe they're like, well, he's kind of an idiot.
I don't even. I'm still trying to process.
They saw something in me.
Well, but they are the only ones in 34
I think
years
they may have been Happy
that
Gilmore qualities.
ever
actually.
seen anything in you.
Now that I think about it.
Well, maybe it's like
Can you run through alligators?
Yes.
Oh, you're in.
It's kind of like a pig party. And maybe that
right,
that you're the one.
Yeah, you don't even know it.
I'm the one.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see. Bungchuz writes in. I had to look at it a couple times. Dear asshats, I have to admit I'm kind of pissed off because I got all my friends over to my place last Sunday so we could start drinking real hard to be in the running for Drunk of the Week. I then proceeded to check the website and realized that you had an effing off week. Great.
Like he needs an excuse to do that again. You should be doing it right now.
Right. Anyway, I guess this is my fault, but I'm still pissed regardless. I mean, my friends and I are Irish, so we really, tend to take extra measures to get really drunk.
It's not the Irish I know.
Otherwise, we don't feel worthy of calling in. And this isn't the first time it's happened. So try to be more considerate and never take any time off ever, because I can't stand not to hear a new episode of your pristine radio voices whispering sweet beer nothings in my ear. Also, I want to be drunk of the week at some point. Also, JP can suck it.
Yeah, I can.
Other than that, great work, ass clowns from Bungchuz. There you go. No more time off, JP. Once you're at the helm.
Yeah.
Well, he'll be at the helm, so he can choose or not.
Oh, that's true. 3 days off a year or a month for us.
Oh, 3 days.
One
off.
show a month.
No, that's not how it works.
Well,
you got to take care of the
What if
sponsors.
it's a really long show?
Actually, one thing I
one
wanted to do
12-hour show a month.
One thing I wanted to do, and I talked to you about this like the first year I was on, 24-hour show.
Oh, my God.
And I think I'm going to be able to do it now. Totally. Fuck all of you. 24-hour show.
God.
Y'all have to be here, or you can't come back.
I'll do it, but that's
Fuck
the only,
yeah,
that's
you'll
the only
do it.
show in 6 months at that point. Yeah.
I can wear my jammies.
Oh, yeah.
Excellent.
Oh, yeah.
That's all Doc cares. Doc's in for the 24-hour show as long as he can wear his jammies.
Shirtless
I
jammies.
get all cuddly. Yeah, we get all cuddly. Actually, I'll wear my onesie.
About 6 hours in is when it starts to get really good.
Oh, man.
All right, Pat writes in, hey, Jip,
wait.
I'm
Hey.
getting married in August, and we're registered with Amazon, among others.
Sucker.
Is there any way I can embed the BN link into my account so that whatever people purchase gives credit to the BN?
Good question.
This guy's a good dude right here.
Absolutely.
I mean, unfortunately, there is not. You can't embed it into your account. They have to go to it from the link. Now, if you have like a wedding website, like douchebags are doing nowadays, you could put the Amazon link that is our link on your webpage, and then it would go through our thing.
Yep.
But
That
you
way
can't like embed it into your account.
That way, you could use your friends without them knowing it.
Right. Mitch, you didn't have to have a website for your wedding years ago.
They didn't have
right?
websites.
I don't think
then.
they had websites. Yeah.
Yeah, Mitch actually had a tablet that they had.
Yeah, we chipped it out in stone, just like Fred Flintstone, you know. And
Right.
They just beat it on a log.
Did you register at places when you got married? Is that a new
no,
thing?
we registered at
Beer, more
one
beer.
place, I think, but I think it was-
Albertsons.
No,
Hamburger helper.
Yeah. Costco, perfect.
Oh, yeah.
What about you, Doug? You got married years ago.
Oh, yeah.
What was the register thing back then? Did you register at stores? Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, God, I had to go pick out china and crap. There's like 50 kinds up there. I'm looking at the wall. I pointed at one. I said, no, you need to look along. I pointed at one. And after about 20 minutes of her looking, guess which one she pointed?
Same one? Yeah.
Same one.
I just like, yeah, whatever you say. You know,
we're never going to eat on it.
Right.
It goes in the china cabinet.
It goes in the hutch.
That's the good dishes.
We don't dishes.
We don't eat on that.
Yeah.
Now, Mitch,
once a year.
Mitch, you have kids,
not even that.
right?
I do have kids.
Do you have any girls?
I got one.
So, you're going to have to go through this process.
How old is she?
Are you going to be the dad who, are you traditional? Will you pay for the wedding like the dad does?
Oh God, she's 10 years old. I haven't even started to think about that yet.
Well, the way kids are going, you got about 8 years.
I got about 8 years. Yeah,
right.
I bet 4.
It's not that long.
Are they going to have the reception at Stone?
I hope
good
so.
idea.
I hope so.
That would cut down your bill just a little.
Yeah,
open bar.
I like the way you think. That's great.
You know, Mitch, who used to get the dowry? Was it the father of the bride or the
father? The girl. It's the girl's dowry. So they give that to the husband.
Oh,
what?
That sucks.
What?
Yeah, that's bullshit.
No, that doesn't work.
I think Mitch should reverse it. Mitch needs a dowry.
Oh yeah,
I do.
Well, in other
beer
cultures,
is fine.
Right? Yeah.
In other cultures, the men kind of pay off the dad to get the wife, and that's why it's older men
and
younger women because it takes them a while to get their wealth up. And then, of course, they're not going to buy an old lady.
Well, and that's if we want to have wedding facts. If we want to have wedding facts. That's what the best man was traditionally for. Is in case if the bride wanted to run away.
Yeah.
The best man is there to find the bride and bring her back to the wedding. That's the role of the best man.
So he was often a hunter tracker.
Yeah,
using like a butterfly net.
He's a hunter gatherer. Is what he is.
Right.
So the term "good catch."
Possibly. There you go.
All right.
Let's talk about manly things like divorce.
Couple more things going on.
Divorce and being single and strip clubs and spreading
all over again?
All over again.
Oh, Pat wasn't done. He also says, please fix the squeaking that's in the studio.
Squeaking?
Oh, what was that be?
Scott.
What's squeaking?
There's every once in a while there's a chair. It's a chair somewhere around here.
Not a mic arm.
Everybody move your chair right now.
I bet you it's the mic arms, not the chair.
No,
I think it's the mic arms.
This never did it before, but it was moved. I moved it once and it made this screeching sound that it never did before my mic.
Boy, this guy's pickier than I am. It happens like
I just
once.
heard it.
You did?
JP's chair earlier was sounding like it was having some fun.
JP's chair sucks. That's true.
I don't know. Every once in a while, I
don't know how you can complain about that and not complain about JP blowing his nose every 2.5 minutes throughout the interview.
Can you take a Sudafed before you come in?
It does. I have my mic off. If you had better acoustics in here, no one would hear it. Second thing I'm going to do.
You're going to fix this?
I'm going to fix it.
And get rid of the dogs.
Colin and I are going to sit in here just going like this. Nope, put one here.
Colin, I need you to make the room snot-proof. Because I have a lot of snot during the show.
As soon as you leave, your dogs are gone. You have no idea.
They're on the street.
Dogs live here. I'm not taking KTG with me. The dogs are here.
Well, they're living outside.
They're on the street.
All right, Josh writes in, hey guys, love the show. The informative info is fine, but the non-science is why I'm now a recurring donor at $5 a month. Yeah. And then he wants to know if we're going to be at this year's Cleveland International Beer Fest, and I don't think we are going to be there this year.
Cleveland.
So, yeah.
Go Cleveland!
And finally, I'd like to support your site by purchasing Jamil and John's books from your website store, but there are none to be had. We have some available in the future. Thanks in advance. Podcasts are wonderful. Believe they will help me immensely as I try to get to the next level of brewing. From Glenn. I thought I had some. Maybe I just haven't updated the inventory. I'll take a look at it. But if they're not there now, Jamil books will be there soon. Both Brewing Classic Styles, How to Brew, and the Yeast book from Jamil and Whitey, who I believe Mitch Steele wrote the foreword for. Is that right?
I did. Chris asked me to review the book and give me his comments, and I was so impressed that I sent this glowing email back to Chris, and he asked me to write the foreword to it. So I was able to do that.
Because I've been saying on this show for like 4 years, I am available to write forwards for any beer book, and nobody has taken me up on it. So I feel that you stole my thunder.
Well, you know what?
I have
Nobody
a feeling
wants
that
I wish I had known that
running.
about 3 months ago, because I was looking for somebody to write the foreword to my book.
Oh, you just missed the window, JP.
But did you notice, JP? They didn't. Chris didn't ask him to write the foreword. He asked him to review the book, and when it was a glowing review, then he asked him to write
right?
it.
Yeah, well,
that's kind of how it works. Yeah, I guess.
You gotta get the foot in the door first.
Listen, also,
Let
JP,
me review books. When your review said "suck a dick," that wasn't exactly an open door at that point. You know,
I basically just printed it out, wiped with it, put it back in the manila envelope, and mailed it back.
Well, now that you're a host, these kind of offers start rolling in left and right.
Do they?
You get TV offers, voiceover offers.
I did cover you for the Beer Rev International Stout competition, and that was great. It made me feel like a person. I thought it was cool and awesome. And then I come in and like Tasty's already there, Nicole's there, and I'm like, oh, I thought I was like real special from the BN, and we already had 2 representatives, so.
Well, I had been invited because I'm the host, and I passed it along to you.
Right.
Tasty just shows up at everything.
No, he was like a final judge.
Yeah.
He was in the finals.
Whatever.
I was only second round.
He showed up, and they're like, I guess.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
He doesn't just show up. He tweets.
Use your button.
Yeah.
He tweets first.
He does tweet first. I was supposed to leave room for you to talk about that. We are done with feedback.
Yeah.
Feedback was brought to you by thatbrewerygame.com. Go check it out.
Why are we clapping?
Yeah, what happened at the? It was the first ever Russian Imperial Stout contest thing.
Yeah, it was a festival.
At
55 beers, 51 entries into this competition. It's just straight Imperial Stouts. They took.
Did Stone enter? Did you guys enter this? This RS?
I think so. I think you guys
at
were
Beer
there.
Revolution.
Yeah,
They entered and came
I think we did. Yeah,
I think you did.
I think we
Great.
did.
And they came in second.
Really?
Oh, and came in second.
Really?
Yeah.
Came in second.
The annivery.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah.
Mitch.
Wow!
Look at that! It was rad. They
I had just first.
It was Morgan, the judge coordinator. He's been doing it for like 10 years. Very little, just in bottles.
Doing what?
Just having like an impromptu Imperial Stout kind of competition amongst his friends and just interested people in the beer industry. And then Rebecca and Fraggle at Beer Rev invited him in because I guess he had talked to other bars. Hey, I really want to do this Imperial Stout Fest. It's going to be great. And people were like, are you fucking serious? We're going to take all of our beers off and put Imperial Stouts on?
Right.
And Rebecca and Fraggle at Beer Rev were like, fuck yeah, dude. How many do you want? So I guess Rebecca went to like SoCal, went everywhere to these little breweries that have no distribution at all.
Yeah.
Taking kegs, bringing them back up. It said 55 Imperial Stouts. You walk in, the 3 chalkboards are covered with just nothing but Imperial Stouts. There were jockey boxes lining the bar. It was crazy.
Nice. There was
It
still
crazy.
some left yesterday. I went and stopped by there and had a couple. It was a really interesting one from Sierra, which I'd never had. But they had all kinds of really cool one-offs that probably don't get sent out of the breweries at all.
I think that's really what it was. It was more of like the boutique kind of one-off, stuff that's not in regular.
So who got first place? Do we know?
A brewery called Block 15 in Corvallis, Oregon.
Nice.
Okay. Brew pub, right? Small little place.
Yeah, and it was awesome. It was a really good beer.
And so you agree with their first place?
Yeah, actually, I was involved in the second round judging, and my table sent that on as our first choice.
Nice.
So we were part of the people who brought that to the final round.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
And second place was a Stone beer. And what was third?
I don't know that.
Sierra beer.
A Sierra
beer. There you go.
That Hellfire beer, I think.
Well, see, it's a good thing we sent.
It's really
Tasty.
nice.
Wow.
Yeah, because he paid attention.
Well, I was judging the final round, so I, of course, knew what won.
It's fantastic.
I paid attention to this.
It was good. It was a good time, and noon the doors opened, and it was already packed when I went in there to get my sandwich and say goodbye, and it was good.
So where can we get
time.
further coverage of this festival?
You can go to the BN Army blog.
Is it up now?
It's up. No, it's up now.
Oh, great. Okay.
Yeah. And so I wrote a little review about it and took some pics, and it was a good time. It was a real good time.
All right.
So thanks to Beer Rev and to Jay for being apparently in Florida at some shit camp
golfing,
so I can drink some free beer.
Right.
Yeah.
The blog too.
We got to get the Beer Rev guys on the program, Moscow.
Yeah.
Feel free to invite Fraggle and crew on the program because they really grassroots deal there.
Yeah.
I knew Fraggle before they ever opened. I remember when he was trying to get the law changed in Oakland so they get the right license to do what they do, and it's been a huge success. And it's a cool place to be.
Oh yeah.
So we should get those guys on just to talk about it.
He is an interesting dude. I've seen him at shows. I'm sure as have Nate for.
He's a punk.
15 years.
Oh, yeah.
I've seen him at Gilman Street just all the
15
time.
years for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. He's a good
really,
dude.
really strong opinions about stuff too, which would be a lot of fun on the radio.
I don't believe that.
Great.
I don't think that that guy would have the.
All right, let's take one last break. When we come back, we're going to evaluate our first ever BN homebrew kit that you'll be able to buy at your own local homebrew shop. And we'll see how Nate did. We'll have us all make suggestions. And then we'll do Drunk of the Week, 888-401-BEER. We'll see you in a minute.
You're listening to the Brewcasters. On the Brewing Network.
The Brewing Network's very own Code Writin' Fool's son, Ryan Wolf, has opened a beer mecca in Missouri. The Wolfbrow House of Beer has hundreds of beers from all over the world and is conveniently close to I-70 in St. Peters. Free tastings, Saturdays 4 to 6 p.m., featuring special guests from local breweries. The best build-your-own six-pack around, with every style represented. And kegged craft beer available for your kegerator, too. There's always something new at the Wolfbrow House of Beer. New and hard-to-find beer every week. No two visits are the same. Just like passing out at the Rat Pad.
Hi, this is Ryan from Wolfbrow House of Beer. Mention the Brewing Network when you stop in for some cool free stuff. Mention JP for a swift kick in the ass.
The Wolfbrow House of Beer. Beer with personal service from a member of the BN Army.
This is Code. Visit my son's shop or I'll yank the BN website down.
www.wolfbrow.com. Here's a bite for beer lovers. Soft caramel made with real craft brew and coated in chocolate. And Hop Drops, hard candies made with real hop oil. Introducing Beer Candy from beercandy.com. Beer Candy's amazing caramels come in 4 mouth-watering flavors. IPA, bitter gold, wrapped in smooth white chocolate. Lager, made with a familiar beer from Boston and coated in milk chocolate. Lambic, soury Belgian goodness full of fresh raspberry and dipped in dark chocolate. And Stout, roasty cocoa chocolate insanity. Hop Drops are made with Fuggles or Cascade hops and are known as the candy that bites you back. Choose from sampler and full sizes of both and make your mouth jump to life. All at beercandy.com. Hop Drops and beer caramels. Satisfy your sweet tooth as only a beer lover could with Beer Candy. Visit beercandy.com today.
Hey, everybody. These are the Brewing Network's announcements. It's Sunday, April 1st. First up this week, the Oregon Garden is gearing up for their 8th annual Brew Fest, coming up April 27th and 28th. It's a big one, featuring 45 breweries serving 2 different beers each and more than 14 live bands, including Blitzen Trapper, The Dimes, and a bunch of other great Portland and Northwest-based acts. On the 26th, they will host a brewer's dinner, which will feature a 6-course small plate pairing, featuring Good Life and Gigantic Brewing Companies, Logston Farmhouse Ales, 7 Brides Brewing Hopworks Widmer, and the brewers will be in attendance to talk about their creations. For all the details and ticket info on this one, go to OregonGardenBrewFest.blogspot.com. The first ever Hogtown Craft Beer Festival is coming up on April 14th at the Kanapaha Botanical Gardens. That's in Gainesville, Florida. This inaugural event is being organized by the Hogtown Brewers, Gainesville's local nonprofit homebrew club since 1985. You can check them out at hogtownbrewers.org. There are general admission and VIP tickets available. GA ticket holders are also invited to buy tickets for the craft beer and food pairings, which will cost $15. The beer and food pairings will be the main food offering for the festival, so you'll definitely want to get in on that. Tickets will not be available at the venue the day of the event. Got to get them in advance, so go to hogtownbeerfest.com. All right, finally this week, together with the Cascade Brewers Society, the Northwest Legends Foundation presents the 2012 Sasquatch Homebrew Competition, sanctioned, of course, by the AHA and the BJCP. Registration is now available for the Brewfest. Entries must be received by Falling Sky Brewing in Eugene, Oregon, no later than April 28th. The judging will take place on May 5th. Prizes will be awarded for first, second, and third place, and Best of Show wins admission and lodging for the Hop Union Hop School coming up this summer. You'll remember Nate went last year, and it's a kick-ass event. That's a cool prize. If you have questions, send an email to Sassy Homebrew, Sassy, S-A-S-S-Y, homebrew at gmail.com, or you can go to cascade-brewers.com. That is all for this week. As always, send announcements over to Scott at thebrewingnetwork.com for a spot in this segment. And until next time, this is Scott the Jew saying L'chaim.
Can I buy you Cap Morgan's and Coke? And let's talk about it.
You know, when Israel had sinned and God was trying to decide who he gonna send down to save the earth, they was around. Somebody had suggested that he sent Abraham. He told Pharaoh that Sarah was his sister, not his wife. Then said, no, you can't send Noah. Said, strictly illegal. Noah was a little wino. I had a fellow live next door to me who brewed homebrew in the bathtub. The beer we selling now not good enough. But it was strictly illegal. I don't think you want to do this to your children, do you? Man, you gonna make everybody up there wino. I don't think you want to do this to your children, do you? Man, you gonna make everybody up there wino. You know, we have people that live on the street that'll go into your local Dollar General store and buy shaving lotion for a high. Chevy's Regal is stamped and approved by the government agency that said this is healthy. Strictly illegal. Bathtub. You don't want your child at a party. Our children already getting a hold to enough alcohol. Brewed homebrew in the bathtub. I can just see my bootlegger now. I can just see my bootlegger now. Bam. I got all I want for free. I got all I want for free. How you gonna make it in your home if you don't have the facilities to make sure it's healthy? Noah was a little wino. Free. What gonna keep these folks from making moonshine in their house? Noah was a wino. What does MEAD need? What is that? You know, the thing about this deal that really scares me the most, you got to be scientifically trained. I don't think you want to do this to your children, do you? To determine that. Noah was a little wino. Chevy's Regal is stamped and approved by the government agency that said this is healthy. Chevy's Regal is stamped and approved. Strictly illegal. You know, when Israel had sinned, strictly illegal. God was trying to decide who he gonna send down. Strictly illegal. Somebody had suggested that he sent Abraham. Strictly illegal. He told Pharaoh that Sarah was his strictly illegal sister, not his wife. Then the no, you can't send Noah. Said strictly illegal. And buy shaving lotion for a high. Strictly illegal. What does MEAD need? Man, you gonna make everybody up there wino. Strictly illegal. Man, you gonna make everybody up there wino. Strictly illegal. Man, you gonna make everybody up there wino.
Live. Beer Radio. The Brewing Network.
The Brewcasters.
If you're just starting, don't be discouraged by all this stuff. It's so easy.
Just throw it together.
Put some sugar and some water and some yeast in there.
Yeah.
Network.
Brewcasters are back.
888-401-BEER.
Whatever.
we're back. It's the session. Thanks for sticking with us. We got a couple things left to do. We still got Mitch from Stone hanging out with us. I want to thank once again our very special guest today, Dave Hoops, and his crew out at Fitger's Brewhouse in Duluth, Minnesota, who were not only really fun to interview and cool to hang out with, very laid back, good attitudes, but sent us some amazing beer and set the standard for how a
Good
guest
brewers.
should make the most out of their public appearance on the BN. Yep. People always write to me and they're like, man, I can't believe that people listen to your show. Well, they don't really say it that way, but it's like a backhanded compliment like that. They end up going, dude, I get people, I have no idea. I get emails and phone calls and people walking in the door. 3 years later, they're telling us about hearing us on your show. And I'm just saying you should probably make the best out of all of your public appearances. And in particular, your public appearance on the Brewing Network.
So there's an audience for
There's
this?
an actual audience.
Wow. Over time.
Yeah.
I like the way they had all the brewers and everybody in the room.
Yeah, that was
instead of just like, oh, who wants to be here? Nobody. Okay.
They said we're going to be here. That was a nice touch,
Yeah,
especially
that was
because
nice.
sometimes Dave was like, "Hey, listen, we got to go to Frank for that," and Frank would answer.
Yeah.
And you want even if it's the guy who just runs the bottling line. If that question comes up, it's nice that he's standing there ready to answer it. So
I have a confession. It was actually just Dave doing a bunch of voices.
He told you
He's good at that.
They all sound the same, though.
My other job is as a ventriloquist.
This is Dave, and I'm going to pass over to Steve. Yeah, thanks, Dave. This is Steve, and now I'm going to go to Frank. Thanks, Steve. This is Frank.
I think he did a little bit better job than that.
He did a good job. And Dave was like, look, I'm making just as much money in brewing as I was in ventriloquism. So I figure...
So you're an intern.
Fuck it. All right. So, Drunk of the Week, 888-401-BEER. Go ahead and call in right now if you want to apply for Drunk of the Week. I've already gotten a message from the chat room that they think all of the brewcasters should be Drunk of the Week this week.
I don't
Yeah, we're pretty
so.
drunk. They're paying attention.
I don't know about that.
We've been drunkerer.
We've been more drunk.
Like our second anniversary.
The 24-hour show will be even more drunk.
Oh, yeah.
Seriously, get ready for it. It's something I want to do for a long time.
What time do we start?
We'd start at 5 o'clock. I think
5 in the morning.
Because I think the hard part is between like 8 and 2 in the morning. Then after that, it's all downhill.
Right. Don't talk about the things that are going to happen when I'm gone because it's making me not want to go.
Hey, I don't give a shit.
It's making me not want to give it up.
But you're putting it all on me, so I have to talk like this. No, I have to talk myself up, or else I'm going to probably piss myself.
You're making him nostalgic already.
But it's making me think like you're going to ruin my baby, like with 24-hour bullshit shows.
Well, is it like I'm taking your child out for the first date?
It's a little like that.
You know, like we're going to prom.
Well, it's not that bad because I wouldn't allow that.
Well, we need JP. We need the girl in the bikini to walk through with the hour on the card.
I can arrange that.
Okay.
Right.
Craigslist.com.
Excellent. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, let's pour this beer. Let's get this going.
What is it? I don't even know what this is. I'm gonna pour this up.
We've got Doc's beer in front. Let's talk about this first.
Sour, don't pour it.
We need beer.
No,
We need that beer poured because it's the beer we need to talk about for. It's the first ever Brewing Network kit beer that you're going to be able to find at your local homebrew shop. But while we're doing that, so Doc poured us his. Was like a Oud Bruin?
Yeah.
It's fucking good.
It's amazing.
It's really good.
really good,
God
Doc.
Damn it, Doc.
It's the best Oud Bruin I've ever had.
So good.
It's really good.
It's really good.
Did you enter this?
Yes, I did.
Attaboy. If you don't win, Doc, I will quit. I'll quit for you.
We might see you on the stage for this one, I'm thinking.
This is
somewhere on
That's
the
a
neck.
big stage.
And my offer still stands from 2 years ago, where if you win, I will take you on stage on piggyback.
Yes!
I will do that for you.
How old is this beer? Hit
Turn your
button.
mic on. No, it is. His box is old.
What's wrong with his box?
I don't know. He needs a
On
new
this
box.
side. Here we go.
No.
There.
That good? Okay, we're good. Brewed it year ago last September, so about 18 months.
Okay. And did you brewed it as just a brown ale that you then soured?
I did do it 2 other brewers, Jesse and Ryan.
Okay.
And we put it in a consecration barrel.
Oh, so I had this beer at NorCal.
You've had this several times.
This is totally different than the other times I've had it.
Yeah, exactly.
It's gotten 100%. It was good. But all of the of the flaws that were there.
Yeah, it had
have
a lot
cleaned up.
It had a lot of diacetyl from the pedio in there.
Yeah,
and even 2 months ago it had that, and it just mellowed out. 'Cause I've got kegs, or at least samples from the last 6 months still, and it just cleaned up just fantastic, just in time for Nationals. It was great.
Look at that.
Having had the great beers we had tonight, what do you think about Doc's Oud Brewing here?
Oh, I'm absolutely loving it. It was unbelievably good. Yeah, it was just great. Just great.
God damn it. Did you only bring the one bottle?
Yeah.
Man.
He's got more, though. He's holding out.
I got 2 kegs.
Let's go to Doc's house.
If you'd like some analysis, please send lots.
Well, maybe you could bring some down to my bye-bye party, and we can get it analyzed.
Okay.
Not only that, Doc, if you could, I don't know, save a Scotty or something for NHC, this should be poured to our peeps either at BNA 7 or maybe, we always do a hospitality suite shift.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll definitely do that.
I don't know. I'm not telling you what to do with your beer, but I know our listeners are going to want to try this.
Maybe, you know what? Maybe we should do a club night like every hour or every half an hour. We have, 8 bottles that we pour to samples to people.
Oh, that's a good during the club night?
Yeah, during club night.
Do it Russian River style, where there's always like a special
always a
pouring
line
going on.
Yeah.
I like this idea.
I like your idea.
You can do that.
All right.
Yeah, I'll definitely save some for that.
I owe $1,600 in taxes.
Really?
Can I tell you that?
How is that possible? You've been unemployed all year.
Because exactly, that's what I was
unemployment insurance.
I mean, I don't mean that to be a dick.
No, I know because I didn't take my taxes out when I got my shitty checks.
Oh, you asked for it to all be incled.
Yeah, because I didn't know.
Shit.
Want to trade?
I guess I better give you a pay increase when you start taking over the show.
Well, we have to actually talk about what's called a livable salary. And then,
I don't know what that is. I haven't known what that is. All right,
what is this?
Let's do...
it's an IPA. You'll love it, JP.
All right, let me do a phone call real quick. If everybody... I don't have the beer in front of me yet either, but...
Nope.
Where'd it go? It's right there in the
picture around to Justin.
There's cock blocking.
Do me a favor. Do a rinse of that glass first, which means you get a... However you can do it.
Just drink
Let's take a drunk of the week call while you all...
Let's do it.
I would like you all to try that beer. And basically what you're trying is the Brewing Network's first attempt at our first IPA kit that will be able to be purchased. It's an extract batch that Nathan Smith brewed for us.
Yep.
And we're looking for feedback on it, what might be tweaked before we give the final version over to the company that's going to make this this deal for us. In the meantime, I will take a phone call right now. We got, yes, JP?
Oh, I was going to have a comment on it. I didn't know you,
no,
you
wait.
want it now.
No, I said, you guys all do that. Think about it. Write down your comments, whatever you got to do. We're going to go to Big Deal Bunny from Dirty, Dirty, Colorado on line 1. Since when is Colorado dirty?
Dirty, dirty.
What's up, brother? How you doing, man?
Because they go on a lot of hiking.
I'm doing good. How are you guys doing?
We're doing all right. You calling in for Drunk of the Week?
I am.
All right.
Are you?
Because I am pretty drunk. Right now.
And it is
and I feel like
it is a week.
I need to talk to some people on the radio.
Excellent.
That's a good sign of drunkenness already.
We should find you some.
Where are you calling from? Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Carbondale, Illinois. Home of the dirtiest people you could find. Luckily, I'm not from here. I just happen to be here right now.
No.
That's why you're drunk.
That is why I'm drunk, absolutely.
How do you get out of there?
Down here, I had to take off of work and say, I don't want to be working right now. I need to go to somewhere very dirty and just get drunk. and then call some radio station.
How do you leave? How do you get out of there? Is it like a lottery? Or
I'm not sure that I'm going to be able to make it out, but, hopefully I can find somebody with a car.
Where is the place that's dirty? Is it, where have you gone? Is it your house?
His wife's pooper.
Well, right now I'm actually at my buddy's place in a trailer park at his trailer.
Of course you are.
So it's about as dirty as it gets. You got ants crawling around. We had a guy in a wheelchair pissing the bed the other night, so there's piss everywhere. It smells like shit. People are just shitting everywhere.
I have a question.
It is a terrible
Go ahead. Yeah.
Why?
Yes, go ahead.
What is a guy? I feel like he's like a on location reporter for us. What does a guy in a wheelchair need a bed for? He's not going to stretch out.
Yeah, you know what? It's a good question. I'm not really sure, but he was the one who got. Maybe it's because we were just making him all feel good, because he's in a wheelchair. Who knows?
Did you know the guy?
Wait, you're making him feel good, so he pissed?
You know him.
We know. Yeah, he's a good guy. He's an awesome dude. But if you let him sleep at your house, he might piss in your bed. So
that's what I mean. Just leave him in his chair. He doesn't need a bed.
Well, it's not like he knew he did it.
And not only did he just piss in the bed, but he also left a bag of piss under the bed, too. So we're still trying to figure out what's going on.
You talking like a Ziploc or what?
Well, no, the catheter bag.
No, come on, Nate, don't be stupid.
Something like that.
Not a Ziploc, duh.
All right. Dirty, what have you had to drink tonight?
Dirt.
Oh, man. All right. Well, I got my buddy here in the trailer park brewing up all these awesome home brews.
I drank him.
He did American Pale Ale and a Brown Porter and a Guinness Clone and a Special Bitter. And we've been drinking a bunch of Seagram 7 shots, and I've had myself a little Mad Hatter, from the liquor store. And who knows what else? I'm sure there's something else I'm forgetting, We like to participate in the volcano activities. They're very fun.
It's a way to rock it.
I love the feedback. It kind of sounds like a Wesley Willis song.
Oh, hell yeah.
All right.
Oh, yeah, I'm also supposed to tell you, though, hold on. My buddy was listening to your PSA about breathalyzers.
Yeah.
And so we got an Alcohol Slim right here. Ready? I got a pre-rinse jab. I rinsed my mouth out good and hard. Now I'm ready to give you a reading here.
Oh, on the air.
Right. Yeah, give us the reading.
We're about to find out. 1 second here.
All right, go ahead.
Banjo chimes.
What do you think of the castor oil cars' chances for the big race this summer?
NASCAR.
With a rinse job. So I'd like to say that I'm drunk. I feel drunk. I'm happy to be drunk. I'm happy to be talking to people while I'm drunk.
And we're not dirty.
Well,
what's that?
And we're not dirty.
What did you blow besides your friends?
You're not dirty?
Well, no.
I bowled a 300 tonight. What about you, man?
Awesome. Yeah, he did. All right. What did you blow?
What did I blow?
In the breathalyzer.
103?
No. And
0.13.
0.13.
Oh, pretty good.
All right. Well, in the state of California, you're eligible for a wet reckless, which isn't really. It's not much different than a drunk driving. You still shouldn't be driving, but the consequences are a little bit less.
And you shouldn't even. You shouldn't even be driving his wheelchair around the trailer park.
Right.
Wet reckless was one of my 3 gifts from Adam and
No
Eve.
wheelchair driving. We're very strict about those rules.
Right.
The only time you drive a wheelchair is if it's tied up to a car and being pulled.
That makes sense.
It's just, yeah. Otherwise, you're just not being safe. And,
When did the guy piss the bed?
All right, Dirty, you are in the running for Drunk of the Week, my friend.
All right, I appreciate it, bro.
Well done, good
Take
sir.
care.
Cheers, man.
They should put that wheelchair on the top of the pickup truck and play Russian Suicide Chair.
Something tells me Doc has played Russian Suicide Chair before.
RSC, you haven't?
Oh, yeah.
All right, I'm tasting this beer. Hang on, I see you drunks on the line. Just give me a second.
God damn.
Damn, drunks. There's tons of them.
Play the Martha Waite.
All right, I'm gonna keep my mouth shut for a couple minutes about this beer.
Why?
And let you guys talk a little bit about it. I always kind of jump in there and do this, and I'd like someone else to to maybe take the lead on it. Now, this was, I know that Tasty...
Do you want background info on it first?
A little bit. Here's what I did. We sent out an email thread to the whole crew because we wanted it to be a BN beer, and we ended up narrowing it down to an IPA. And then we kind of had Tasty and Nate, our current IPA dudes, hash out an extract recipe for us. They talked a lot about it and sent Nate on his way brewing it, one batch of it. Tell us about the recipe.
So the idea was, let's make something that the home brewer could make from an extract kit. That, they take their first shot at an IPA. Maybe they've never brewed one before. Or maybe they brewed one before, but they want to make a BN version of it that we've been able to give them. So most of it's 2-row. So it's 85% American 2-row liquid malt extract. Then 10% German Pils liquid malt extract, and then steeping grains were 5% English Crystal 55.
The 2-row extract, is that the extra light extract?
Yes. There's a Pilsner.
Extra light.
Extra light.
Yes.
Okay.
And then Pilsner malt, the German Pilsner malt extract.
Also some Pilsner. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
This is not even a partial mash. This is all extract.
All extract.
Wow.
Steeping grains were
but
Crystal 55, of course, at 150
I know,
degrees.
but there's no 2-row and stuff.
No, there's no partial mash, nothing. So this is back to first
brew in a bag,
brew. Right?
Brew from a bag.
Brew, yeah, exactly. Just get liquid malt extract and brew straight from that. So
hops,
20 IBU Apollo at 60 minutes, 20 IBU Summit at 30 minutes, and then a couple ounces of Centennial at Flame Out.
Okay.
And then a dry hop of Centennial, 2 ounces of Centennial, and then 1 ounce of Apollo, 6 days into ferment. And then let it sit on the dry hop for about a week. Beer's basically done at that point.
Okay.
Serve to friends.
Keg it off, let it carbonate and condition for a while, and serve to friends. Find it with Biofine.
You did find it, too?
I did find it.
Shit, yeah, you did.
What food would you like to pair it with?
Hang on.
I need to be
a
a life called to Nicole on that one. I don't know. That's her realm for sure.
All right, Mitch Steele.
001, California ale yeast, 65 degrees, standard kind of thing there.
65, kind of a couple degrees low.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Forget that it's an extract beer for a second.
6% alcohol, I should mention. It's 10...
6%? Nice.
Jesus, Nate.
1061 down to 1015. So.
Okay.
All right, turn his mic off.
That's big. That's good. Why?
I don't know.
Just tell him to shut up.
Just fucking around.
Just forget that it's an extract beer for a second.
Or that Nate brewed it.
As you tell me about it, and anything that you might improve in the profile, right? What you'd like to see different about this beer. I'd want to know what you think should be different before you even know it's an extract beer. You know what I mean?
Well, really, the only thing I would say has nothing to do with the malt character, because I think the malt character is excellent.
Okay.
The only thing that I would say that, because I'm enjoying the hell out of this beer.
Okay.
It's really quite good. I would bump up the bitterness a little bit. If it's an IPA, I would bump it up just a little bit, not much, but just a bit.
Yeah, I can see what you're saying.
But I think the flavors in it are fantastic. It's a wonderful beer, and I would drink it all day.
Got it.
Yeah, I think one of Jamil's comments on the email thread make it hoppy as fuck.
Hoppy as fuck. But
it's not. It's I don't like IPAs. I'm like JP. I really don't like them as much, but.
Because you're a real man, that's why.
But I could sit down and drink a couple of these. This is a very approachable.
That's
beer.
kind of the idea of it, is make something in the 6% range, definitely IPA realm in terms of alcohol level and hop intensity, but not super bitter or over bittered.
Yeah,
and not too intensely alcoholic. Right, but malty enough.
I think it's. I do like it. It does not taste like an extract batch, which I know is kind of weird to say, but I do enjoy it. I agree with Mitch. It's your name, right, Mitch? That's you.
You go by Mitch.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. From Ston Brewing, it could be a little bit more bitter. There's a lot of flavor, hop flavor, which I really like. The aroma is there. It does have an aroma. I think it's a little too sweet. There's a sweetness to it.
That's probably the extract side of it, which is an interesting thing to mention. Right?
It is, but it's real dry at the same time. So it doesn't taste like a like it fermented it didn't ferment all the way down, or sometimes with extract you kind of can get stuck around like 10 or whatever.
Right.
It tastes real dry, but it has a weird sweetness, and I think maybe with the hops that may be used for flavor, maybe there's kind of a sweet,
flowery
flavor from it. It's kind of like Fruity Pebbles.
Would you know this is an extract beer?
No.
No, it's too good for that one, and it's
too good to be that.
There's at 6%. You're at 6%. You're going to get some sweetness from the alcohol too, and it's a layering kind of sweetness. That's why you're not going ick.
Right.
Oh no, it's not cloying sweet.
No, it's not. Not at all.
It's not that kind of sweet.
There's some present sweetness though,
but a little too much. But I think it's
mouthfeel.
There's like a sweet, fruity hop thing going on that I'm not such a big fan of.
Like that Centennial thing?
It's dry hop sweet.
Yeah, is that what it is? Now keep in mind, this is from someone who doesn't like IPAs at all. I'd rather drink Coors Light than an IPA. But I really enjoy this beer. I really enjoy the beer. But for me to properly endorse it, I would like maybe the Fruity Pebble sweetness kind of thing to kind of go away. A little bit more bitterness, and it's pretty good.
Well, these comments are exactly why I wanted to shut my mouth about this beer, because I would have pointed out the sweetness too, but I would have, in my limited knowledge, I would have directed it toward the extract. But all of you seem to agree that the extract is fine, so I'm really glad to hear.
I would have thought the same.
I think that Mitch, now hearing the other opinions, I'm kind of with Mitch to up the bitterness to cover the sweetness rather than change the malt, because I think you're right that the sweetness is fine. It's just not balanced enough with the bitterness. So we could up the bittering addition. Now JP said that he tastes a lot of like the late edition hops and that there's some hop sweetness in there. But for me, and I'd have to know after maybe tasting what the bittering addition does if we adjust that.
Yeah.
I could still deal with more hop character in the finish.
Yes.
However, maybe we fix one thing at a time, and we work on the bitterness part before we adjust the late edition hops.
Yeah, you have to do it one at a time.
Dialing bitterness is fairly straightforward. I think that's a good tunable at this point. If we can get it down to that, I think that's pretty.
Is this dry hopped also?
Yes,
it is already.
Yeah,
so then maybe just what'd you say the bittering hop was?
Apollo, about 20 IBUs, so just a little bit.
I would
more
maybe up it. Start with 5 more. Make it just the next notch up.
Does that sound right to you, Mitch? Just a few more like that?
It does. It's a good place to start, But you know me, where I brew, so double it, man.
Yeah. Yeah, you know me, I just called you a pussy. Double that shit.
Yeah, I'd probably go 10 IBUs up.
I wouldn't even do 10. I'd start at 5. I think it's just right on that cusp. It's very approachable, but it's just right now, and just the next level up where you can actually taste it. It's about 5 IBU increments in your taste buds.
Okay,
you won't taste 2, 3, 4.
But
5 is where you start. So between 5 and 10 is where you're going to really see the next notch.
Tasty resident hop guru, what would you adjust in that bittering addition?
10. Well, yeah, I could see it being a slightly more bitter, but I really can't get past the grassiness and the aroma. It's just overpowering to me.
That's interesting.
Or a little bit more.
Like over dry hopped?
I keep thinking it's Cascade, but it must be the Apollo that...
there's a little cotton candy in the aroma.
That's the Fruity Pebbles. That's the Fruity Pebbles.
It's making the beer taste
it
sweet.
is? Okay.
I like Fruity Pebbles.
But you're saying straight grassy.
Yeah. I think that we need to change the dry hop.
Nate, can I have some more, please?
Yeah, totally. This growler is the same beer with a Simcoe component to the dry hop too.
A little bit.
I'd like to try that actually.
Which we didn't want to. I didn't want to include in the kit version because we can't really.
Because we can't get Simcoe.
No, we can't get that. But it's an interesting.
But you can try the beer with another hop and.
Yeah, so try it with that if that's a cotton candy thing or if that's
this beer
contributing to the sweetness or not. It's an interesting comparison.
Yeah, Mitch, this is the first time we're sort of in the same boat as you pro brewers, where we're looking at this recipe that's going to be brewed en masse, so that lots of home brewers can do it, and we had to eliminate certain hops that we would want to use because we didn't think we can get them.
Oh, isn't that brutal?
It sucks.
It just sucks. Yeah,
it sucks.
I totally agree.
Especially coming from a home brewer perspective, where basically, there are times we can't get certain things, but on the whole, we can get it all.
We may pay $36 a pound, but we can get it.
Right. Just like the pro brewers.
Right. But we can get it. And we had to really go, well, we can't use Simcoe, which I was happy about. Fuck that.
Oh yeah.
I don't want my first branded beer to come out tasting like cat piss.
But even like with the additional bitterness, I think, in my opinion, won't help the kind of fruitiness that's going on that I would like to see.
There is a fruitiness,
gone.
that fruity pebble thing that I just. All right, let's do a phone call. You guys keep thinking about the beer. Line 2's Boston Brewer. He says he knows he's drunk because he's in the basement hiding from his wife.
Basement, garage, it's all the same.
Blair Witch style.
Boston Brewer, what's happening, man?
Not much. What's going on? Who's this?
It's
That's great.
What'd you call Howard Stern?
It's your physician. It's your doctor.
We're checking your blood pressure.
Breathe deep into a bag for 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Plastic. Over the head.
That's JP.
Are you drunk?
I was when I called.
That was a while ago.
Was that last Sunday?
But in the 15 minutes that you've been on hold, you sobered up?
Hold on. 22 minutes.
22 minutes. You sobered up. Well, then you couldn't have been that drunk.
No. It's just in that time I put my glass down and I kicked it and I broke it, and that was my favorite drinking glass. So
Well, don't be angry at us. I didn't kick over your glass, dude. I just put you on hold.
No, you didn't. It was one of those Sam Adams ones with it's etched on the bottom, so it makes
it.
I feel for you.
Those are nice.
I broke my favorite Duvel glass yesterday. I broke a lot of glass things yesterday.
Were you drunk?
Yeah, but it wasn't like it just fell out of my hands. Like oh man, not good. A lot of glass things broke yesterday.
Right.
I just shut down the computer. So are they still talking, or are we talking just?
Oh, you're talking.
No, you're not on the air yet. Hold on a second. You'll be right on the air. Hold on a second.
Okay, you're on there.
All right, we're going to Boston Brewer right now. He's drunk in his basement. He broke his Sam Adams glass. Hey, man, how you doing?
Okay, how you guys doing tonight?
Good, man, good. What's that? You broke some glass, or what's going on, man?
I put my glass down, and then when I got up, I kicked it by accident. It was my favorite Sam Adams glass. It's etched on the bottom.
Hang on, shit. I'm sorry. I didn't hit the button.
We have to talk to Boston Brewer.
Well,
he's on two. He's on two.
No, I didn't hit the button. No, I got the right guy. I didn't hit the on-air button. Hang on one second. Hang on, Boston Brewer.
Okay.
Here we go. Hey, we're on the line with Boston Brewer, and I think he just broke his Sam Adams glass. He's calling in for Drunk of the Week.
No way.
Oh.
Bummer!
Damn it. Hey, Boston Brewer, what's happening, man?
Boston Brew, man, but
Oh,
we were looking for Boston Brewer. Hang on, just a second.
He's on two. He's on two.
Was that the only glass you had?
Oh, hang on. Wait.
Okay.
You keep.
many guys?
No. It's my fault. I hit the wrong. Hang on.
You know, this all can be cleared up when you leave.
Wait. Let me just. There we go. All right, Drunk of the Week time. We're talking to Boston Brewer. He's on too. And I think he just broke his Sam Adams glass. Bummer. Wah. Hey, what happened, man?
I was, waiting patiently, and then I'm like, I have to get another beer. So I got up, got another beer, put it on the floor, and I came back with my fresh beer, and now I'm going to pronounce my R's, and I kicked my glass across the room.
Why?
Zinger.
All right, you made it past the second screen caller. Hold on a second. You'll go right to the air. You'll be right online with Justin. The next voice you hear will be Justin. Hold on, please.
You got to hit two. He's on two.
No, I got it. Hey, listen, I'll tell you what right now, Boston Brewer. If you win, I can probably hook you up with another Sam Adams glass. So don't worry.
That would require work.
Don't be too bummed out.
I got a garage full of those things.
But you got to win, Drunk of the Week. How much have you had to drink tonight?
I don't know. I had about 7 torpedoes, 3 Sam Adams ales, and 4 Miller Lights because I had a
I ran out of beer, so I went back.
Drank out of beer.
I love when the excuse always comes out. And I had 4 Miller Lights, but listen, it's because I was in the hospital. And, it's all I had. I had a broken ball. I had one broken ball. I couldn't get anything but the Miller Lite.
It's more my father-in-law was in town.
Well, I sometimes
go to wine?
I would like you to go to wine sometimes. Yeah,
like JP often does.
Drink,
yeah,
I don't drink wine because I hate wine. But
that's fair.
You would right now.
Well, listen, going to that much Miller Lite means you're drinking, man. I applaud you on that. I think it's a sign of being in the running for Drunk of the Week. So, what do you do for a living, Boston Brewer?
I'm a letter carrier.
A letter carrier.
Mailman. Don't try to church it up.
He's a letter carrier.
He's Cliff Clavin.
Listen, what if he's a woman? If he's a woman, he's not a mailman. He's a letter carrier.
No, then he'd be a mail woman.
They mean mail person.
Then he could work on the circuit and it'd be good. I'd give him $10 and see his 2-headed baby.
What is he, a stripper?
Well,
Is that JP?
That's JP.
Nope.
As you know.
Jason.
Yeah. Same guy.
Prefers Jason.
Geburskarv?
No, same guy, but he prefers Jason. I heard he hates JP.
Yeah, Skirkelfrikar.
Oh, look, he's giving you respect, and you're still being a dick.
Bar for Garskaffer.
I agree. Wow.
Skigging part of just a Friday.
He's the only guy willing to call you Jason in the room.
Fargasier guy.
And you're going to be a dick.
Singer for different guy.
That's it. I'm going right now to a home brew. I have one home brew.
What, you think you're hurting us by that? The only person you're hurting is you, dude.
What is it?
It's a Christmas ale.
All right.
But I'm saving it for next Christmas because I save all my Christmas ale.
I made it 3 Christmases ago.
Yeah. Don't pop it open now. Save it. Save it.
Too late.
Too late.
Hey, put that in your Sam Adams glass.
Oh! What a jerk!
Too soon.
And with that, Nate is officially a brewcaster.
Right.
Zing!
Go ahead.
Okay, I save every year I brew a Christmas ale. I save one, and then I pour it into the kettle when I'm brewing the next one, and I call it the Spirit of Christmas Past.
That's sweet and clever.
I like it. Come on, that's the spirit of homebrew.
That's like eating the placenta. It's unnatural and unneeded.
Did you say eating the placenta?
I did.
There you go. That's all you had to do.
If you think it'll help, I'll try. But
so, did you just drink the one? Now you can't make it next year the same way.
Oh yeah,
it can hurl in the.
Get out there and brew it right now.
You didn't just drink your last one.
Let me try. Well, I'm going to drink it right now.
All right.
It's not bad, but it's not as
Christmassy as Christmas.
Doesn't have that crisp lemony zest that he had earlier.
You're missing that. All right, Boston Brewer, you are now in the running for Drunk of the Week, my friend. Hang in there, and we'll see how you do. All right, Boston Brewer, everybody. Okay. Anything else about this extract batch, Nate?
No, that's about it. We have the Simcoe version if you want to try that.
Cash version.
Which will give you an indication of where a different dry hop would take it. But
well, listen, at this rate, maybe the Simcoe will be available by the time we put this batch out.
Maybe, yeah. so we're at a little bit more bittering and maybe a little less dry hop. I think would be the way to dial this one in so far.
I like the Simcoe version.
Yeah.
It's
nice, isn't it?
It adds another layer of complexity, another layer of different types of hop flavors. And yeah, it's good.
So I brewed 10 gallons of this and then split it.
But I still think it needs a little more bitterness. You know?
Right.
Of course you do.
Yeah, of course I do.
But you're right, I think.
I don't have it.
It's just going around now.
Good.
It stopped over there. Trust me, I know Doc long enough to remind him constantly to do something.
Mitch, you don't have any trouble getting Simcoe.
Yes, we do.
Oh, you do still, yeah.
In the quantities they want, I'm sure.
Simcoe and Amarillo are both very tough varieties to get adequate quantities of.
All right. What's your substitute for Simcoe if you can't get it?
We don't have one.
No, huh? It's too tough.
It's a difficult one. Chinook is a decent possibility.
Okay.
But I think it's just kind of a combination of a few different varieties to try and get the essence of Simcoe, which is very tough.
Yeah.
Amarillo's the same way. It's you can't get them. You're kind of screwed.
It kind of makes sense. It's part of the reason
we're in the same boat.
It's part of the reason they're so popular. You can't replace them. That's,
you can't. I mean, they're both Simcoe and Amarillo are very unique hops, and you can't get them.
So what do you do when you can't get a hop for a certain recipe? Do you Substitute or invent a new beer?
He cries.
A little bit of both. It kind of depends. There have been beers where we've been able to substitute.
But like this one, you can't get Simcoe, and
Yeah.
it's like, or Amarillo, you can't
Yeah.
get it, and then it's
Fortunately, I've been able to get enough to leave it in the dry hop portion of our
Mhm.
beers. But we have had to change the bittering and the whirlpool hop a little bit in some of the beers that use those varieties.
You can get close enough.
Yeah,
with your lab equipment too.
Well, we don't use lab equipment for that. We use sensory analysis, and we
No, I was
we use
wink. It was a wink, nod.
Yeah,
nod
I
thing,
know,
yeah.
I know. But I mean, we really rely on sensory analysis and a group of tasters to kind of tell us when we're going off in the wrong direction.
And when you can't, I mean, you guys have to have a certain repeatability to it too.
Yeah.
And when you can't, is it just like, okay, erase the board and let's kind of just go in a different direction?
We haven't gotten to that point yet.
You guys could. You have enough beers.
We could,
And
yeah.
You introduce another beer. You know what? I'd be happy to see another Stone.
I tell
beer.
you what. That's what keeps me up at night. Is that kind of thing. Running out of a certain hop that we can't find an adequate replacement for.
A key component to that. Certain, but it makes that
it's
beer.
a huge deal. And that's the kind of thing, when you're dealing with hop suppliers and things, when they tell you the Atanum hop is 70% short, it's
you're like, oh shit.
Holy shit. What the hell are we going to do?
Mitch, don't stay up at night. We'll drink anything that you want. We don't give a shit.
No, you're supposed to say, what are you going to tell the other brewers when they can't get there?
Yeah. Oh, man. It's a tough deal, That's the one thing that just really stresses everybody out at the brewery is the hop supply situation.
Yeah,
I do agree that this Simcoe beer,
isn't it good,
is closer.
Yeah,
in the bitterness. However,
yep, it is.
I do not, as usual,
You don't like it.
the Simcoe cat piss flavor that's coming out of it.
It is less fruity pebble.
It is less of that. That's what I mean. But it's closer to the bitterness mark. But I want the first beer without the cat piss and without the fruity pebbles.
I think it's more lemony. Like it's got this kind of
I'll give you that.
Citrusy, but not grapefruit. It's lemony.
Yeah,
and it's different. It's good.
I like it. I like it with the Simcoe, but I like
it's
Simcoe.
And no, I
and
really
that's a
couldn't tell
personal
that's an
kind of-
extra. I couldn't tell it's an extract beer.
No, I think the extract thing goes out the window. I mean, really, what we're talking about here is the hops and
Exactly.
and the hop bill and the hop additions and everything else. The extract thing's inconsequential.
Which is why I wanted to make it that way. I was like,
Yeah,
what
it's
is the
great.
person actually going to get on the other end? I could do all grain, and I love doing all grain brewing, but let me challenge my assumptions for a minute, because I think this beer, like you're saying, is all driven with the hops.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, I couldn't be happier about that, because obviously our first worry when the company came to us to produce this batch for us was that it had to be all extract, and we wanted to make sure that it didn't have that kind of
an extract
shallow
twang kind of
flavor.
thing. Yeah.
But
No.
it doesn't. It's good.
I've had so many beers made by homebrewers with extracts over the last 5 to 10 years that I have no bias at all, and I think they're great. And this one is just kind of fine tuning the hops,
right?
To where you want it to be, and
not messing with the other stuff.
All right, Nate,
I don't think it needs anything.
Go fucking fix it, will you? All right, you need to get this beer on the market.
It's done already.
Go fix it. All right, we got Kale from Pennsylvania.
Kale, that's such a gross thing to eat.
He's just outside of Hershey, Pennsylvania.
It's too bitter, right?
Kale's real gross.
It's too bitter.
Yeah.
He's not gross.
Kale, what's happening, man?
Kale's good.
Hey, what's up, guys?
How are you, brother? Sorry to keep you waiting. What's going on, man?
Well, I had a party tonight. It was WrestleMania, if you all didn't know.
Oh, shit.
I didn't know.
No, nobody invited me. I don't know any.
Who won the
weird
cage
guys.
match?
Don't tell me. I recorded it.
I want to know.
Trust me.
I want to know.
You missed nothing.
According to the times I've visited my family on the East Coast, WWF is still big back there. It's
comes on right after NASCAR.
It's
well, you have to have something to do to burn off all the energy from the Monster Energy.
I mean, I don't know anybody who watches it out here, but it's still big on the East Coast.
Yeah.
No, it's no. We make fun of it. We look for wrestlers to hurt each other and like just absolutely destroy each other because it does happen from time to time. But somebody will fuck up real bad and like I don't know, break a neck, break an arm, and it's usually hilarious for us. So
right. No, I mean that's what I'd be looking for too.
Well, when you get all hyped up on roids and you miss that fake punch,
right?
Yeah,
land on your ass, break your tailbone.
Exactly. No, it's fantastic.
For me, I don't know how you can top the earthquake squashing Jake the Snake Roberts' boa. I don't know how you can top that.
That was a classic wrestling moment.
It was, right?
Yes, it was.
It was real good. I remember where I was at my mom's house
in the basement.
All right, what have you been drinking, Kale?
Kale smoothies.
Tonight, we've had a crazy night tonight.
I doubt it.
We had the Abyss, 2011. The Abyss. We had Silver Stout. Got some Kentucky Breakfast Stout, some Bramblin' Rye Bourbon County Stout from Goose Island, Splinter Black from Trogs here, Dark Truth. Just it was an entire stout night.
It does not smell good at your house,
or it won't in several hours.
It was an amazing night tonight. We are all pretty fucking roasted out though, and a lot of bourbon barrel aged everything.
Well, that helps. That helps to get drunk quick. Bourbon barrel.
We have we have a bunch of Russian rivers that we're talking about cracking. We got some Pliny. We got some Blind Pig. We're talking about breaking up the palate.
How many Plinies do you have?
How many Plinies? I think we have 3 altogether. So like on the East Coast, saying that I have a Pliny in the fridge chilling is fucking big fat titties for us.
Chug 2 right now.
No, JP. Yes, don't listen to JP.
No. Chug 2 right now, and you will win hands down.
You know what? You got to drink those fresh.
Win, hands down?
You will win hands down.
I'll do it right now. If I win, I'll chug 2 Plinies right now.
No. Chug 2 to win. If you want to chug them after you win, you have to take all 3.
See, that's where I depart from JP.
No, you
got to drink them fresh, but you don't need to chug them.
You don't have to chug them.
You have to fuck over your friends and slam them as hard as possible.
Reach under the bed and get the beer bong out. You know it's there.
Oh God. There's no beer bong here. We do not practice those rituals in this house.
We've graduated to beer pong, bro.
And there's no blow up dolls either. But
how many blind pigs do you have?
What was that?
There's a lot of fat girls that are kind of partially blind, but as far as completely blind pigs,
we only have 1 blind pig. That's all we have. We were supposed to get 2 in a trade, but that didn't happen. 1 mysteriously disappeared.
That happens.
See, someone chugged it.
Yeah, it's like how Moscow showed up to the show tonight, and the guest had sent all this beer, and Moscow showed up with like half of it.
Half? 1 bottle missing. God.
A key bottle.
We don't know that.
It was a key bottle.
He said he sent a bunch of beers.
All right, Kale, on a scale of 1 to 10, how drunk do you think you are?
How drunk am I? I'd say I'm probably about like an 8.5. We've been drinking since about 5 o'clock. I've been cooking and drinking all day, so. And also, I had some herbal substitutes to help out as well. So.
like ginseng, like ginseng, right?
Wait, ginger
St.
beer.
John's wort. Yeah, I understand.
5-hour energy drink.
Lots of ginseng with my energy drink. Yes, it's delicious.
How many people are there with you?
Let's see. We got about 7 in the house. Nice. A bunch of us are home brewers and just hanging out.
Where are you calling from again? Where's you calling
from?
Pennsylvania.
We're calling from Mechanicsburg. It's actually about like 15 minutes outside of Harrisburg and about 30 minutes outside of Hershey for Trogs. So
okay,
Harrisburg, Mechanicsburg,
Hersheyburg.
For the organics, are we talking like a water bong here, or like a tiny little pipe?
Or the volcano.
You got to join it up.
Because the other guy had a volcano.
We are talking about a 3.5 footer.
No. Whoa, fuck that.
Teamwork, Paul.
You guys
No. Joints are the only way to go.
Shut up.
Has vaporizer technology not... Vaporizers aren't on the East Coast yet?
No, we definitely...
the Stagecoach hasn't gotten that far yet, Scott.
I spend my money on my brewing equipment, and I save the volcano for, whatever. I don't need that. That's why I got my big guy.
Hey, you haven't tried the volcano, then?
All right.
No, I have not tried the volcano.
Kale, are you married?
Not if he has a 3-footer, dude.
Good point.
I'm getting married in October, actually. I'm brewing an Oktoberfest for my wedding next Saturday. So
Mitch is like, yeah, you got to trade in your 3-footer when you get married.
It's going like Craigslist. Next
Got to trade in your 3-footer for a Dyson.
Somebody's going to get a deal.
Yeah. Your 3-footer, your set of golf clubs, and...
Well, in a year you have a 3-footer, but it's a 2-year-old.
Yeah.
Or in 2 years, I guess.
surprisingly enough, she's okay with it. And if I did hear correctly, we already do have a Dyson. So
is
wow,
your life is fucked.
Because it doesn't lose suction like your wife's probably going to be doing that.
whoa. Jesus.
About November.
No disrespect.
He's just trying to help you out, Kale.
Yeah. Not speaking from experience.
Appreciate it.
Is your fiance present?
Actually, no. She went to bed. She's got to get up at 5 o'clock to go to work and do a real thing. I do my daddy detail in my college in the morning.
Wake her up and have her pound a Pliny.
All right. Kale, you're in the running for Drunk of the Week, man. Thanks, brother.
All right. Thank you, guys. Take care.
Cheers, man. All right. Let's see. Where are we at?
Pacheco. Earth.
I got
Milky Way.
Squish from North Dakota on the line.
Squish. From North Dookie.
Hey, Squish, what's happening, man?
Hey, 1 second. Hey, Squish, what's happening, man? Mute my.
Yeah, turn it down.
Turn it down.
There we go.
What's up, man?
Turn it down. Hey, drink a homebrew.
What are you drinking?
Lots of Janet's Brown.
Oh, there you go. I like that.
A tasty shout out.
There you go.
All right, without even asking Squish further questions, he sounds drunk.
He was drinking while he was on hold.
His name is Squish.
Yeah, his name is Squish. He was drinking when he picked his name.
Brewing a little beer. I just little northern brewer get beer.
All right. Sounds good. Squish, if you had to bet on how many minutes it was going to take you before you pass out, what number would you pick? How many minutes?
120.
Oh.
2 hours.
Wow.
No, okay, after what point on did you lose your memory? Because you wake up in the morning, it's all going to be a bit.
I lost my memory about 30 minutes ago.
All right. You won't remember. It's amazing, by the way, just as a side note, how many emails I get on Monday morning that go, I didn't remember calling in for Drunk of the Week, but I just listened to the archive and found out that I won.
Wow. I'll let you know where to send the medal as soon as I remember where my house is.
Right. Which lets me
I'm
know
in the
that
field.
we're more accurate than our listeners think we
We're
are.
awarding it to the right people.
You know. So, Squish, are you married?
I am engaged.
Ugh. So there's still time.
Do you own a Dyson?
Some advice from Doc?
Huh? Yeah, do you own a Dyson?
I am too.
I do not own a Dyson yet.
Well,
I might be registered for one.
Yeah,
on the,
you got to be registered. Nobody buys one of those. They're too expensive.
Did you say registered on Amazon?
Susie says she has
Amazon.
two.
No, not on Amazon. Bed Bath & Beyond.
There we go.
Bed Bath & Beyond.
I love that place. 20% off everything, baby. Boom.
Squish, do you live with your fiance right now?
Yeah, I do.
No.
Wait, before marriage?
Sinner.
You're going to fucking hell. Where's
Yeah,
Terrence?
I know. It's sin.
Terrence, call in, condemn this man to hell.
Actually, the odds are worse if you've been living together and then get married.
Yeah.
For the crash and burn.
Oh, shit.
Sorry, dude.
You're more likely to get divorced?
Oh, fuck yeah. It's like 5 to 1.
Is that right?
Yeah.
1 in 5.
If you have
no one here,
if you live together and then get married, you're 5 to 1 worse.
Wow. Nah, you're fine. You're fine.
Mitch, Mitch is the only guy in California saying that. You're fine.
Yeah.
Everything's fine. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
Mitch, la 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 la. No listen. Everything fine.
It's okay. Doc likes to make up statistics.
Oh no, these are not. This is what my wife actually told me.
Well, it's got to be true.
Which is why we didn't live together before.
All right. Well, Squish, you sound drunk.
Wolverine.
Did you say Wolverine or Borlaug?
Scribble, scrabble.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how drunk are you?
I'd put myself at a 7.
Okay.
Like a Tuesday night.
Is that a 7 for you or like a 7 for Moscow over here?
7
No, dude, that's like an 11.
Dude, you don't even get it.
All right, Squish, I'd like you to say the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Leave out the God part.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, and to the republic for which it stands.
Yeah.
Nobody can do it without the underground. All right, Squish, you're now in the running for Drunk of the Week, my friend. Thanks for the call, brother.
With liberty and justice for all.
Yeah.
Don't forget, Squish.
Cheers,
Scrub with Calvin, Dave.
Liberty and justice for all.
Indivisible. Fries for...
All right, Squish is in the running.
Man.
Let's
go.
All right, let's go to Woods from North Dakota.
Woods.
What's up, Woods?
Oh, yo, what's going on, guys?
Yo. How drunk are you, Woods?
Whoa.
Drunk enough to say yo as a greeting.
How drunk are you, Woods?
I'm fairly drunk, I would say. This is Tyler from North Dakota, by the way.
I don't care.
I just know Susie thing stuff. Anyway, I'm kind of calling more to interview JP for Drunk of the Week.
Okay.
He's fucking killing it over there. JP, tell me about how much you drank tonight, man.
I don't know. I don't keep track. I don't write in my diary like most of you people do about what I've had to drink.
Just answer the question.
I am it. Look,
Just answering.
Look, he asked me, not you.
All right.
Okay.
Tyler, carry on.
Don't make me Andy Wood you one right in the fucking face, Jip.
I don't know what that means. What, bomb? Oh! That was a slam on Andy and you. What do you think of that?
It's going to get ugly quick. Tyler, any other questions for JP?
Not really. I'm a little bit too slow at this point. All I want to say is, Jay, have fun golfing. Hopefully washing everybody's balls is not a big deal for you. You've done a whole lot of that in the first place.
Right.
I think Jipper's probably going to do a pretty good job with running the Brewing Network. I mean, it's been failing for a long time. So he's just going to continue the tradition of failing, I'm sure.
Running it into the ground isn't as far of a
It's
fall.
almost guaranteed to fail further, so that's pretty cool.
It's true. If you consider that we probably jumped the shark 3 years ago, this is nothing.
Actually, would you do me a favor? The next two shows that we do before you leave, just make them awful.
Right.
And then that way, either I will... it'll be easier for me to raise to the top, or it won't be that far of a fall to the bottom.
Well, listen, aside from our aside from our fantastic guests tonight, and probably Mitch Steele, I think I'm doing a good job already of setting you up for a shitty show.
I'm going to have more of this beer.
Well, let me tell you about it. Guys, let me tell you about that. This show, to be 100% honest, way fucking awesome. The Fitger dudes, I've not met them. I live not too fucking far from them in North Dakota, where no beer is good. We don't even have a goddamn brewery in the state. What the fuck is that? Anyway, I've heard legends of the Fitger stuff. So if those guys are still listening, hey, thumbs up.
That's cool, man.
Mitch, I've only had a few year beers, dude, and they've been 100% awesome.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
No problem, man. I just wish that North Dakota would get its ass together, but unfortunately, we're all cheap and fucking retarded, apparently. Because now that I think about it, I just
don't forget backwards.
Too close to Canada.
My best to. I just flattered Mitch Steele and insulted JP, which I was glad to be the other way around because Mitch Steele was a former Budweiser and JP a person,
You had to play the Budweiser card. Huh?
Yeah, that's old news, but you know what? You know how we decide to go to a new state is by the number of letters we receive at Stone. So if you want us to come to
Like an email?
Yeah, it's
This
a
is
piece of
secret
paper.
stuff here.
Even an email, but we'll print it off. We'll put it in a file, and when the file gets to a certain thickness, then we'll start considering it.
Right.
And I'm totally serious about this.
There you go.
It sounds like a joke, but it's very true. And
Great, Mitch. Me and the other two dudes in the States that drink craft beer are going to write you all the fucking letters in the world.
Cool.
You're going to be so bummed that you got 4 letters. Oh, man, you're going to be so happy.
You know what? Just copy them and send them again.
There you go.
And pretty soon we'll be in North Dakota.
Great, we got another email from a guy called Stone Lover in North Dakota. What do you think? It can't be like Stone Lover 1, right? Got to be a different dude.
He was very loving.
He was very loving. I wish he would, I wish to make this man my father.
Faja.
Who, Mitch or?
Mitch, if you would have me, but
Not me.
No, see, not Mitch. So maybe Tyler, because I don't know what it's like to have a loving father.
Great. All right, maybe I shouldn't leave, guys. Maybe I should stay. I don't know what's going to happen to my beloved BN. At the end of every show, JP's going to cry about his daddy.
You know how selfish you are? You would deny me the right to have a new father?
By the way, Tyler, you're in the running for Drunk of the Week. Thanks.
Well, it might be a nice way to close the show every week.
See?
I would not deny.
I get closure. The show gets closure. It's great.
Boy, we sure are getting a lot of calls for Drunk of the Week while I'm at the helm.
You fucking motherfucker.
Let's see. We've got Mukayo.
Oh. From Hawaii.
From Bukakai.
Also from North Carolina.
No.
Oh, no, the other guy was North Dakota.
The other two are from North Dakota.
Whatever.
South and North.
What do I know? Same fucking thing. Mukayo.
Mukau.
Whatever.
Mukau.
Yeah.
I wrote it the way he spelled it.
I don't give a shit. What's up, Mukau?
Hey. Yeah. Calling from North Carolina.
All right. Drunk of the Week?
Indeed.
Why? What have you done? What have you done for me lately?
I'm drinking a lot of beer. Other than that, I don't know.
All right, that's helpful.
Is it? What do you want to know?
If you drank more than us tonight.
He just giggled. Well, that's a winner right there. That's a good start, Mukau.
Wow.
He's like, yeah. He just giggles.
Yeah, if you're drunk, you're going to lose it. He's losing it.
So, Mukau, do you giggle when you're drunk?
Oh, all the time.
Yeah.
Is that how your friends know you're drunk?
Pretty much.
Have you been drinking homebrew tonight or commercial beer?
This has primarily been commercial beer.
All right. Like what? Give us a couple examples.
All right, let's see. Well, we finally have 21st Amendment here in North Carolina.
Nice.
So I've had
Did you get it in the can?
Blood.
Did you get it in the
Indeed,
can?
in the can.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. 3 cans of Monk's Blood. 3 bottles of the Torpedo IPA from Sierra Nevada. And a 750 milliliters of, however the fuck you pronounce this, Irifiotes from Old Hickory Brewing Company in Northern Carolina.
I think he invented a new measurement.
Did you say breathing?
750 mil.
It's a brewing.
Hey, what's this guy's name?
It's
Mukau. And how long is his bong?
I'm just gonna go. I'm just gonna go out on a limb and say you're probably a stoner, aren't you?
Oh, you have no idea.
Yeah. Every stoner I know has a fucking stupid girl laugh like you just had.
I like his girl. I don't think it's stupid at all.
I love
Tasty doesn't.
Oh, you're too kind.
Oh, fuck it. Mukau wins.
I love. Yeah, he's great.
That's lovely.
Why not?
All right, Mukau, you are in the running for Drunk of the Week, dude.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Thanks for calling, brother. Cheers. All right, that's it. Busy everything else, please, Suzy Q. Let's go to Bum Roberts.
Robert's Bum.
A.K.A. Julius from Dirty Dale is on the
Are
line.
you guys drinking beer, taking shots or anything?
Hearing the girls.
Hey, Bum Roberts, what's happening, man?
Is this? You got me?
I got you.
Oh, we got you, bro.
Who is this?
It's the show.
The show? I'm on.
You're on.
It's the
oh wait, hang on. Let me put you on. Hang on.
It's the pre-interview.
Hey, Bum Roberts, you're on the show. What's happening?
Not a lot, man. Just kicking it around, kicking some gravel around, seeing what's happening.
All right, that was good.
No, wait. Shit, I fucked it up.
He's on two. He's on two.
Bum Roberts, that was good, but when we put you on, can you please just get right to the point? Don't worry about just go, hey, this is what I want to say, okay? Can you get that?
Kick it with Jay.
I fucked it up anyway. I gotta hang on. Let me hit the right button. Here we go.
All right, you ready?
Hang on, Bum.
You ready? You got him?
Stay there.
You got him?
Got it.
All right.
Hey, all right, we're on the line with Bum Roberts. Calling in for Drunk of the Week. Hey, what's happening, man?
I'm out here getting fucked up with my boys tonight. Dude, we're having a good time. Shit, bro!
No, wait.
No.
He's on two, Jay. Two.
I fucked it up.
Do me a favor.
Two.
Bum Roberts, do me a favor. You get
one more time?
Get right to the point.
Once
Tell
more.
me
I fucked it up.
Tell me how high your truck is lifted and how many Monster Energy drinks you've had.
Hang on, I fucked it up. Here we go.
Okay,
Hang on.
ready?
I got it. No, I got it right this time.
All right,
Hang on.
okay, hold on.
2, 3. All right, we're on the line with Bum Roberts, Drunk of the Week. He's calling in from I don't even know where.
Robert's showing up.
Oh snap! What's happening, man?
Y'all about... Dude, I'm out in my truck right now, dude. I got a 45-inch lip on this bitch, dude. Yeah. We're out here drinking Schlafly American Pale Ale, dude. I can't even tell you, man. I'm just out here seeing what's happening. What you doing, bro?
Oh, no, we're just doing the same. We're in our lifted truck also, I think, sort of. And what have you been drinking tonight?
You guys broadcast out of a live lifted truck?
Yes!
Dude, you guys wanna meet up? We can meet up and fucking chug some fucking Steins, bro.
He's like, I don't even. He's outdone me.
Sounds like my fucking shitty neighbors.
Entirely outdone me.
Is he going to host a show next month?
I'm thinking, JP's out this guy.
Yo, for sure.
This guy's in.
Well,
Bum Roberts is in.
Then if I'm out as host, I'm in as producer. I mean, Scott's out in general.
Well, why does that have to happen?
Why do you want a job here?
That's a weird linear...
Because I have nothing else to do.
Oh, I get it.
That's a weird linear progression.
But you can't produce.
Look, first in, first out. You know what I'm trying to say?
All right, Bum Roberts, what have you been drinking, man?
Corn in, corn out, dude. You never notice that stuff?
No. What have you been drinking?
You're a looker, aren't you? You look back.
All right, Bum Roberts is in for Drunk of the Week. My man, well done, sir. You're in it.
All right, I'm losing track. I'm going to remember. I'm going to remember to forget the people that I've remembered.
All right, our last Drunk of the Week call. We got Nico. Nico, what's happening, man?
Oh, where can I buy hops?
Oh, it's Nico from Nico Brew.
Where can I buy fucking hops and shit, bro?
Look at you, JP.
Whatever.
I'll play your Star Wars shit sometime.
Fuck yeah, you better.
So, dude, what the fuck, man? I can't... 3 years ago, I started sponsorship thinking that you were the one who was going to be running everything, and now you're just bailing.
Now you're already getting shit from sponsors.
I was a little bit afraid of this, that sponsors might not...
But what difference does it make if the download numbers stay the same?
Actually, in my case, they were higher.
Right. JP had higher download numbers this month than my shows.
Yeah.
Nico.
You should ask for more money from your sponsors.
Mitch, you're not going to pull your sponsorship, right?
It is quality, not quantity.
No.
No way?
We believe in the concept.
100%?
Yes, absolutely.
See?
Well, I don't know, man. I'm pulling my fucking sponsorship.
Come
on.
All right, Nico, do me a favor. Just at least we're already in it for April. Do me a favor and stay in for May.
Give me a chance.
And see if the JIP keeps the numbers up.
I fucking invited you. I fucking invited you to my shit, dude.
And you can always get...
Here's the thing that blows me the fuck away.
Whatever.
Is you guys might even believe me that I'm not just full of shit. April Fool's, dude. I'm not going anywhere.
Oh, he's not going anywhere! Bitch!
You had
us going.
What an asshole!
We thought you were serious.
Besides, if you just waited out till June,
yeah,
you could be kicked out of that
That's true.
school,
I'm like,
no problem.
I was kind of shitting. I'm like, Nico, just stay with us until 2015, and I swear it'll be fine.
Do you like to do the whole graduation thing? And
See,
the robes and crap?
Nico Brew believes in you, Jip.
Well, he should.
Yeah, well, enough.
All right. Thank you.
Enough.
Thank you, Nico. Cheers, brother.
Like lukewarm.
All right.
He says he's not going to pull it.
Nico's still in.
I bet he still pulls it.
Stone is still in. Sully's not going to pull out.
No.
He's in
Not
Europe
in
for the
this
next
case.
couple
That's why
weeks
he's got a
anyway, so
kid.
he's not going to know for a while.
He won't know till May.
That's why he's got a kid.
He's not going to pull out.
Exactly.
Hey, Mitch, what's this with this book you're writing? When's that going to be out?
King of the Segway, everybody.
Smooth. IPA. I'm writing about the entire history of the India Pale Ale.
Wow,
it's going to be out late June.
That. No, that
late
early.
June.
Wow, it's coming out.
Who's writing the intro? Or
Matt Brindleson
Oh,
from Firestone
fuck,
Law.
Your name
Right. Yeah. So because I didn't know about JP wanting to do this.
How about,
and-
can I write Can you still write the foreword?
It's done.
That little part that nobody cares about?
Yeah, it's done.
Can I write a review on the back?
Oh,
Yes,
the jacket?
please. You know what?
You can write the
We're still
jacket.
looking for quotes for the back cover.
Send me the book. I would love to write a
I will
quote.
send you. I will send you a copy on
I'll
Monday.
do one.
Yes,
Still should have picked me.
But you do not even want a quote from JP.
No, you don't.
It'll go something like this. I think IPAs fucking suck, but I like Mitch, so this book's probably good. That's what it'll be.
Wait, hold on a second.
I can edit.
Wait, what was that last part? I like what? What was the last part? Hold on a second.
But I like Mitch.
Oh, okay, hold on.
No, he's writing it for
But
me. Yeah.
Nice.
All right. If
God,
you listen to
done.
any of the beer material that we gave you tonight, you
Check
will
your
know that Fitgers gave a whole bunch of information about their recipes. They gave percentages and hops and all sorts of stuff. If you're looking to dial that in, if you're one of our listeners who are looking to dial in your efficiency, go to beersmith.com right now. You get a free 21-day trial of their software, and it's fantastic for punching in recipes like you heard tonight and really figuring out your system. I know that Doc recently moved over to Beersmith.
Yeah, I did. Yep.
And it's really a fantastic software. I also know that he's working on some new programs that are coming out that will be involved in the beersmithsoftware.com. So check it out. You get 21-day free trial version. And look, it's the best brewing software out there. It's up to date. You get a lot of support from Brad over there. He'll answer your questions if you have them. And you'll be able to dial in your recipes just as you want. Just go to beersmith.com and check it out. And with that being said, I think we're just about out of here, right? Twitter game. Have we finished everything?
Oh, yeah, Twitter game.
Can we play Stump the Brewer? Since we got one here.
No, 'cause that means I have to take no. It means I have to take phone calls again.
No, you don't.
Yes,
It's all
it
chat
does.
room crap.
No.
Okay.
Doc's gotten really easy over the years. Just to say no. All right.
Because I know you're right. Because I should have pegged in that earlier.
That's fine. All right. What was our Twitter game?
It was. Hold on. Justin left the hosting to JP. How long until the BN falls apart?
Ah, that's right.
So, Chloe Rosenberg says, with JP hosting, everything will be just another dumb BN game. John says, I think JP is quietly using us to plot something. John says, I think JP is quietly using us to... Interesting.
That's wild.
What is that?
Quietly using us to...
You're listening to the program on your laptop. There you go.
There you go.
My producer sucks dicks. You know what? I'm happy I'm getting out of this bullshit. With you, I'm sick of you unprofessional shitheads, and I'm glad to be moving where I'm the unprofessional shithead.
Wait, no, amateur shithead.
Who listens to the show that they're on?
By the way, it's probably unprofessional
Live.
shithead, but whatever. I'm happy to be the unprofessional shithead in my new golf world. I don't have to deal with you idiots. Sick of it.
How do you think people are going to react to you?
Oh, he's going to be shunned.
You think
Come
so?
on. Oh, yeah.
I kind of think so, too.
Yeah, they're going to be that East Coast.
He's going to be off in his own
cool
Just rental clubs and everything.
They're going to be jealous. They're going to be jealous of my awesome golf clothes.
No one will caddy for you.
I can hear the comments. You're the worst golf player that I've ever seen that actually owns his own clubs.
Right.
And
It'd be like all those movies from the 80s that take place in L.A. that make fun of the Valley kids.
It's going to be bad.
You don't hang out with the Valley kids.
It's part of what I want.
Hang out with the Daggers, you go back to Illinois.
The Daggers.
I watched Thrashin' this morning.
All right, go on.
Okay.
Thrashin'?
Tourist Pops says, bottom line, motherfuckers, I better hear April Fools before I get drunk. That's funny.
I can't remember anymore.
Yeah, sorry. Fierce Beard.
Sorry.
About as long as Justin's drive, which I guess he means from the T-box.
Not very long. That's a good answer.
Our Schroeder 84 says, it's like dividing by zero. The BN has to have it together before it can fall apart.
Good point. Good point.
That's my favorite one.
Fine question, he's saying.
Gums Brewing says 1 week max. Doc and Tasty murder JP after yet another pop song is played during the meltdown.
Yeah.
I think that's how it would go down too. I think Tasty would distract me with something,
right?
And Doc would come from behind
with nunchucks.
With a syringe.
They'd never find the body. Never find the body.
With a toothbrush filed down.
Yeah, it'd end up in the attic of my Pacheco Rat Pack.
It's a shank, man.
Garroted with dental floss, cinnamon flavored. Brad Brewing. Yeah, right there. Brad Brewing says the Sunday session is canceled. Lunch Meat becomes an award-winning comedy news program with 6 days a week programming.
Oh my gosh. Rainbows and unicorns every day.
Kung Fu Monkey 12 says never. Just clip some audio of generic Justin phrases and load them into the soundboard.
That's true.
No one will know the difference.
The only reason we don't argue a lot is because I just keep my mouth shut when you say your stupid opinions.
Most vaginas, with or without a tattoo, look a lot like a picture of David Hasselhoff.
Let's try my pale ale. It's called KKK Pale. It's my KKPA. See? That's all you have to do. It's true. You'll never know I'm not here. I say stupid things that are the same every episode. Oh, it tastes really dry.
Now tell me, how much two-row?
Oh, you know what I like about this one? It's really not that sweet, which is just another way of saying it's really dry. Hey, you know what I like about this one? It's not. It's like sour, but it's only a little sour. It hasn't overdone anything.
You know, it's all about. I bet the pH is real low.
I do like IPAs as long as you're not very bitter. It's the same fucking thing every show. That's all you have to do is play it every show.
Yeah, wow, you've made more barrels this year than last year. How does that feel? And the last one from Mobtown Slacker. When JP starts talking gibberish to the guests and callers, oh wait.
That's all it's going to be.
That's all I already do. So there you go. Those are the being thingy-thingy.
Good suggestions, good submissions. All right.
What was your favorite?
You like that word, submission.
My favorite was the Tasty and Doc Kill JP.
I think that was mine too.
Everybody?
I really feel that'll happen.
All right, that's our winner.
All right.
All right, let's do Drunk of the Week also. Who is that, by the way, Jip? Who just won?
Shit, your face.
That's
I don't
all
know.
right.
Hold
Think
on
about it, and you can let us know.
I don't have to think about it. I just have to look for it. Because it's right here in front of my thing.
Or your face.
All right, I'll list off our Drunk of the Week.
Three Gums Brewing!
Yeah, well done.
Thank you.
All right,
what does it mean by that? 3 Gums Brewing.
All right, everybody, pay attention. Remember, it has to be a unanimous decision for Drunk of the Week nowadays.
Dental or Juicy Fruit?
What we have is Dirty Dirty from Illinois.
Dirty.
He actually took a breathalyzer and blew a .13.
So we know he's drunk.
We had Boston Brewer, who allowed us to bring him on the air 5 times. And never realized that he was on the air the whole time.
He was pretty awesome.
And never doubted us. He's very trusting.
And you know what? For the rest of us, he started pronouncing his R's.
That's true.
He was very
I
patient.
appreciate that.
Right.
I would like
Good
to take
point.
him to a drug deal. He's a very trusting young man.
He was very trusting. He was also the dude with the Christmas ale situation. All right.
And the broken glass
situation.
Oh, yeah.
Kale wrote in. He called himself on a scale of 1 to 10 an 8.5. And I don't remember much else about Kale. Squish wrote in. He called himself a 7, but Squish sounded pretty drunk. Squish was the guy who sounded real drunk.
He said the Pledge of Allegiance almost correctly.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
I fucked that up.
All right, Tyler from North Carolina.
I think it was Taylor.
Sure.
It was What's, but then he said
Yeah,
Tyler.
and you also got that fat
And he had a
cow
really-
guy,
Tyler.
too.
It's Tyler.
He just told a really long story. Those were my notes.
Is that a story?
Muchacho, also known as Moo Cow,
The giggler.
I think was he the guy with the 3-footer? I think Mookow had the 3-footer.
No, he wasn't.
That wasn't him.
He just admitted to being an herbalist.
Mookow giggles when he's drunk.
Oh, he was the giggly
He's the
guy.
giggler.
That's true. But he also admitted to
being an herbalist.
You know, the giggler is something I want to go on AdamandEve.com and get 50% off of.
The giggler.
The giggler.
Then we had Bum Roberts.
Let's take 6 D cells.
Was he the one with the 3-footer?
He's the one with the 3-footer. He's from Dirty Dial.
Okay, that's right.
Dirty Dial.
And then we had Nico call in, but he just really was calling in to cancel his sponsorship.
Yeah, and he's not even going to wait for JP to tank.
And then we had nominations for us.
I'll take any raid you want. What do you want,
that's true.
dude?
And then the Brewcasters as a whole were nominated as Drunk of the Week. So
I just made a I'm going to tell Nico I just made a tanking reference and he'll
all right, so Dirty, Boston Brewer, Kale, Squish, Tyler from North Carolina, Mookow, and Bum Roberts, and the Brewcasters. Us. All right, raise your hand if it's Dirty. Dirty. All right? Remember, it has to be unanimous, so we'll vote and then figure it out. Boston Brewer, who broke his Sam Adams glass.
He's pretty good.
He was pretty drunk.
He was pretty good, man.
He was hiding from his wife in the basement.
He was very patient with us.
Was he the one with the Dyson?
Shit. I don't remember who
I think everybody had a Dyson on this round.
And then we had Kale.
When I developed the Dyson bowl.
Squish. The real
Squish.
drunken sounding Squish.
Squish.
I'm going to raise my hand on
I don't
Squish,
know.
too. He was a real organic drunk. He just sounded fucking drunk.
Where am I?
Doc's holding out for somebody else.
All right, we're missing 2 votes. That's okay. Tyler from North Carolina. All right. Mookow. There's Doc. Susie still holding out. And then Bum Roberts is our last one. Susie, okay. All right, so...
the Dread Pirate.
Everybody
Bum
went.
Roberts.
Everybody went for Squish except for Doc and Susie. They had 2 different people. Not likely that you're going to get everybody to move over to your.
Probably not.
So will you go? Will you guys move over to Squish? Would you feel comfortable voting for Squish?
He was the drunkest. He really was.
I missed most of it, so okay.
All right, so Susie will move by default.
I have ADD.
What is she, Beano?
Squish it is! By the way, that's the best vote I've ever heard. Your drunk of the week, ladies and gentlemen, is Squish tonight. And the dude was drunk. Come on, let's face it. Let's be honest.
You're not going to miss all this, Justin? After that rousing round of drunk of the week?
Dude,
I know you're going to miss this.
I'm over all this.
Golf champion.
Come on. You're going to be on that golf course drinking crappy
You're
beer.
gonna be driving that ball 300 yards.
All right.
You know, you're going to be last in the class.
The first class.
Well, I graduated last in my class.
That's why they want him to go now.
But they still call me doctor.
It's not going to be any different than the rest of my schooling. That's okay. I can deal with that. I rise to the top afterwards. I tend to. I'm a late bloomer.
I can see you getting pissed off before you graduate and just throwing it all away.
No, it's going to be good. It's going to be good. I think it's.
I think you just roll pomp and circumstance right now, just so you can just hear how it feels.
All right, we'll talk more about it as the month goes on, but basically I am out of here at the end of April. I'll do my shows for April, and then JP and Moscow are going to take over. You guys are all going to do a great job.
Did you just call it
and
April?
We'll see. No, and we'll see when I come back.
Used to.
After I do my amateur golf school situation.
And
All right.
don't forget the going away party, justinslastday.eventbrite.com.
Thank you. Thanks to Stone for throwing me a little going away party. Do you want to take one last phone call from Blobber Glob?
Got the Stone bones. There you go.
Hi, Blooby. Hi, Blooby Gloob.
Hello.
Hey, bud. What's
I think
happening?
this is Mrs. Blobber.
No, it's not.
No. You want Mrs. Barrow to sound like this? It's like,
Sasquatch kind of thing, huh?
Oh, wow.
It is Canada.
Can we have asshole of the week and give it to Blobber?
All right, what's up, man?
4 inches of Canadian.
You got a song for us?
I hope so.
no, but yes.
Sing me a song, Blobby.
What do you got, Blob?
Nothing. In the jungle, the mighty lion, the lion sleeps tonight.
In the mighty lion, the lion sleeps.
It's the mighty jungle, dude.
Let him do his version.
All right.
You know,
That's what they do in Canada.
well, that guy in Star Wars, he slept inside the thing.
The Tauntaun.
Thank you.
The guy in Star Wars. You mean Luke?
Yeah.
No, actually, Peter Griffin did it too.
And carry on, Blobber.
Yeah, but Family Guy sucks.
You do your thing. Don't listen to these guys.
I have to step outside because I am stepping quite crooked in the house.
I don't know. In Canada, that means something. In Pacheco, it doesn't mean anything.
Everything is a haiku with him, I think.
There's actually quite some snow outside. Hey, the lights in the garage are open.
Just sing your goddamn song.
The lights are open. Doc.
In the garage.
Yeah. Doc, close the lights.
I am outside in Canada, and the moon's quite bright.
Hey, Blobber, do me a favor.
Here we are, live from Canada. Blobber singing us a song. Go for it.
Blob, be a reporter.
In the jungle, the mighty jungle, the lion sleeps tonight.
Can I change my vote?
I'm turning up the lights in the garage now because they're very on.
There's more beer in there. You should go have one.
Well done, Blobber. Everybody likes this song. Come on.
Fan favorite.
In the jungle, the mighty jungle, the lion sleeps tonight.
Thought I was Blobber.
No, it wasn't.
Blobber is his own auto-tune. I think is what's happening.
All right, Jip, you want to do your plugs? Thanks,
Yeah,
Blobber.
Hold on, let me check my text message.
Cheers, my brother.
Hey, I was going to request a throw out there to Andy Wood to have a song.
A song off?
Yeah, I don't need this now. No, I got Blobber.
Duet?
I just wanted a song, and I got Blobber.
All right, Jip, go for it, please.
Thank you to our show sponsor, More Beer. You can get absolutely everything you need to make great beer at home by going to morebeer.com. I also don't have my song.
Yeah.
So I cannot finish. Come say goodbye to Justin BN style. Join us at the Stone World Bistro. Head to Justin's last day at eventbrite.com for ticket information. I believe it's May 5th.
The big send-off?
From 1 to 10. It's going to be an 4-hour celebration.
That's how they do this stuff.
It's like 9 hours.
The new season of Justin's show, Carpool Showdown, is underway, which I'm interested to talk to you about. Watch on Coffee TV20 or online at coffeetv20.com. Follow JP on Twitter at Major Jip if you like trivial complaints, and be sure to read his blog at moderndaymeric.blogspot.com. Moscow has some painting for sale. Follow Moscow Paints at Moscow Paints at Twitter and things. For some good beer insight and info, follow Nate at Nathan Homebrew and Nicole at beer_muse. And be sure to find the Brewing Network on Facebook and Twitter.